Okay, so today is sort of a special occasion where I'm going to be trying both over the board chess and a webcam for the first time in a very long time. Of course, it's been like almost a decade since I've used a webcam. And so I'll tell that story in a second. But basically, imagine this is what I would use it for. I'm not using it for face cam purposes, but I'm using it just to show the fucking chessboard. And this is like a scuffed board, but whatever. This is almost to celebrate, like, oh, I got to 1600 on the chess for the first time, at least in rapid. I've been obviously 17 in classical, whatever, but it's still good because all I was intending to do is get back to 15 something, like 1559 that I had been before. And then I thought, okay, now I'll study or something. But I figured, let me see how far I can go, like I always do. And then it ends up being like I actually got a little further than I thought. So now at least we can use this to show, like, look how serious we are, that we went through the trouble to set this up. I went to Walmart, bought a $20 fucking shitty webcam just because I didn't have one, or I couldn't find my old one because I, again, haven't used it in so long. And so therefore this will show, like, you're taking it seriously when you're doing this. And so you see the board. Yeah, I'm actually not even showing it on OBS because apparently it doesn't work. So this is partly inspired by the fact of Chess does these kind of weird things that are kind of cool sometimes, like where they did the speech to move thing where you could like say the notation. The problem with that for me is, of course, I don't even know the notation. But the point is that they have this, so I think I got it to work. I haven't actually tried to move the pieces or play anything with it, but it should basically transcribe the moves that I'm making on the board to the thing, and it doesn't maybe somehow... It wants you to use the speech to texting too, which I don't really get, but we're basically just showcasing this feature. Not that, it's probably going to be buggy or something. I just always am a sucker for stuff like this. That's a good excuse to try doing this, at least. Like, I had gotten this board a while back in like one of those shitty, combo set game packs, because you get it at like Walmart. It's like tic-tac-toe, checkers, and chess, and something stupid like that. I could have done like a ASMR unboxing thing. These are the kind of dumb things that people do. Like, look, I can show it now. These are all the kind of weird things I can do, right? I don't have to just show the chessboard. I can show, like, look, oh, look what I bought. I bought this shitty $10 fucking mix pack thing, right, just so that I could do this. Or I got it a while ago just so if I ever felt like I should just have a board and I should always just be ready in case I need it for some reason, even though I never actually play on it. And even now, I technically still won't be playing over the board in person against somebody else. I'll be playing over the board, kind of with myself. Playing with myself. But basically, you'll still be playing against other people. It'll just be somehow like, it'll just be using the moves from there, which is kind of a cool thing if it works like that. But yeah, this is like a really stupid, shitty thing that this sort of shows you. I'm a paper champion playing on a plastic board. Oh wait, that's Ding Liren. I guess another thing we have in common, despite being chokers. No sound? What was what? Wait, there should be sound. Or maybe he just means on his end. It's upside down. Yeah, that's like the stupid chessboard that I got to play on a while ago. And it's like one of these things that GM would do where, yeah, so yeah, you can show off stuff like that. You could do Magic the Gathering pack openings, or how like people do Pokemon pack openings, like One Shot Girl's really well known for that. Or I could show off this stupid Kindle Scribe thing that I bought a while ago. Or like I could do so many things. I could solve a Rubik's Cube. Like, there are a certain number of things you can do without still doing face cam, cult of personality type basis stuff. Yeah, the point is that we got that a while ago. No, it's like the psychological thing. You should just leave a chessboard out at some random position, right, that you're stuck on, or that you lost to all day in like your room or your office or something, and you should just look at it and you're like contemplating that position all day because you're so, whatever. This is how GMs are. Magnus could be going out skiing and having fun, but he's still thinking about a chess position. Unironically, that's probably true too. Like, he'll somehow analogize it or create like this sort of, like, there's almost like a story associated process you could do, like put your favorite characters as the pieces from some story, and then it helps you imagine it better what's happening on the board. Like all these kind of weird memory tricks and visualization that I guess you should have always assumed had to do with chess, but that's one of the main forms of difficulty with it. Like, you just have to do it all in your head. So that's why I even say like the arrows on the board on these sites are technically cheating, because you can't just take a marker or a pen and write on the fucking board an arrow to help you calculate on an over the board setting. And it's sort of the same thing here. Like, technically it's considered cheating to have a board, right, online. So that's why I always resisted the idea of doing it too. But it's not cheating, I guess, the way they rationalize it here. Like, you can't move the pieces freely during the course of the game. You can only transcribe the moves that are happening. Like, I make my move, I make their move, and that's it. I can't touch the pieces. Because if I could move it all around, I could see variations and test stuff out that I have to normally do in my head. So that's all chess difficulty comes down to sometimes, is like, if you could just do that, first of all, time. If you had all the time in the world, you could play like a super GM, theoretically. You would just have to be super fucking patient and go through every tree of ideas, and it would take you, I'll be a correspondence GM. But the point is that in this case, it's just the fact that you have to do everything in your head. So yeah, the arrows are technically cheating. Moving the pieces freely is cheating, but simply moving them on the board shouldn't be, moving the actual moves shouldn't be considered cheating. Or that's one nuance of over the board chess that's dumb, is like in bullet chess, you can't write down the moves that you're supposed to do, like in classical or even rapid, right? You have that little pad next to you and you write down every move. You don't have time to do that in bullet, so people are just doing random shit. They could be cheating, making mistakes. They wouldn't even notice. Like, sure, they're GMs, but I'm sure people make mistakes and all kinds of stuff all the time. Or like that piece touch rule. There's all these hilarious things that are like such a big deal. It's the event of the century. A chess player touches a chess piece, and it's the end of the world because you're not allowed to do that if you touch something. Hello, sorry for bothering you. Oh, fuck. What's meant to be happening? I'm just kind of talking about stuff, but I guess he has me on mute. So what else? Yeah, this opens up some weird possibilities of stuff like that, though. Unboxing, fucking stream, ASMR, Rubik's Cube, all these kind of weird things. This is as far as I would go. I would never do face cam, but there is sort of an objective element to it. Like, this is another thing that I do. This shows you how far I would go, right? I'll play chess with a glove so as to not show anything, including my face, including this, just so that you have this sense of, like, it's like what Ray Enigma does, right? You want it to be completely objective in the sense that, like, I don't know why he does it actually, but he's a very good player, whatever. He's played Garry Kasparov, whatever. So the point is that he does it to keep his identity anonymous, so it's like he's doing it so that you can, the chess speaks for itself. So that should be the focus. It should never be about you, some idiosyncrasy, some superficial quality, whatever the case may be. That's why I think face cam is always so dumb, and I've always hated it. I've always argued against it. So this is like the anti-Alex Botez moment. I don't know if you can give the finger, you'll get in trouble for that. But like this is what it shows you. Not only would I not do face cam, not only would I not typically do stuff like over the board thing, but I would go so far as to wear a fucking glove and do it like this, just to show like you want it, you're just like a vessel for the game. Like it's not about me, it's about the moves. If I'm playing at a high level, which of course I'm not yet, but whatever, we'll get there. The point is that's what the chess should speak for itself. As we're looking at Hans Niemann, even there, it should always be about something other than just you as a person arbitrarily. It's like, oh haha, look at Asmongold's messy room, or look at this person's face and all their facial reactions as they're reacting to some TikTok video, or look at all these stupid things that have nothing to do with anything. It should be based on, okay, are you actually good at something? Which again, even if I'm not, that's fine. I'd rather fail, die before the altar of meritocracy than succeed in spite of it. So this is the oh, you had the tab on mute. Yeah, you're not only would you not show face cam or appeal to any of those sort of idiosyncrasy things, I would even go so far as to do that. That shows you how much this is the anti-Alex Botez moment, despite whatever weird other considerations you might do with it. That's how much I'm committed to that idea. So yeah, Ray Enigma is kind of like that, I guess. And the whole funny thing with that is people always say like air quality affects chess, to the extent that, if he's wearing a mask, you would think that would hurt his play a lot. So if he took that off, he would be the world's first 2900 super omega GM, because he's obviously hurting his air quality in doing that, just because whatever, some venues have had that controversy, like, oh, I lost because the air quality wasn't clean enough, some salty GM might say. So yeah, it's technically not cheating. That was one thing that I was almost worried about and that we talked about in the past, and it almost seems more suited for classical games, to the extent that you have more time to look at it and really appreciate it. Or even like, I don't know, just like writing the stuff down kind of coincides with that too. Like you wouldn't want to do this in a bullet game, because I would have to make the move on the board in the thing. No, I guess it's supposed to be doing it automatically, but still, I wouldn't feel comfortable doing this in bullet. Or like there's almost an athletic element to it, to a turn-based fucking board game once you get to the bullet stuff. Like I remember hearing about that with Fischer versus Karpov. I don't even remember who he played in the championship he won. Like Karpov was doing these fucking these exercises with his muscles and his hands to try to make his movements better on the board and things like this. Like, it actually becomes an athletic endeavor, especially when you focus on faster formats, because yeah, you have to move the wooden piece on the board as quickly as possible. And of course, these are plastic pieces. Even I forgot a one. Oh, he's talking about that. We wouldn't want to see the hand. Yeah, you wouldn't want to see anything. I'm not even here. This is like a mannequin dummy person I hired to do the moves for me, because clearly I have the resources to do that. But like, it would just be very objective. I'm just a vessel here to play chess, and the moves and this chess will speak for itself. And then see, it's about your mind. It's not about your body or your physical state of being. That's merely the lowest form of anything. Not even stimuli acme sense. It's more like it's just not important. It doesn't have to do with anything. So yeah, when was the last time that I used a webcam? Wait, when the last time I played over the board, I don't even remember, but it's been at least a decade, because there's nobody like really that I would play with in real life or whatever. I just never have the occasion to, or whenever I did do it, like even on stream before on my old channel, I would always just do it online, because like, how am I going to set this shit up? Like, this was even a pain to do now, but I mean, I still don't have like another person here that I would actually play with. But even when I used a webcam was around then, maybe not quite a decade, but it was around like maybe that 2015, 2016 period, where it was at my friend slash ex-girlfriend's request, where we were doing a duo stream. That's also something I do very rarely, but it was a very fun format. So she wanted to do it because, okay, you're like showing the reactions, like, oh, live vicariously through this person's face cam reaction, which is kind of the thing today. So I relented and did it there. But what we did was a 2-player format of games that are normally single player. So like Fire Emblem Path of Radiance. So she hadn't played the game before. I had obviously beaten the game before. So technically it's a single player game, but you control so many different units that we would go into each set of 2, and she would get the choice. Like, she gets to choose which of these 2 units does she like, and then she gets to control that for the rest of the game, and then I get to control the other one. So like, there's like 10 units on the board, on the field, that you're controlling, and so I control 5, she controls 5, and you can like pass the controller. She makes her move, I make mine, so you kind of work together, but you can kind of be competing or whatever. And that was kind of fun from the perspective that you're taking a game that's not normally meant to be played like that, but it actually works pretty well. And I might have had like some override capability. Like, I have 3 choices that I can just override and say, I'll take this character anyway. Because like, I know which characters are going to be good or that I'm going to like, whereas she's just going off appearances or first impression. So it was like, even for my sake, oh yeah, we're like getting a React content. This is why people like React content, because you're getting to see someone experience something for the first time that you've already experienced before. How have I never seen you before? Oh, he's always in here, especially during chess. Yeah, he's been around for a while. Simply's been around for a while. Gerardo. A lot of my fans are chess fans, for better or for worse. But at the very least, I haven't lived up to the standard of being where I should be in this amount of time. So yeah, that was kind of fun. We did the Fire Emblem one. So you're kind of choosing units, and then the other one was Pokemon Coliseum, where it's also the same thing. And I guess Fire Emblem is already permadeath, but the Pokemon one we also made permadeath. So if a Pokemon would die, we couldn't bring it back. But that's like where every battle is a double battle. So you always have 2 Pokemon out there fighting 2. So therefore, I would control 1, she would control 1, so you would pass the controller back and forth. Or in this day and age, you could set it up, obviously, where each person has a controller and it still works. But basically, she would choose one, like the game starts. So I get Umbreon, she gets Espeon, whatever. So again, it's not meant to be a 2-player game, but you could just still do it that way, because you're always going to have 2 out. And then if one dies, they can't come back, so you have to replace it with something else. So every time you would catch one, the other person would get the choice. Like, do I want this one? This one looks cute, so I'll take this one. So then I get the next one by default. Or whatever, like, oh, I'll pass on this one, so I get the next one. So it's kind of a fun dynamic there. It worked a little better with Fire Emblem, but that is always a format that is very cool. So that was the one time I had done Facecam. For whatever reason, she wanted to do it, so I did it. But other than that, I haven't done it since then. And again, that was at least like 8 years ago, probably. Only 10 minutes for you. 1 day, 13 hours, 30 minutes. Yeah, that's not going to be all inclusive either, because I only added that function like a while ago. Because yeah. So it would only track it since then, but still. Yeah, that was kind of a fun format. We did that. What else? Just trying to recap this whole history of how my experience with Facecam. I guess I've done a couple co-op streams since then. I did one with Ace where he was getting all pissed at me, who's like a 2400 chess player on here. We played like some I can't even remember the name of it now. Like one of those Rise of Kingdom kind of game, whatever, fucking Civilization Kingdom kind of game, Age of Empires or something. And so he's an expert on it and he's getting all mad at me, kind of like he would do at chess. But what else? Like, we'll test the theory, like, oh, does it help you calculate the fact that you're playing on a board, right? And I almost don't believe that. Like, I don't think it would make that big of a difference, but people always say that. Like, it's easier. You should always get in the mindset because you'll get used to playing it because that's what you'll be doing at tournaments and stuff, assuming you're going to go for that. But I almost think that's some sort of stupid excuse, like, oh, you know, the reason why you play so badly is because you play online, or because you play with the plastic set instead of a wooden set, or because you, whatever, you don't know notation, or there's no notation on the board. There's like all these stupid excuses that people make. Like, the reason why you play badly is just because you're bad, so just don't play badly. Like, it doesn't matter where you play, how you play, what piece set you use, how it looks. None of that stuff should really matter, especially at the highest level. Like, the GMs are seeing the board in their head, so it almost doesn't matter. They can play blindfolded. Not at the same level, obviously, but you would think that almost doesn't make much of a difference. They're always looking at the roof, calculating in their head, right? So how much does the board even really make a difference? You become so good at something that you don't even need the physical representation of it. They're just playing each other in their minds. We'll have some telepathic tool where they can just make the moves without even having to do anything. I got Nightmare was banned. Yeah, why do people make so many different alt accounts and usernames? Like, what's the point? Yeah, whether it helps you calculate or not. So, like, again, you could always use stupid excuses like that. Oh, the reason why I've been so bad is because I haven't been playing over the board or something else. Like, I don't know. What other stupid? Yeah, the air quality isn't good enough. I was playing online instead of over the board. I didn't have a tutor growing up. Chess is pay to win. All these kind of stupid things. Like, just do it. If you're gonna do it, don't make excuses. And so what else? This is like our Sweet 16 chess celebration, haha, that we got to fucking 1600 on here in Rapid. Not that it's a big deal at all, but that was still a little further than I was expecting it yet, which normally is the opposite. I'll try to see, oh, let's see how far we can go, and then I'll fucking fail and tank it or something. I do have this really bad tendency, like whenever I hit a milestone, I'll go backwards a while. Like either you get overconfident or something, because it's not like your matchups change that much. 1e4. Yeah, let me see first of all. We'll play against a bot, and I also don't mind playing against viewers. I'm not going to do a rated game like this because it could obviously fuck me over. It might not work right. This is the one instance, as much as I say that take back shouldn't be allowed, this is the one instance where it actually would be fine because it might be a fault of the whatever, the program and the thing here. So I don't even entirely know how this is going to work, but like it should already integrate, I guess. So we're using like this chess cam third-party thing. I mean, I guess I could play against the player too, but it even recommends you should play against a bot just so you can't complain if it. Like, let's go against a 4-strength bot, or let's go against a little higher. But the main thing is just to showcase how this works. But no, I could just play like a casual unrated game. So no, I shouldn't have to actually use that. I'll just keep it open so you can see. But this is a little bit awkward. So let me see. I am white. The most annoying thing about this is having to transpose the opponent's moves. Like, I don't want to worry about that. So let me go. And of course, one thing, I'll pat myself on the back. Like, how did I get to 1600? Not that that's good. I don't even know notation. I have to always think about it. I don't know even the starting position of the pieces on the board. Like, I have some weird tendency. Like, I've never really thought about the game in that sense. Like, I don't like to think about it like I'm studying it. So in the course of a game, right, you think about it and you want to figure it out. But no, even when I set up the board just before starting, I had to actually look it up because I don't know innately, right? I still have to think for a second. Where does the queen go? Like, those things don't really track with me. I hate to treat it like, oh, it's like school or work, like where you're studying something. That's why I hate opening theory so much. So I don't even know that. I don't know openings. I don't know how to set up the board. I don't know notation. But yet I've still beaten all these people who clearly have studied a lot, or at least people say you should study a lot. I'm literally fucking Damon Gant role player over here where I'm going to... So at what point is it going to actually... I mean, it's showing the board, so you would think it should be tracking. So that's always my first move there as white. So now it should somehow translate that. I'm not really sure how you would figure this out. Or maybe I should reset and just make sure. I mean, this is more so to test it than to actually play at a high level here. E5 at its height, 1358. Oh, that's like him on chess.com, which is about, that's almost exactly where I was. I got to 1350 and then I tanked it hard and fell below 12, which means that's a permadeath starting game. So how does that make sense? Or is it gonna be 6 FPS, 3 FPS? Like, look, dude, it's a fucking chessboard. It doesn't matter, but no, we gotta have this Alex Botez fucking studio level quality over here, better than Oppenheimer IMAX levels. So we got. I assume it would work. I don't know what. Like, it's just gonna automatically know what I did. Fuck. This angle is a little bit tough because it's like off to my side. If you only you could see how scuffed this thing is, but I mean the plastic pieces on the paper board should tell you enough. I'm role playing as Ding Liren. That's gonna be his official title because he clearly. Okay, let's see. Is it gonna actually do it or not? What would be the expectation, man? Like, what would it be trying to do? Like, I guess I could just do it manually, but that's fucking lame. Like, the whole point was this integration. Like, let me test it again. Fuck off. I didn't really test it in terms of playing it. Like, why didn't that work? It's supposed to. There was something you're supposed to do, like voice to thing, right? Like speech to whatever, but it should already be doing it then. It's ready, but then fucking do it. What do you mean? Like, it's supposed to say what you did there. Damn it. He's white. We saw it. You're wearing gloves. I want to see your smooth, small hands. Yeah, I gotta protect my sensitive hands from the plastic of these pieces. This is like a clown thing that I'm doing, but it's still psychologically consistent, right? There is some deep psychological meaning to it to say that, like, okay, you hate the idea of whatever this sort of face cam culture, react content, this idea of making it more about you than what you're doing, whatever. See, because what this does is it keeps it accountable. Either my dumb shit commentary has to be the emphasis, which I don't even like that, although I've become more talkative in these recent years. But it's either that or what you're doing on the screen, whatever high level gameplay, world first run, something like that, hard mode, permadeath, speed run, esports level play, all those things become more of the emphasis. Hikaru playing chess at a 2800 FIDE level, whatever, that becomes the emphasis. Well, he does face cam too, but fine. Like, at least he could not do it and say, like, okay, I'm very confident what I'm doing is worth watching, not because of my stupid face or not because of me or some other ideation that people have, but no, it's just because I'm so good, so therefore you should watch me because I'm good. So that it holds you more honest, right? You wouldn't be able to get away with reacting to TikToks if you were, well, you could still maybe do it, like if you were just talking over it and giving insightful commentary. But no, it's like, oh, without your facial reactions, it wouldn't work as well. So that kind of trivializes it. I don't want to have to fucking troubleshoot this, but why is this not find corners? Right, that should be fine. It could be that some of the corners are like off the thing. Like, you can see my webcam is on a box to try to raise it because I also didn't think to have a stand or anything. Like, what is the deal, dude? And of course, I'm making these sort of illogical moves where you can't really. I don't know if that's why, or it's not like gonna tell me what's wrong with it. Let me try again. Okay, what is all this crazy shit though? What the fuck? And yeah, look at the FPS. Man, I can't even do this from this angle, I swear. Oh, I can't do it. Shit. It keeps like sticking. Okay, so does that mean it E4? Oh shit, okay, here we go. But what I don't like is that it shows all that shit on there. Can I get rid of that? Because then what's the point in showing the board if it's gonna show all this stupid shit over it? You want to be able to see the pieces cleanly, even though I can appreciate the, I can still appreciate the functionality of it, but like, for their sake, I could appreciate this, but can I just not show it? Copy PGN is like the list of moves, I guess. Swap view. Everything about this is good. Yeah, look how it goes off the side too, because I'm fucking it over with my whatever this box is that I'm using as a lift for the webcam. Like the A8 or whatever on the bottom left is like off at a weird angle, right? That the chessboard could not possibly shave that. Take out the gloves. Move the camera higher. Sweaty hands. Yeah, hands sweating through the glove. But no, how do we get rid of this fucking thing is the only thing I want to know. Damn it. How can it be so good, but then it doesn't work because of this? Because nobody wants to see that shit. You just want to see the actual board. And I guess I could almost show it on OBS, but I feel like that doesn't work because then it kind of cancels this out. Let me see. Let me actually try again. Or no, actually, it doesn't make sense because the game. Whatever. I'll deal with it for now. But that's the number one troubleshooting feature that they should do here, where it's just like, don't show me those stupid things so big. Okay, so he goes there. These pieces are like too small. That's part of the problem. I mean, I guess we could just appreciate it here, but then what's the point? Okay, so now it's up to me to make my move. Now you just take your time. I don't think level 6 is actually as hard as you would think. In fact, the ratings are kind of bonkers to say, oh, look, I cheated. I touched a piece. I did the touch move thing that Magnus has done like a million times, and apparently nobody calls him on it. I'd be a dick when it comes to stuff like that. No, you're Magnus Carlsen. I'm going to beat you in a game because you fucking touch moved. Right, or at the very least, it would just force him to move that piece. But no, if he moves another piece first, then he's cheated and he is disqualified from the game. You're trying to tell me you wouldn't take that? If I do the same thing, you can do that to me. You go here, then we'll see what he does in the... Why the fuck can't you get rid of that? That's bothering me, dude. This is my OCD tendency. Why the fuck... What is that? What is it telling me? All these calculations, 89. Is it telling you like those are the best moves that are played X number of times, so it's letting me cheat? Why do you have gloves on? I think I just explained it. Maybe your thing was muted. Just because like I not only don't believe in doing face cam, but I don't believe in doing arm cam either, or anything that would make it about the individual doing it. Like it's just, this is not even me. This is just like literally a mannequin hand that I'm using. I found a tripod and a trash can at my local laundry. Yeah, I went out to buy this stupid camera from Walmart, $20 webcam, because like I said, I couldn't find my old one, but then I forgot that you would need like a tripod or actually something for it. Hey Shivam, thanks for the follow. Okay, so the point is, I'm getting triggered by this, so I almost, whatever, let's just play this game out, then I'll try it with the next one. And I'm not really going to, even though this is technically correspondence, I don't really play them that slow just because of that. Now we'll go here. I feel I'll actually play worse because of this, because I'll be so distracted by, but I guess not, because you're only moving this. Everything on the screen is just sort of window dressing. I'm just looking at the board and just doing it, but yeah, I don't really believe in the whole thing that it helps your calculation too much. Oh shit, short castle, long castle, nice. Okay, go here. My tried and true moves that I made like a million times that always serve me pretty well. This is like the one opening challenge. Play, I guess, at least as white. I always do the same opening as white. Like every single game I've ever played in my whole life. Except when I was a kid, when I would just do more aggressive stuff because I could get away with it. But like, I've only ever done E4, right, every single time, and it somehow works. Like that is like a hard mode challenge. Can you get to 1600 or whatever rating while only playing the same opening over and over? I guess as black, I sometimes have to do like, depending on what they do, if they do E5, then I have to do E4, but if not, then or whatever. I don't, my dimensions are all off with the notation, but the point is I either do King's Indian or I kind of have to match and mirror what they're doing. What if you do an illegal move? That is actually a good question. Can you explain the setup? Basically, I'm just showing a chessboard that I have set up, but it's like some feature on the chess that they've just started to test out, so it'll kind of so like I'm not doing anything on the computer. I just have the board set up and I'm moving the pieces, so it's doing it automatically somehow. It like somehow synthesizes it like through voice to, it does it through like the voice to move function on the chess somehow. So this site is like chess cam. So you go to chess cam, you do it on here, so you have your webcam showing it. So it just transposes the moves that you're making, which does have some pretty good potential. It wouldn't every white guy's arm looks the same. Camera on a box. Yeah, that part is a little bit scuffed, but yeah, let's try to make an illegal move. Like, what would it say then? I should just auto resign and lose the game, or it just won't do it. Or actually, is it his move even? And I didn't replicate it. So that was illegal for 2 reasons. Wait a second. What happened to... He's already castled and I'm not even... What? Or I guess I've just been making the moves. You know, you could do it that way too. Like, you could just... Well, what sense would that make, though? I could just make my moves but not make his moves, right? I'm not doing that, so then I'm not used to having to do this, though, obviously. I don't want to have to do his work for him. Okay, that should be the position, I guess. Yeah, the only annoying thing is these stupid numbers and stuff. You're getting doxed. There's an arm. Yeah, how much of the arm can you see, actually? Nothing really. All right. Yeah. See, people are still focused. I'm trying to do that so you don't focus on it. This is like the Streisand effect, but now they're focusing on it more because, oh, why is he wearing a glove? Um, like how people have driving gloves, you need chest gloves. Okay, so it should be my move now. Okay, so let's try to make an illegal move now. At least it's my turn. I think it just won't acknowledge it. So what would I naturally do here is the question. And of course, my calculation is going to improve tenfold by actually looking at the board, even though the best calculators in the world don't they don't do that because they just do it in their head anyway, so it kind of defeats the purpose. See, there's a few considerations. This, oh, whoops, I didn't mean to. What? Wait, D4? No, I did D3 and hesitation. Okay, we get to take that back. But no, first of all, I wasn't even trying to move. But the point is that, yeah, just blunder a pawn, or yeah, it would be a blunder. This is like a threefold thing, right? I'm worried about the knight going here. This is gonna fuck all up that thing, but whatever. So now the bishop can't escape, or you have to go back, and it's awkward. So then you end up basically getting the bishop taken there, right? So you don't want that to happen. If you can even see what's happening with all this stupid numbers going on, right? So I'm worried about the knight getting. But how am I? Okay, just ignore all that. But the point is, I'm worried about that happening, right? Where I don't like the bishop getting taken by the thing, by the knight. I'm also worried about the pin happening. So if the bishop here pins the knight, which is not happening yet because the pawn is still there, and then I'm also worried about one other thing, which is what is it? Like I would move like h3 so that I stop the pin. I would move a3 because I want to stop the knight from taking the bishop. There's like one other thing here that I normally think about. I want to move the pawn to like d3 so that I cover that pawn so that the knight can move and free up, so that you don't have to worry about that either. And there's a few things you do here, and I sometimes do them out of order just because like I have certain preferences, like, oh, I don't want to get pinned down or something. So somehow we blundered a bishop or something, but that's not really. You shot yourself in the foot with that one. You can get rid of the numbers. How? Oh, he's asking, can I? Yeah, I don't know how to do it. That has been bothering me. It might be necessary for now for the functionality of it, but you would think, here, let's just reset the game, because whatever, we kind of fucked it up anyway in terms of the position. We're just doing that this mostly to test around with stuff. Yeah, rub it in my face. Or you can't hear the text-to-speech thing, which is kind of good, because that's just kind of annoying. But it is actually saying it, so it's doing it for me, where it'll synthesize the text-to-speech. If I do it now, right, let's say, man, what the fuck? Why does it have to do that? That has nothing to do with my setup either. Like, you know, oh, if my box wasn't there or something, I don't think that would be relevant. Maybe I can look this up, like chess cam. Get rid of numbers. Why did chess.com get rid of mittens? Remove chess piece value. How do I turn off notation with analyzing? I mean, you can't complain when something like this is a relatively new feature that they're doing, but... Or this doesn't even show up. Oh, here we go. Export must log in. There should be some settings option or something. We're already logged in, obviously. Find corners is just so that you know it's set up properly, which again, even looking at this, it doesn't really look like it is. Info, yeah, where can I buy a stand? They're going to advertise the official stand of ChessCamp. Is there a mobile app? How do I set up my camera? Will the app work over the board if the camera moves midway through? How powerful does my device have to be? How do I record? How do I upload game? How do I save? How do I export? App work offline? Or how are legal moves handled? It seems like it just ignored them. Are variants supported? Not at the moment. When I upload a video, is it kept private? How can I get in touch? So none of these address that point. What the fuck? Why would that be necessary to even show? They have the corners. I don't know. Mittens is too powerful. I'm just trying to figure out how the thing works. So we don't need to broadcast, obviously, because I'm streaming it anyway. But so you would go to play. You have the board position, and then you just... let's say we were to play from here, but it's got to kind of sync with something. Like you could do it. This is where it kind of fucks up. The better way to do it would be if I just show it on OBS, but I don't think it'll let me. So you would need like a separate webcam for that, maybe? Dual webcam setup. Okay, let's reset this shit now. I should have probably just played that one out, but no, you actually have to have a game going on, I guess, for it to acknowledge that. This is what you get from a free site, though, which everybody's such a big fan of. This part is a little bit difficult because I have to reach over so far. But this is how you know when someone's actually taking chess seriously, right? Like I waited my whole life for this moment to fucking play on a board. But this is still a special the human calculator loses their OTB virginity, but only halfway, because you aren't actually playing against somebody over the board. You're just playing against yourself over the board. I'm not even blaming the glove entirely. I'm doing it more so because it's at a weird angle, and I don't know how to fix that, really. Because I can't put it in front of me. I have too much shit on my table, like my computer and stuff. Like everything's kind of tight and scuffed. So the point here is that you get to basically, okay, let me try another one. Or if I do play like an actual person, they would have to be very patient with this shit. PG-18. What did I do? I say stuff all the time that's not PG. Or I can pretend like I'm itching my nose, so therefore I could give the middle finger like that. Haha, I'm gonna get banned for flipping people off. I have some condition that forces me to use only that finger as my dominant finger. Okay, this is level 6, which didn't seem that good. But now, yeah, everybody's gonna get so distracted by the numbers that that's all we're gonna care about. Okay, so he gets to play as white. Yeah, this is the move that... Man, can I just do this? I have to use my touchpad here, too. This will be the most impressive thing ever. You'll look back years from now. Like, look at what a shitty setup this guy had. Even though... Oh my god, it won't let me do it. Whatever, I don't even have to do it. And now he's like the world's first 2900 or whatever, and this is where he began. Humble beginnings. As if this is the way you should even try to learn the game. So you could flip it around, but I guess it doesn't matter because... like this, you're looking at it kind of the right way in the middle. I was trying to do it from some other angle, like from one side, to, like where the camera would be like behind black and looking this way, but that doesn't work. You got to kind of do it in the middle so you can see both kind of evenly. So we get E4, right? So, or no, it's not even engaged yet. The point is that this takes a bit of effort to actually get it to work, but it's fine. And I'm sure they're improving it, but let's go start game. Okay, so maybe now it won't show all that stuff. Please? But why not? Or now you have to find the corners first. It even acknowledged the game. Right, it said it right there what the game is. As soon as you do this, now it'll show all the other shit. Or maybe it won't. Or wait a second, he already made his move before... Well, wait, that is actually weird. Normally, it's doing the move based on what you're doing, but now it just does... Well, I guess it always does the CPU's move anyway. Okay, see you later, stars. I don't know if you're going to work. Yeah, I will. Okay, what happened now? Maybe you have to... I'm just gonna abort so I can play as white. Which arguably I don't even prefer because I'm not really that aggressive to be able to do that. Okay, so let me see. You pause there, you find the corners, right? So they're fine. Then you go rematch, fine. So I'm white. Then we play. So now, okay, fine. I'll deal with it for now. You, of all the questions, like the frequently asked questions, you would think that would be near the top of the list. Okay, we'll do the same thing again. Let's just actually try to play it out this time. Or I guess it is saying what the piece is, right? It's showing, maybe if I maximize it or something. Or let me actually try. What if I put it on OBS? This is probably gonna fuck up the whole thing, but I'll try to do hang on. Or no, it'll kind of conflict. Never mind. It'll just conflict with the other one, so it's not gonna work. Whatever. We'll deal with it for now. So we got this, and then we got. Okay, so he goes on to c5, which is not really a move you see all that often here at this level. And so now it's up to me. You got to make a basic developing move here. We can do the bishop. Save the best for last, though. So you should always do the. So it does at least work in terms of the movements, right? Like there hasn't been an error that way, aside from maybe when I fucked it up a little bit. So just transpose the moves over. It works pretty well. The positioning of the board is a little bit awkward even for me, but it still corrects for that. Even Grandmasters play Sicilian, or maybe, I mean, especially they do, but I mean, no, at this level, who knows what people are doing? Or I couldn't tell you the names of what they're doing. I can beat people who use them, but I can't necessarily name what they're using. So we go ahead, do the thing here. Move the knight. Knight f3. I can just learn it from the guy telling me in my ear. I'll be like, flight reacts with players' names. He could hear the commentators say what the guy's name is, but he'll still say it wrong just because he's acting dumb, and people find that funny, apparently. Like, I'm just acting dumb like I don't know notation, even though the guy's literally saying it in my ear as I'm making the move. So now here you get the thing like this. Fuck. I just hate that element of the game where it really does start to feel like, I don't know, people at a low level are treating it like it's some sort of a, they're studying and they're learning opening theory, like at like 1500 rating, 1200. Okay, fuck. Or no, that's actually fine. Well, wait a second. How could he take that when it's not even there? Wait, what? There's nothing even there. I didn't make that move. I did this, didn't I? So he took an imaginary d4 move that I didn't even make. Wait, am I not making his move maybe? What was his move? He did this, which is fine. I'm so confused. What? Okay, so now shouldn't he make his move? He moved the knight there, then what did I do? It was working pretty smoothly for a while. He moved the knight there. Okay, now it's just completely different. Why is it not processing this particular move? Maybe because it's like actually off the board somehow? That is so weird. No, but it's did other moves, like it did his black move there. This could actually be a problem with my setup then. What the fuck is going on? Alright, fine. Let's restart again. This is more so just my nitpicking. You can always just make the move too. It's not like, you know, you can kind of fill in a particular move. 400 not found. Okay, let's go here. And then let's start another game. Or maybe you have to start it like when you're already here. Or now I'd have to reset the... I mean, this is a lot of work, but this is how the game works. How does everybody tolerate doing this all the time? But I guess you wouldn't have to be doing so many things at once. Okay, that's fine. So now we get to... I didn't move his knight. Yeah, I probably missed a move, and that breaks the whole sequence. So now, let me try again. So you'll go rematch. Seems to work better when I'm white. It's d4, but it's already not going to do that. So let's see. Okay, we'll go d4. And then we get to... Or actually, I would go... like that. Okay, that worked. Good. And then we get to... okay, c4. I really don't know notation, so I just have to double check everything. Okay, so c4 is good. So he's playing exactly into the king's Indian idea that we can just ignore what he's doing, right, and just go sort of tunnel vision on my castle. The whole point is you can do this without using a mouse. So if for some reason this is more enjoyable for you, and of course I'm making it look a lot harder than what it is because I have to reach over, but if you have like actual proper setup, this might not be so bad. Or again, even if you're not streaming or anything, you can just do it for, well, then why would it matter? I guess just so you can play over the board and play online without having to work. So the trade-off is you don't have to click the pieces on the board online, but the flip side is you have to move your opponent's pieces for them. So is that amount of work really worth it to you? And then here you get to let's see, I mean, continue with the king's Indian idea. Okay, and then you get to do knight c3, fine. Like, is this really going to help me learn, though, is the big question, but it might just make the whole experience more interesting. Or now I'm thinking of all these other gimmick, stupid things I could do with it. Like, just whatever I can show to the thing. If I get something new, I'll do an unboxing, like, unironically, all these dumb things that people do. Or, like, what else could you do, that you couldn't show on screen? Like, something physical that you would have to show in real life. That would be of interest. I don't even know. Or some game, like I said, if you want to solve a Rubik's Cube on stream, this would be a good way to do it because you can actually show it. Holy shit, this is the state of content in 2024. So he went there, now I can just castle. Short castle, nice. And then you get to bishop g5. Yeah, some of these moves are a little bit unusual. Or wait a second. Oh, I'm looking at it kind of backwards because it's... Okay, so g5 is here. Because like white is closer to me, but then obviously it's different there. This would be so perfect, actually, if you could just get rid of that stupid ass shit. I'll have to test it with the webcam in some other way, like if you could just... If I could show it on OBS, but let me just actually play out a game. I keep getting too distracted by that. Let's just actually play it, beat the Stockfish level 6, which I think I've done before. So that shows you, like, Stockfish level 6 is supposed to be like 2,000 plus or something, right? Because Stockfish 8 is supposed to be like Grandmaster level plus. So how can I can't beat a 2,000, I mean, at least not consistently, I can't beat a 2,000 player, but yet how am I able to beat this? Or like we played Dingler and Spot and we got to an end game and we're only -1. It's like, I can't do that against even 2,000 players sometimes. How can I do it against... I can't do that even against 1,500 sometimes. But how can I do that against Ding? So obviously these bots and these stupid things are not very good at displaying the rating properly. Like, the inflation on the site is already bad. Like with, you know, your own players' ratings are going to be higher than what they would be in chess.com or FIDE. But brain works best in simple positions. That is my whole way of doing things. Yeah, I always like to simplify. So that was his move. So now I get to... Yeah, see, now it's so easy because whatever he does, I could guarantee that I was doing that. But if he goes to e4, right, then I have to worry that, oh, he's going to bully the knight. So my whole opening theory is predicated on the knight is a garbage piece. It's going to get constantly bullied around, and you just have to stop it from getting pinned, stop it from getting pushed by a pawn, stop it from getting harassed, stop it from, you know, blundering something, getting in the way of one of your own pieces. Like, it's just a complete nuisance of a piece. But you can't always trade it off quickly enough. So now here you're pretty much free to do anything. See, now a move like knight to c6 makes me nervous because what will he do? He'll just push the pawn to d4, d5. I don't know notation, okay? d5. So then you'll have to move the knight again. And like, there's always this rule like, oh, don't move the same piece 2 times in a row or too many times in the opening. But like, you would have to. So now I feel more comfortable. Like, let's try to open the light square bishop. And then we would do that in the same process where we could open... Fuck. Where we could open a spot for the knight to go as well after we do that. So we could like pin down the knight. Okay, that was already my thought process. The problem is he's going to do the same thing where he's going to, again, where we did that last move to acquiesce to the one knight so we don't have to put it on c6. Now he's going to push the other knight, so then that'll have to eat up the c6 square or go to like e8. Like, it's just so annoying, man. Whether I'm playing over the board or online, I'm always triggered by the knight. That's the one thing that's never going to change about chess. So I'll pin his stupid knight down with my bishop here. I think. Is that the right angle? Yeah. Why does it look like it's not? Wait, one of these things is not correct. One of my pawns. What? It's not pinned because his pawn is on, what is it? Oh, I forgot to do his last move. You know, will that confuse it for the rest of the game? But no, this is also a consideration too. Like I could say, yeah, if anybody questioned me, like, why go through all this effort, or like, why are you even streaming chess when you suck so much? Now I can use the percentile argument. Like I was top 10%, 15% on chess.com, or I'm like top 30% or whatever on here, right? Or even higher in classical. It's like, this is the Alex Botez effect. Whenever she's questioned, she can just say, oh, well, I'm top 1% in the world, even though it's like the amount that you've studied and played. Obviously, that just means you're entry level for professional play. So I hate that. Like, that's the queen at the sandcastle, king at the sandcastle effect, where it's like, it's not hard to be better than people if you played more than them. Like, even me, I'm not going to take any pride in it at this point. It's like, oh, if I'm better than the average person, it's just because I played more than the average person, so it doesn't mean anything. And it's kind of stupid. That's why I don't like it as far as studying and stuff. Like, it would mean more to me, like in my first game ever playing, or like whatever, playing improvisationally, if I beat somebody there, like two people who've never played before playing each other. That means more than, oh, I've studied for 10 years and I'm picking on people who haven't studied. They just treat it like it's a game and I treat it like a career, right? Then why would that satisfy you? It would only satisfy you at the absolute highest level if you're like, you know, grandmaster level, world champion level. But the middle ground is like this sort of fake elitist thing, like punching down, or some sort of a bottom feeder, like, oh, haha, I'm a 2000 player and I'm picking on these 1500s, I'm so good. But it's like, they could probably be as good as you if they played as much. To a certain level that works. Then after a while it's not going to. So now I should almost take that, and he'll take with the bishop. Sometimes when I leave these pins for too long, it ends up not really working. So right, something bad can happen. Or wait a second. But see, let's. Oh, it's already acknowledging what's happening without me doing it though, which is kind of good. So maybe I could just, even if I forget to make his move sometimes, it doesn't matter. Or it'll confuse it that you have the pieces here on the side if they're captured. Why can't you see that though? That's like right next to the board. That's weird. Or is it just getting cut off by my other window? Oh yeah, you can see that. Your horses suck carrots in the capture pile. Carrots, you're worth the swine. One of my favorite chess titles. The whole is the play on the Exorcist quote, because the character's name is Karras, obviously, the priest, the younger priest. But then, obviously, Paul Karras was a great chess player. Why your camera is 8 FPS? I don't know, because it's a $20 garbage one that I got from Walmart last night just to do this. Not exactly a very well prepared thing. Or actually, my laptop does have one on it, and I never even knew that, because again, I never use it, but that would be so hard to do because the angle would be even more awkward than this. But yeah, does it really matter when you're only moving chess pieces anyway? So what we could do here is we could decide to basically, like, why couldn't I just do this without you? I guess because then it won't make the moves for you. That's the problem. Right, this does have some sort of integration. Like, why couldn't you just do this without using the site, so that you wouldn't have to deal with these ugly numbers? So now this is bishop took. So now we're in a reasonable spot, right? Again, whatever rating Stockfish level 6 is supposed to be, it doesn't feel that much better than people were playing, but maybe I judged that too early. Like, even if you're playing a super GM, they're not going to beat you in the opening, except if you're a 1500 rated player, they probably should, or might, or it depends how much they respect you. Like, they think like, oh, you're a clown, so you're going to fall for some opening trap, right? Which at their level, an opening trap is still going to be super hard to figure out. But if they play you like a normal, okay, I'm not going to try to do that. It'll still drag the game out, because it's like they'll wait for some opportune thing, but you'll present them with an opportune thing a lot earlier because you're so bad that you won't know the difference. So it's kind of hard to judge that. Like, people will say, oh, play the position, not the opponent. But you're trying to tell me if a grandmaster plays a 2200, they're not thinking about that? Like, they're going to play a little bit differently? Or they think they can get away with certain things, they're not going to play as hard? So if he pushes that pawn to attack the knight, he can obviously attack on b7. So the act of doing that would allow me to also not push b7, because b7 is going to then expose the rook on a8. And I'm totally looking at the notation because I have no idea. I don't know why that's so hard for me, but I guess I kind of get it because it feels like it feels like a stupid thing to do because it's like you're taking it so seriously that you should at this point when I played it so much. But I hate it because it's like, I don't know, there's something about it that just feels dumb. Like you're trying to act like you're smart or something just because you're using borrowed knowledge. There's nothing impressive about that element, at least. Now, if he does the old trick of go to h6 with the bishop, I take with the bishop, then you bring the queen in. But even that doesn't work because the way that works is if the knight was where the light square bishop is, then the knight comes into g5 and then you can mate, and it's very hard to stop. But my knight is there too. Like there's so many considerations with it. But then he could push the pawn and then take, and then the pawn pushes out the knight, and then he gets mate or he takes the knight. So like theoretically that line could work. It's just like, I hate those chess pieces. They look ugly. Yeah, they're made of plastic too. You gotta do the vintage wood. That's why I'm so bad, because I'm playing on a plastic board instead of a wooden one. Like the queen looks like a chess piece made of spears. Yeah, it does look a little weird. Or what I always liked is I had this glass one as a kid, so I should almost try to get one like that. It's like frosted glass where like we got it in a parking lot outside of like a grocery store. Some random dude, one of these fucking traveling merchants, was just selling a bunch of random stuff, and for some reason my dad's like, "Oh, hey, that looks cool, the random glass chessboard." He guy acts like he's selling drugs or something, just talking to people in a parking lot trying to sell random stuff from his truck. But it was like a glass chessboard, and then it's like the white squares are transparent where you can see through it, and then the black squares are like frosted, like thick white. And so I guess they're both basically white by that logic. And so yeah, that was just kind of cool. And one set of pieces is transparent, the other one's kind of frosted. That is kind of cool. Your first chessboard was made of glass. Yeah, that can be a little bit dangerous too. You'll get mad and throw the pieces, and you can actually cut yourself or break the board. Yeah, that is a weird way that we got it. Let's see. He moved the queen. I'll just play like this one game, and then I might try one like if I'm trying to think how that would work. Like if I'll try to put it on OBS and see it. The only problem with that is then I would just have to manually do it, which would be too much work, surely. Like I would have to. It would actually be fine in a classical game. It wouldn't bother me too much. But basically, I would have to manually make the moves on the chess and on the board and for my opponent just to display what's happening on the board. Or no, I guess technically I have cheated already because it's like I'm moving. You could construe it that way. I'm moving because I'm so brain dead that I'm making the wrong moves or not doing his moves. So it's like, oh, I'm testing variations that aren't actually being played. So therefore you're cheating because it's like you're only allowed to make the moves that are actually being made, so you don't get any sort of advantage to see some other position, because that's all the calculation is just seeing like what would it look like if this happened. I actually got a Staunton chessboard pieces with a silicon board. Or yeah, I saw some little video on explaining how much the chessboards cost that they use in the World Championship stuff, and it's like 7,000 or something crazy. Or maybe that's wrong, but it's a lot anyway. They move the queen. Let's see. Like nothing about this position seems like it's that crazy. Like it seems pretty normal. Certainly not what I'd expect from Stockfish level 6, but so if we raise, I'm almost thinking like we'll raise to e5. So then if he raises the pawn, it doesn't matter. You got to always think about the anchor pawn principle though. Like what if I raise to d5, then and the thing is, I'm kind of looking at the screen as much as I'm looking at the board, so I don't know how much this is really helping me. If it's supposed to help, but at least it's kind of a cool gimmick that we can try out here. And it's not like I'm going to do this every time either. But let's see. We raise the pawn. He takes. There's too many takes. If I raise E, then he takes the other thing. Like I could do something simple. I just ignore what's happening, as I often do, and just like finish developing, which is not necessarily a bad idea, but now why didn't that move go through? Because the queen move was transposed. So what happened? Just like I took too long or something? Or wait, I'm doing it. What? Or no, because I'm doing it. My dimensions are all messed up. So it just ignores the legal moves. I think looking at the digital board helps more, really. There's all kind of theories on that, like, oh, it's much better. I think Gary Kasparov said it though. He said, oh, it's much better on a physical board, but maybe that's because he's used to it. But certainly the 2D element to it can be pretty bad. Or when I use all these gimmicky piece sets, although this one's not really that bad. Test 24 is Last Remnant because you can not even play on there anymore. We do this as a tribute to a site that I barely even use. Why is it called Chess 24? Because that's how many people play on it, or played on it in its whole history. We move the bishop in front here, back. And so therefore we get to... I want to do that pawn push, but it exposes the knight to the pin, right? That's the problem. The idea that we would go to e5... it just doesn't seem necessary. The other move that I might sometimes think to do here is like h6, but you can't do it because then he'll just double take with the queen. But if the bishop was there alone without any cover, right, or even without the queen cover, then you could try to push it out with the pawn that way. That's often my... 3D tricks your mind, 2D is easier, your brain has to process less information. Or there was some GM that you saw him playing on stream where like he minimized his window really small and they were questioning, making fun of it on the broadcast, like why is he doing that? But it makes it easier for him to calculate because his eyes have to scan like less of the screen or something. He's got like a 50-inch monitor or something crazy, and so he's just kind of reducing that element, assuming that would be what would make sense, at least why he was doing it. So his pawns in the center are very strong, but that's only natural for white. And so therefore, you know what actually probably is a good move here? It could be c5. And the reason why is because the knight covers, so if he takes, I take, and it would suck up a center pawn, so that seems like a good move. Let's go c5. I mean, if I'm talking about... the problem with that is like I could do voice to speech myself or voice to move myself, but then because I'm talking so much or about random stuff, it'll make all kinds of crazy moves that I don't want it to make, or sometimes it wouldn't do that exactly right. Whereas here it's doing it like robotically, so it hasn't really made too many mistakes that way. In fact, if anything, I've made mistakes with respect to not making all the moves that I'm supposed to make. Or see, all they say is c5. In other words, they're not even saying the pawn, just because like maybe that's the only legal move that you could make there, is obviously nothing else can take c5, so you just automatically know. But so now he took. Now that seems like a peculiar move because look at what he did to his pawn structure, where he's able to split the pawns, right? Why would he do that? Even my rationalization for making that move was kind of like, I don't have to worry about that because I can take with the knight. So now we'll take this. That's a beautiful position. It's almost a borderline octopus knight if you could just get rid of that one pawn here. So if I made a move like a5, right now you're almost guaranteeing that you could maybe set that up because you're able to... no, not really, because then he could go like a3, a4, so therefore even if I took on a4, then he would take back with the pawn. But whatever, it's still a good position because now I have two center pawns and he lost one. So by that high level principle that center pawns are good, right, he's actually -1 in that category. All these little minute nuanced things, if you think about it, he didn't make his pawn structure worse. I think it made him much worse though. He gave up a center pawn for an outer pawn. That's rule number 1. I thought all these logical razors that you can follow in the game, but then, oh, there'll be that one time where it's actually not the right thing to do. And in fact, what this also does is it allows you to basically take this pawn for free. No, it doesn't. But if you can dislodge his knight, I guess it could. Right, so I take on e4, and then I could keep like touching the pieces to show like what I'm saying when it's like kind of unnecessary. Everybody's gonna be good enough to where, or they've always been good enough to know. I just never use notation because I'm too stupid. Let me think. But no, that didn't seem like a good move at all to me. You can make a wild move here, like you go ahead and try to do queen to a5, thereby pinning the knight, thereby allowing me to take advantage of this double attack on the pawn. And even if he pushes the pawn to attack the queen, I could just simply take it on b4. So let's go ahead and move the queen here. This is kind of like an aggressive idea that I'm not entirely comfortable with. and then short castle. So now he's blundering a pawn. Now I'm sure there's some way he can get it back. Or no, never mind, never mind. I'm still, see, my brain didn't process that, oh, because he castled. This is why you shouldn't try to move too fast. Or wait a second, I'm on the wrong side of the board. My brain didn't process that because like I'm still thinking, oh, it's pinned down. So I keep expecting it to make a mistake because I'm trying to make fun of this engine almost. Like Stockfish level 6 is worse than the average 1400 on the site. Because if you look at the insane games we had to get there, even like playing 1400s, 13s, and 14s was harder than playing 15s. Maybe because some of them are provisional, but a lot of them weren't. They had played like thousands of games. So there's some kind of weird up and down. Would you prefer a girl that plays chess or plays your favorite video game? I don't think I would like a girl who plays chess, honestly. Like, it feels like a weird thing to do. Like, not for girls, but just period. Like, I don't think I would like anybody who plays chess because it's just dumb. Now, what you can actually do here is you can take that darks for a bishop. Because if you look at this line here, I would take on e4, then he takes with either the queen or the thing, right? So I would take, he would take, I would take with the knight, then he would take, then I would take the bishop. The problem is that you're hanging the one pawn in the process of doing that. The e8 chess is so cringe. But no, I'm not even saying I prefer the video game angle. I just don't know if I really look at chess the way that other people do in some sort of weird way. I just think it's very overstated as a game. Like, I can always be objective. Even if I like it a little bit, I'm not going to, although I guess the amount that I played it, you would think I would like it a lot, but it's just glorified, I think, too much. So it's like this weird dynamic. And I think everybody plays it to some extent. Like, everybody's played it before, but it doesn't mean they play it on like a regular basis. Or that they take it like super seriously or something. Bishop c1, okay. I'm just not that impressed by this engine. Now, how is it possible that he goes bishop c1? It's because the queen was already supposed to be here. Right, so I forgot to make that move, but it thankfully doesn't hurt it too much. So now, can you finally take a piece? You shouldn't think like this. See, this is one of my biggest weaknesses. Like, you have fun by playing chess, so I would like for... I mean, you could obviously... It doesn't mean that they wouldn't be willing to play it with you. See, now that saves it from the very tactic I was saying. But no, you shouldn't look like, oh, I think he made a mistake, or I hope he makes a mistake, because that's how you should think. They'll never make a mistake, so just don't even expect anything besides a draw ever in your life, because that's just how the game works. But it's basically a case where... yeah, like anybody can just play it, but I mean like somebody who's dedicated to doing it. Let's see, yeah, chess is so cringe, haha. Let me just make a wild move just to make something happen here. We'll go like that. And so then if he takes, wait, no. Wait, it didn't even do it. It's such a bad move, it won't even process, so I'm actually cheating by taking back. But what happened? We moved the bishop, so why wouldn't it work? Whatever, that was just like a hypothetical test move. But no, I got nothing out of doing all that. I want to move the knight, let's say then. We're going to move the one knight. So we're double attacking those two pawns, but there's nothing I can actually do to take advantage of it. Let's move the knight from F something to F to whatever that square is. I don't even know. Okay, that's good. Like, let's just try to get the... Yeah, why didn't it do that pawn move? It acted like that was an illegal move. Maybe you can stream chess and show you your board and play maybe? Sure, I don't really have time right now. I gotta wrap this up. I took too long trying to troubleshoot this thing, but... Yeah, you should stream chess because you're so good. You're probably top 5 percentile in the world just by being 1800 or whatever, 17, 18 on chess.com. So now he'll do some cheeky thing with the thing, so all you have to do is move this back. Now I'm actually kind of in a hurry. I realize it's running late. I didn't realize how long it took me to just get this set up. Okay, you do that cheeky little thing. Even in this context, it comes down to some semblance of time pressure. So now you're not going to like trap the queen or really do anything at all, so I don't really care. We'll just move the queen back. way to ruin it with this stupid little digit stuff over it. What does that even mean either? The numbers, like that's the level of accuracy of the move or something, or it's like the frame rate of it or something. Or wait, what did I do now? It's not even working. I mean, I guess you could fill in a move, like if you said, okay, I'll go here. So now what does he do? Okay, rook a d1. No. What is going on? I can't keep track of his movements, dude. I can barely keep track of mine. Okay, that's fine. Thankfully, it doesn't penalize you too much for that, though. Now we're attacking that one pawn there. Look at how long this has gone on without it really punishing me for doing anything. Now we can push out that stupid knight with the thing. With the pawn here on e something. This one. 2.5 percentile. Amazing. And again, I'm not even diminishing that. Like, that's good and all, but it doesn't mean what people think it means, I feel like, because... Okay, so you wouldn't want to take that because then you're giving him that diagonal going straight to your king. Let's just move the queen. So we move the knight back to... what this does is at least it forces you to pay attention to your opponent's moves because you're in a position where you're actually making them yourself. So I guess that aspect could help, which is sort of maybe cheating in its own right. Okay. What's he gonna do? B4. Let me guess. The knight's gonna get trapped. Or even if it doesn't get trapped, it has to make some very awkward sequence of moves. So you go here. Then you go back. Then he could just raise it again, I guess. Okay, I wasn't expecting that. I thought he might just push the pawn again. The point is, whatever he's going to do to win here is going to be crazy. Like, look how well we're holding up against this clearly supposedly superior engine. So now here he's attacking the... I don't know what he's even trying to do. But at the very least, I can't push that stupid thing out. What would Magnus Carlsen do in this situation? Let's go ahead, do it for a pin to the queen. So therefore, oh no, he's attacking that one pawn, which maybe isn't that easy to cover. We could do it like move the bishop even on the back rank, which is not usually an advisable move, but I'll still just do it anyway. Let's turn it into bullet now, just because I don't have time. Okay, that's fine. I don't know what, like, you're trying to tell me that's a good move, what he just did there to block the other rook from moving and put it on his back rank when I'm questioning my own back rank movement. We could push a pawn and then we're double attacking that pawn. Right, so he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. Like, let's just do it to make something happen. So the bishop goes back. And then the pawn goes up. And I probably missed something here, but I'm not going to take back. See, why doesn't it work sometimes? That's actually weird. Oh no, it did work there. So now even if he takes, whatever, I don't know what the fuck he's doing. D5. Here, giving him a pass. Pawn actually is not, though. Then we just take the pawn. Okay, queen takes e4. Everything's fine with that. I am always a trade fiend. And so now you can't take there necessarily. And the reason why is because now that pawn's blocking it. Magnus in this position would resign, really? Just because a GM would be so... I doubt he would resign, dude. He's not even down any material. But I mean, positionally it might be pretty bad. But it, again, to me, at my level, whatever extent that this works, it doesn't feel bad at all. Like, I feel very comfortable in this position. I live in these positions. Like, obviously I'll make a mistake now, but it's like, it's pretty comfortable. Like that pawn there. But he didn't even do it. He had that pawn free take, which is still less damaging than... whatever. It's less damaging than giving up the rook. But see, couldn't I, like, attack the... No, I couldn't. What was I doing? I was going to move the rook. The point is, it was just to test out this feature, not to actually play at a high level. Yeah, haha, what a great move. But you could have done that last move with the queen, so what's the big deal? Like, it's obviously... See, that's like a 1100, 900 rated play. I'm just hanging a pawn. There's no special nuance to that. Oh, no, haha, it's because Stockfish level 6 is so good. Like, I literally saw that as soon as I did it. That's so dumb. If you're going to beat me like that, you wouldn't have to be a high rating at all. Okay, whatever, dude. The point is, it kind of works well. Let me try something maybe on my other... But again, yeah, like if you're going to do that, it would not take much to do. The point is, we can play Stockfish 6 almost to an even level. Why am I only 1356 here? I thought correspondence was my best thing. I was at one point like 2000 there, but I guess I didn't play too much. Or like everybody would just go AFK and like not... They would just like quit out because it would take like literally weeks. One game in play. Okay, that's the same one. Let me look at one thing. If I like put the if I put the other webcam on, would that somehow work with this is the big question. Right, like on OBS itself, which I'm kind of curious about. The problem is it'll like show it if I do it. Shit, hang on. Let me... Yeah, this is a setup I could at least use in the future, and maybe I could do something with it. I don't know. It is always interesting. I guess I'm always a fan of these kind of gimmicks to make a game more exciting that is just fucking stale chess all the time. Okay, so the point was to show if you could if you could see it here, like the camera. See, it won't actually show the thing because it's like what do you call it? It's a case where I don't know, like if I close the other thing, then will it show it? Like I'll close that. Okay, now will it show? Because this is still getting the same point across. Why wouldn't that even work? Because it would show it above the other thing. You have to like do it again, I guess.
Okay, so for example here, so you can only seem to do like one thing at a time. So if you did that, then you would feel like, why is the volume so high on that?
Oh yeah, I forgot. It even has a fucking mic thing to it, which we obviously don't need. So now if you were to do it, the only thing that would be missing is that you wouldn't be able to actually show the moves automatically, or... Yeah, because like how would it do it? That's the whole point of that program. So I don't know how you're supposed to really do that. Maybe if you went on there, you could like... You could do it from there where you show it... I don't know. If you go to like one of the other options, let me actually try it since I've gone through all the trouble to do this. Yeah, it's still a fun thing to theoretically do, but I think it's kind of dumb in a way. Just like a lot of what people do with chess is dumb, but... Let's see, chess cam. So now if you were to do it from here, you could like... You know, broadcast from there. So what would that mean? Right, if I'm already broadcasting on here, you have that, you have the chessboard. Right, so now, if you're just showing that, even with that awkward fucking box or whatever in there, like let's say you record it, what would that mean? It's just not going to show it. Or like what if you're... It's the same device, but I guess you just can't access it. That is kind of dumb. Or you need like some special one to be able to access that. Like you would have one that can have like 2 concurrent feeds at the same time or something along those lines. Yeah, it's just not gonna work like this though. Upload broadcast, and broadcast would be the same thing. I guess I would just be hoping that it would somehow not show those stupid numbers and stuff if you did it. Because, let me see. I have to go back again. Let's see, broadcast. Like this. So what if you did? Device is already correct. So like where is it even broadcasting? I don't even get it. Would it be to the site? Would it be... I have no idea. Board. Or like if you're doing a simul, you could have like multiple boards going at the same time. Okay, whatever, dude. The big gripe with it is those stupid little fucking numbers that you have, which I think anytime you start a game, right, it's going to do that again. I would have to go through and reset the position again. Let me see. No, it was definitely more comfortable playing as white just because I would have to keep changing the position of my board to do it. But if you play like really long games, you wouldn't really mind that because, you know, obviously, how often are you really doing it? It's obviously not suited for bullet or something. This is fine. This is fine. But no, I think I have beaten that before too. Level 6, maybe not anything higher than that. Just doesn't seem that impressive. Like, I'm not saying it's not good, but 6 is almost, you know, if level 8 is supposed to be literally the highest level out there, like it's God level, GM level, even above GM level, you would think by comparison 6 would be pretty good. The Black King has fallen. So even without that, if you were to sort of try to replicate this, let me try it once more. So now, that should appear again. And so it's apparently broadcasting, but I don't know what that means even. Maybe that would mean it would clean it up somehow. Okay, play against the computer. Doesn't really matter. We're just stuck on 6. And then you would go just any random move is white. Which is not transposing there, so you would have to first do this and then do it. Or you'd have to do the corner somehow. I don't know why it's like down there. Okay, find the corners, reset the start position. Does it even know that like what I'm doing here? Oh, for fuck's sake. Alright, let's test it one more time. Fuck. Oh, now I think I just broke it. It's your turn, but maybe the broadcast functionality just messes up. Here, let's go back again. Play. I mean, this is all you really need. So yeah, see here at least it's acknowledging the game. Swap view, copy PGN. There's no option to fucking get rid of that. I guess it is just something that's just necessary for it to work. You probably have to do the corner thing again. Jesus Christ. Find corners, good. So why wouldn't that work? It's pretty good about illegal moves though too, how it doesn't really acknowledge them. Are you serious? Why isn't it working now? Okay. It was showing the game before. Maybe I should start a new game. Rematch. Okay, starting game. Why is this so hard? Okay, now it's showing it, so then I'll move white. He went to e4. Then I'll go to whatever this. Or like the king is actually missing, so that could be part of the reason why this is having some issue. Okay, see you tomorrow. Okay, so today I did something unusual in the morning where I actually did my first over the board play in a long time, and so I was just using a webcam to sort of show it. as I was playing online with the sort of integration thing that they had done here. But I was thinking maybe in the future I'll just do it without that, but I can still show the board. I can't do it in these kind of sessions, but when I actually do my proper stream of it, maybe I'll even do it tomorrow for my whatever Wednesday. Like I'll try it just, and I'll do like a classical game, so then I'm just showing the board as well as the thing on the site. For whatever reason, it's just like a cool novel thing to do, but it did take quite a bit of setting up to make that happen. But what it does is it opens the door. See, the same way that I got excited about this sort of format, like, oh, I can do this off stream and just record it. Then that opens up all kind of other possibilities, like I'll play Hatred and adult-only games and stuff like that you wouldn't normally be able to do on stream, or that I just wouldn't have time to do on stream, right? So it opens up those kind of possibilities. But then the act of doing the webcam opens up other kind of weird possibilities that I was joking about. Like, I could do a Rubik's Cube, or I could do, I could show off something like my Kindle Scribe thing that I have and I've never really used, that's just been sitting there. I could like show off some sort of in real life thing. I could do like a pack opening, Magic pack opening, Pokemon pack opening, stuff like that. So it's weird, but it still is consistent with my whole ideology of not doing face cam. But in any case, a lot of this is harkened by the fact of let's just end that because that was just stupid. I really don't enjoy playing the AI. You know how I almost feel about it? I feel about it like how I feel about playing AI in like 2K games. Like, oh, I could play, NBA 2K and stuff. I could play AI in those games, but it's just not fun. The whole point of them is it's fun to play against other people. Same thing with this. Some games I don't mind that, and you would think chess isn't too bad for that, but it arguably could be one of the best games, like where it's 1v1, where you could play against yourself and it could still be fun because you could try your best and still you'll win as white because white has an objective advantage or something. But effectively it's not so bad. A lot of the best players do that, or probably throughout history people have done that to try to improve and stuff like that, right? Because you wouldn't have always had a website to play on with people all around the world at any skill level all online, or you wouldn't have had access to people in real life even that you would always be able to play against or anything like that. So there is something to it. That would have been one of the hardest things throughout the history, or it's why it gives kind of the illusion of being better than you are, even to the extent like when I was younger, it's like whatever amount of theory there is today, even like 10, 20 years ago, it wasn't this commonly accessible, or people weren't looking at it so cynically. So that's one way that Boat has ruined chess in this sense. The streaming culture sort of ruined chess. Not just the cult of personality element where being the best in the world doesn't matter and it's not the priority, and you can just kind of do whatever you want and make it more about you and try to exploit it and chase cloud and all this kind of stuff, right? That becomes a priority over everything else. Even for better players now, they start to gravitate towards that as soon as you make it about that. But like, for example, Magnus playing poker, it seems like a weird analogy to make, but do you think Magnus would have been playing poker if the streaming culture and scene had not been where it was, right? It might not seem to associate the two, but there's just something about it. And he's playing it with Botez. Like, there's a sort of influence, or there's that sort of image that I could use, right? Put a caption over it. It's like Magnus and Botez sitting at the chess table, right, or at the poker table, and the world championship is going on, and it's just like it would just read Botez ruined chess, Botez destroyed chess, because you see the world champion during a world championship is doing that. Now you could say, oh, he was burnt out and this and that, but like the specific application of it still feels like, you know what I mean, that there was something else. Like what streaming almost suggests is like, oh, we weren't given enough by chess, like the best players. We weren't given enough like money or credit or attention or whatever. And so therefore, we almost want something else. So we'll make it about streaming. We'll make it about ourselves, our personality, things like this that really shouldn't matter, or shouldn't be the focus and never were the focus. But no, here we're almost trying to just like, in the afterglow of getting to 1600, we're trying to look. I've beaten it before, okay, so relax. But I didn't even really play them out because I was just testing the stupid thing. But no, I'm less interested in simply playing games now. But I will try to study and do something. I don't know exactly what to do or how to do it. Or whenever I feel like doing it, then I never know exactly how to apply. Like right now, we just want to use the session to sort of study and this like a chill, laid back kind of thing. But then it always devolves into me just playing again because I don't know. I need something to go off of. Like I should still play a game and then use what I I don't know. Like, I'm ready to study. I'm fine with it. I just don't know what to do, where to start. It doesn't have to be on the chess. It doesn't have to be anything. Like, and the only thing that was annoying about that chess cam thing that I was using for the, basically you can move the pieces on the board physically in your webcam, and then it'll move them on the chess somehow. It'll synthesize it over to text to speech. But the problem with that is that it had like these huge blocky pieces of text over the pieces in the thing, so you can't really appreciate it that way. Like, I get that that's probably something you would need to make it work, but no, like, what would we do? I don't want to like read a book, because then you'd feel like, oh, you're stealing from copyright. You could do ASMR like book reading thing. I just don't know. Like, what am I supposed to do? Just use Google. I was trying to type openings. PLEMOMHD. What the fuck does that mean? Chess notation, important part of chess. Apparently not. Anybody who's sub 1600 on this, at least. Chess openings and book moves. Like, just tell me what they are, basically. That's all I need to know. Like, we're not stealing from these people, I don't think. It's just we're reading it at a surface level. Like, let's just read random stuff about chess. Few topics intrigue and intimidate newcomers, like the so-called opening theory. It doesn't intimidate me, it just kind of makes me a little jaded to it, the way that, even great players would acknowledge Bobby Fischer, right? Like, you'll be called a hater just because you're ahead of the curve and everyone else is still catching up, because you understand the game and everyone else is still catching up. My little fake Bobby Fischer quote. Like, you could say, oh, he just hates chess or something, but really he just understood it at the deepest level and nobody else did. Or it's always funny when people like that are called crazy, like, even outside of what they're good at. Like, the immediate reaction to Bobby Fischer doing something or saying something controversial is, oh, this guy's just crazy. Not that, oh, he's so much above everybody else in what he does, right? He's so smart, he's so brilliant. Maybe he knows something that we don't. Maybe he gets something that we don't get, because he's like that about maybe a lot of things, because he's just so smart and he's so exceptional at what he does. That doesn't mean he's always right about everything, but it means that the immediate reaction to somebody really intelligent or successful or great in a field doing something controversial shouldn't be, oh, this guy's crazy, let's just destroy his career and discredit him. It should instead be, maybe we ought to second guess ourselves, because this guy maybe could be onto something because he's just so brilliant, right? Even in a specific area. Despite the number of 20 move sequences in the billions, yeah, don't fluff it up too much. Complexity of chess is a bit of a fallacy, because, again, you could easily make it more complicated. Just add a 9th square, add a 10th square. Shogi is more complicated. Any real-time game is more complicated, because even every second a million possibilities exist, whereas here it's a fixed set amount. So even as extreme as that billions number is, tell me the number of possibilities there are in Counter-Strike, or in Fortnite, or in a sport, right? In basketball, like, every second the movements are being measured, like where your position are in the game, in the field, on the court, on the map, right? Every second the movement is happening to a million different possible locations, and this sort of real-time dynamic element is way more. So that's the fallacy, right? You can measure the billions here. You can't measure them there. So it makes it seem like, oh, this is so complicated. But sadly, by this whole, again, that doesn't mean it's bad, but people romanticize it too much. Measure for me the number of possible moves in League of Legends, like where you have your starting spot. Then every second that you move on the map, think about the possibilities that there are. You could move any of the possible directions anywhere on the map every second. So every second you have more possibilities in that one thing alone, right? Imagine being this enamored, like, with 8 squares on the board. Any game that's bigger than 8 squares by 8, right, with the number of moves you can make, like, you can move 100 squares, because you can, walk for an infinite amount of time. The map is just that big. So every one of those possibilities, where every opponent, every player is at any given point, is a dynamic element that's constantly changing. So try to memorize that. Try to make an engine for that. Like, you can't do it. I didn't realize it was just a memorization contest. It is true. It objectively is true. Like, dude. See, I'm just getting triggered by them trying to fluff it up. Like, I'm just trying to read through it. I'm actually trying to learn. Full access. Like, you obviously couldn't show the whole course, but I'm sure I can show this. I'm just going to go through, like, every single thing on Google, because I genuinely don't know. It's too open-ended, like, where I wouldn't know how to start or where to look or anything. Some have claimed to have met new players who have memorized exactly what to play against any sequence, all the way to the end game. Better watch out if ever. But see, that's not the point, because that's what you don't think that's what these players do anyway. To have met chess players who memorize exactly what move to play against any sequence of moves I could come up with. I mean, it's theoretically possible, but it's just anybody who's a super GM is gonna know openings by heart. Like, you just something to take extreme. Learning chess openings is only for masters. I mean, it's only for masters because it's not worth your time or effort or energy, or it's not enjoyable. So why would you bother? It is a memorization contest, 100%. That's all it is. That's objectively what it is. And it is true that one can get by to a certain point. Rudimentary understanding. Yeah, like, give me a rating. Like, what rating is the limit where you have to start studying? Because I pushed it way too far. Like, I would put that test to anybody on the planet. Try to get to 1700 classical on even lit chess, inflated, whatever it might be, without studying. Like, it's virtually impossible. You can't do it. Like, nobody, Magnus Carlsen probably couldn't do it. Like, nobody could do it. Even I couldn't do it, because that's the point. Like, I still probably benefited from having played a certain amount, or, I probably learned certain things. You cannot go in raw and just do that. It's not possible. You know why it's not possible? Because even the best players in history, like Steinitz and Paul Morphy and stuff, they didn't play openings the way that modern 1200s play openings. So it's like, you know what I mean? Does that mean you're more brilliant than them, or does it mean you just have access to more resources and information so that it's taken for granted? So these 1200s are using these opening trap gambits, kind of crazy optimal stuff, and it's like, they're obviously not coming up with that themselves. They just read it somewhere, they learned it somewhere. So it's the trickle down effect of the high level of play. So I find that hilarious that people, whatever, dude. Yet one can deny deep understanding. Yes, you need them. What is the? I've always said, like, around 2000. By the time you get to 2000, you have to be an opening god, because if you're not, you're just gonna get destroyed by people who are. What is the purpose of learning them? There is no purpose. It's like a reductive analysis thing. Like, you have to do it. It's like, how can I explain it? It's the one part of the game that you can reliably study, so therefore people will, and min-max it, like, to death. So you see that in any, even in like real-time games, like I was saying. The one thing you can always metagame is the shop. Like, oh, you can min-max the shop in League of Legends, even if you can't every other movement and every other thing that you do. Right, you can at least min-max that one element, which would be buy the optimal items or things like that. Everyone knows this. Okay, can you stop fluffing it up? Just show me what you want. See, there's an immersive quality to it that, like, I could split myself between four things, like, that keeps you interested in it. That's more important to me than simply just playing and studying. Like, I could split myself in these sessions between four different things, or potentially five. So I could study, I could play, I could do this sort of just chatting stuff that I do sort of in the middle, talking about chess related things, or just kind of even random things. And then the fourth thing would be like to like just do some sort of other form of content, like I'll read through my old titles or quotes or different things to do with chess. And then the fifth thing could be like I could just play something different aside from chess altogether. But like all these things just sort of rotate. So let's try to turn this into a one of each thing, right? We'll do one of each different type of content here. So first, let's study. So I'll study a little bit, then I'll play a game of chess, then I'll do some like just chatting thing, which we're kind of already doing. Then we'll do some kind of other form of content, like I'll read through my shit. Or I don't have to do it exactly in that order, but we'll keep that in mind. So let's look at these opening principles. Control center space with your pawns. Okay, that makes sense, but there are a lot of contradictions with it when you try to follow it too. There was some position in particular, like where, I don't know, I almost need a board at all times to National Master. Wow, dude. That's really impressive. Which, again, you'll always say it like with me, but I could be an NM if I really wanted to, and I will, but it's like it'll just take a while. Like, that's only like 2,000. Well, I guess it depends maybe on the country, or I don't know exactly how it works, but NM is usually looked at as worse than FM IM. I mean, obviously it would be worse than IM. So yeah, this is what we just got so enamored with doing. So I tried the whole speech to text thing. I tried the thing here. See, some of these things you would have to upload at the time if you were going to do them. Like, oh, I tried speech to text, speech to move for the first time on the thing, but it wouldn't matter because, you know what I mean? Like, it's been out for so long now. And that's kind of what it was still using, where you had webcam or phone. Like, are you serious, dude? Playing chess on a fucking phone? The game of kings? But no, let me think. What was I saying? I'm getting too distracted now. Okay, control center space, like that makes sense, but that's a very broad statement. Just like center pawns are better. Like we can agree with that. Deny space to enemy pieces, especially knights, which you can push around like crazy with them. Right? That's the real weak link. There's so many instances of getting pinned and whatnot. Get castle early, just castle, as my expression always went. Like just don't worry about what's happening. Just castle, forehead. The emote, chess culture, Twitch culture mixed together. I have all these fucking catchphrases and stuff. That's the one thing that actually was sort of stolen from me. I always used to call checks like, or not, I would use the word cheeky in chess a lot before Frank is here or whoever started using it. Not saying he copied it from me because I'm a nobody, I'm just saying. But the way that I would use it specifically was like, yeah, define my term. What does cheeky mean in chess? It means like you give a check that you know doesn't do anything. You don't win anything. It's not good. It could even be bad for your position, but you just do it because you're like, I don't know what to do. I'm kind of pissed off, and let's just check. Let's just keep giving random checks that don't do anything. Or it's the same thing like with a threat. Let me just do this cheeky threat on the queen. Like I'll just attack the queen with something. It's not doing anything for me. I don't think it's a good move, or I don't know that it is. It's just like, let me just keep attacking stuff just to do it, right? In a very obvious way that they're obviously going to react to. Once the center, I'm not even going to read this. Like we get the point. Develop your pieces. Like that's easier said than done, but there's so many exceptions to these that make you question it. Like, oh, I lost this one game where I was not supposed to develop my bishop until like move 30, right? So now how am I supposed to know that? Like, I don't know. They'll move the same piece twice without a good reason. And this kind of goes along with something I always say, like, don't look for anything like crazy at the beginning, right? Don't be like, oh, I want to win a pawn, or I want to do, like, let the game come to you naturally. Like, it's kind of like in sports where somebody goes in, a star player goes in like Allen Iverson and he wants to show off or something. I'm supposed to be the franchise player. Don't try to go in like, oh, I'm going to score 50 points tonight. Just go in and see what happens. Maybe you'll end with 10 points, but you win the game, right? And you made the right plays, and the way they're double teaming you it's a good analogy because it's like you don't go in with a preconceived notion of, oh, I'm going to be super aggressive here, but what if the way they play forces me to be defensive, and that's the best way to play it, right? You can't always just have a preconceived way of doing things. You have to let it kind of determine itself, right? Play the position. Although if you are white, it lets you dictate that a lot more. Bring all your pieces into the game. Don't move the same piece again and again. And that also especially applies to the queen, right? Don't move the queen at all in the beginning. Yeah, fuck. Stole it right from under me. Check the video to learn why. And this was the number one thing I would do. This is actually hilarious to think about. I've said this so many times too. As a kid, I would move the queen a ton early on, almost exclusively, because it's like, think about the logic. It kind of made sense from that perspective as a kid, right? Like, oh, the queen's the strongest piece, so of course you would want to move it first, but it's just that the game wouldn't drag out as long as it does now, where you would actually win the game early, so yeah, you could get away with that. Or, it's a case where you basically could get away with these crazy attacks, so then you could get away with it, but normally you wouldn't. Safety first, strike while the iron is hot. These are kind of contradictory. Don't expose the king's short diagonal. I mean, even this position doesn't look as bad as what it... Oh, I see what it's saying. No, but even then, this isn't that bad, because you could just put the queen here, and then what's the problem? Like, you can't take there because you take with the knight. I don't know. It doesn't even seem that bad. I hate the names of it, though. So, sort of absolutist tendency, named for function. What does that mean? It means that, basically... you name something for what it does, not for what it, not for something else. Like when you say some of these names, they don't tell you what it is. This one is good, named for function, absolutist check, right? It tells you you're moving the king's pawn, so that's fine. Queen, well, but this is more so the category. Van Geet, like what about Van Geet tells me what it does? I don't know. Sodium attack. Like what are some of these names, dude? The Durkin opening, I don't fucking know, dude. But no, there is going to be no Queen's Gambit Season 2, which I'm almost glad, because I wasn't the biggest fan of it, or maybe they could have improved it, but she already won the World Championship, so how can you do that? initial stage, established in theory. Like that's all the studying I can take. So maybe we'll just play a game now. But no, it's good to do these things in the middle, like where you take a break to the extent that you're able to basically say like, okay, I can't really play games back to back or whatever because it's just there's either a tilt factor or something just doesn't work. I'm gonna be honest, like I just enjoy playing the most, which is I don't know how better players do it. Like Ace, Little Fire Rat, he's one of the best players we've ever been in contact with. Peter Shaw is the 2500 plus. I just don't get it because I feel kind of bad for this guy actually, because he was like budding at a rate that I was, but I far outclassed him because he was like an 8-year-old whatever prodigy, and we had the epic classical game. But then I got to 1700 non-provisional. Not that I'm there now, but I have leapfrogged him. We got these little rivalries going on. And a lot of the shit talking is like all in good fun. Some people get too sensitive about it. We'll go ahead and we'll play a game, but let's try to really think about it very deeply. So you want it to be where even if you lose, it's instructive. Like something crazy has to happen. So we're safe to play the King's Indian because we're not worried about the center pawn. But if he does it now, I'm not so sure what you do. Because even if you go here, right, I'll try not to use the arrows. Even if you go there, I would take, he would take, and then I still have to move the knight. So that's what I don't get. Like, how do I play that? But I guess now it's too late. So there's too many like hypothetical what ifs. It's like trying to crack a safe open by putting in every combination possible. That's basically what chess is. Okay, I don't feel threatened by that because there is no other ancillary threat. So that's doing me a favor. That's a good thing for me. Who is this guy? Has he played? Is he provisional? Who knows? What the fuck? I feel like some of these people are bots or something. That doesn't seem right. How the fuck you played 38,000 games, like, period? Not even and be at this rating. How have you played that many games, period, in your life? Like, how do you have that much time? Do the math. Like, I'll do it after this game. But, like, how... I don't know. How much time is that? You must be doing some sort of cheese bug type of thing, gaming the system, exploiting something. But I don't know why you'd really even do that. See, now this seems like the right move, but the problem is that I have this temptation to always go here. So maybe that's not a correct temptation to make. There's nothing he can do, for example, to stop me from doing this right away. I'm a big fan of this move, but sometimes it's not the best to do it. If he moves this pawn, right, there's something cute that you can do as well. So I'm almost tempted to go here, even if that probably isn't a good move. But you could... the problem is, though, you could end up getting trapped. See, because you're here. Then he goes here. Then if you go here, he takes. If you go there, he takes. So it might be fool's gold, actually, ultimately. So I'm not even going to worry about it right now. But often the defining thing for me is I just take my time more than these people. So it's not even that I'm that much better. It's just that I certainly haven't played more than them or studied more than them, but this is a guy. This is a perfect analogy. This is me if I didn't study chess. Like, I'm going to try to get better by just simply playing. But I've already seen almost the same result in far fewer games because I really haven't studied. But, like, we get... Oh, wow, 19, though. That's pretty good, even if it's provisional. So we're attacking this, so if you... Whatever, there's nothing there. But yeah, don't try to look for too many easy things. And this is the biggest mistake that I often make. Like, don't expect... Oh, they're just going to blunder something, or it's just going to be too easy. So, yeah, I'm going for my V-shaped structure just because I like it, not because it's necessarily that good. So what you can do is you can put this here and guarantee the trade, assuming that I want the trade, and I kind of do. Or, I don't know. Now, this will let me develop the knight, but I don't know if that's really where I want it to go, so I might not even do it. Yeah, I acquiesced to the bishop, the light square bishop, so well, but now I'm just giving it up. So what does that mean? Like... My trade tendencies are often pretty well founded, though. I can't really question them too much. This one becomes odd because I like this, but I don't know what the special meaning to it is. Like, there's this one odd pawn out. So he's not really doing anything yet. This is kind of like a passive, stale game where I just can't get over how many games this guy has played. That might be one of the highest totals we've ever seen. And people always say that about me. Oh, haha, that's basically you. But it's not, dude. I'm telling you. It's taken me like 2 years to play, like, or let's say I play like an average of 1,000 rapid or classical games total in a year, 1,000, right? And that's by playing like at least once a week, sometimes a lot more, whatever the case may be. There's no way I could, like, 30,000 games would then take me 30 years to do. That's like insane, dude, at that rate. Which, doesn't seem like, oh, I'm sure people play more than that, but that's a pretty decent rate for just an average person who's not like a career professional at it. And sometimes you just have to understand the nature of the process. This guy isn't stupid. This guy isn't just some moron who can't play. Well, actually, but no, it's just there's a right way to do it and a wrong way to do it. So you just have to study, and that's all there is to it. Like, there's nothing else. I want to do this. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. He would take, I would take, but then that fucks up the pawn too much. See, I care too much about the aesthetic pawn structure or whatever, and so that ends up causing problems later somehow too. Right now I'm just kind of moving a little bit too randomly. Right, so I don't really want to do that trade, and the dark square bishop isn't even that good, so I gave up my light square bishop maybe a little bit too easily. And so now you can do it. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. I'm not sure whether it's that good to do it, but I could do it. I mean, obviously, you could take with that, but it doesn't make sense. The V shape will kind of speak for itself. He doesn't have a bishop, though, either, so it would be okay. Right, if he takes here. It's just knight versus knight. Simple endgame territory, only a few minutes in, like we're playing a fucking bullet game or something. So now what you have to worry about is this, maybe, but he's not going to just be able to do it for no reason. Their time is relatively even. The position is relatively even. There's no reason to really try to do anything with that. Sometimes I try to double stack in situations like this, like a little bit too eagerly. But because there is nothing to really threaten it out, I think it could be safe to do it here. If you go here, I can't really take. And so therefore, I'm not really sure what to do with that. He's going to raise, so I can't take if he goes there. Right? It could be a problem. Even if I go here, that's not going to do anything either. So I maybe just messed up with respect to the... I maybe just messed up with respect to putting it there, because now I don't want to admit that I was wrong for doing it, but it's kind of impossible to avoid, because I want to do this, but now we're kind of losing track of the situation a bit. If you go there, I can't do anything about it. That's the thing. And if you take, it's okay. But then if you keep going, it's not okay. But then this would be, I don't know what I'm doing. A little bit of an aimless thing. And of course, the one thing I wasn't really thinking about, but I just happened to develop the knight, was that. So I almost just actually blundered it. Fuck. Like, I genuinely would have blundered that, because that wasn't why I moved the knight at all. So now this is okay, because you just ignore it. You don't even have to worry about it. And so therefore you get to move the rook. Right? You shouldn't try to do too much with it here. So what you do is, if you raise the pawn, I can take. If you take the pawn, I can take. You might say you want to do this, but then I'm sometimes worried by this. I don't know. Actually, you take, I take, then you're open from the light square on this side, which might not be the greatest idea. Now, double stack could be cute, because if something happens, you could double take. This could be okay as well, but then you're kind of giving up. Well, but he has to react to it, so I guess that's fine. Even if it's a little bit of a cheeky thing, and this is an octopus knight. So this pawn is the real big question, what I can do about it, and there's not much I can do about it. Now we can use that little X-ray vision technique idea that we would say, like, basically, if this pawn gets displaced, you might have something going there. Right, so we're kind of thinking ahead. But if that ever happens, I don't know. And I'm not the type to create those sort of issues. I sort of just, I don't really do anything. I just kind of let the pawn sit once I've satisfied, which you could say is a weakness, but at least that's like, at least I get it to a point where I am happy with it. Like, it's easy enough to cover that and so forth. So you can go here, and that would be cute, but it's not going to be covered. This is kind of tough because I just don't know what to do with it. If you go here, I can't even take it. That's the problem. Right, so I kind of fucked up already. You could just kind of roam with that, but I almost don't even want to do anything. I don't know. What did I want to do? I wanted to, like... I don't know. I almost double stack with the rooks instead of doing this. So his queen isn't doing anything crazy, so I almost made one major mistake in this game, which was to give up the rook there by focusing on the knight, or whatever. I happen to develop the knight, but by focusing on the pawns. Like, this is scary for me, but I just don't know, and he doesn't seem to have much conviction about what he's doing either. Or I almost want to cover this to say, like, okay, we'll go here, then we'll go here, then if he takes, then I take and check, but also, just simply forking it. I could take, he could take, I can't take. I'm just gonna create the double stack because I don't really know what to do with it. You could take this anytime you want. There's really nothing I can do about that, and we'll see how good the Octopus Knight really is. I mean, it tends to get better the deeper you are in enemy territory, so here we're sort of at the Black's line of scrimmage thing, whatever you want to call it. So you just double stack, I don't really care. So you see how easy this is to cover, because one piece is covering like all of them, basically. He's double stacking here, and so therefore if he takes, I have to address it somehow, which would be bad, because I would just want to take back with the pawn, if nothing else. He would take, and then I want to take with one of these, which, honestly, at this point, I can't even really decide what I want to do. And I'm not a big fan of that positioning for the queen either, but there's not really much I can do about it. So if you take, I take, then we use this somehow. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. What? Okay, that's a pretty obvious thing to where... okay, alright. There's nothing I can say. I mean, that's not a 1600 move. That's not a impressive move. That's nothing. Like, if you make a mistake like that, you just, what are you doing? You'll be playing 30,000 games like this guy. Like, do you really deserve to win because of that? It was a good pawn position, but, like, at that point, you would have rather just taken there with the pawn, like, open your king. That's still better than fucking... I was so concerned about that I'm... like, what was the best move there? I don't know. What are you supposed to do? He's going to do that, then if he takes, I'm in trouble. So there's nowhere I can go with it. I guess I could have gone there and then figured something out. I don't know. Like, -4. I mean, I'm very unhappy with that, but there's nothing I can do about it. So this might give me like +2 or something to try to equalize, but it's just not good. There's not really much I can do here, so... Like, I don't know. I have no idea what I'm doing. So, what the fuck? We could just try to flag him at best, but I'm kind of taking it too comfortably. So yeah, that's one of those moments. Like, again, is that a study issue or is that just like a use your brain issue? Because it feels like it's more, it comes down to that. I'll literally just go back and forth. Like, I let the guy take the initiative. You're a +4, so let's see how you absolutely slay me with it with 30,000 games of experience. I so badly want to go there with the knight, but I just can't do it. So now if you do this, this would be cute. And the reason why it would be cute is because of the simple fact that you could double take if he leaves it there. If he does this, I can double take. You can't do anything with the knight, right? Your knight is basically useless that, whatever. He can't even go in there. Fuck. Let's just do it all over again. Hooray. Or wait. No, he can't do it because of the knight either, but I am playing really sloppy, or these are the kind of draw by threefold repetition kind of moves you are trying to bait for. So you could pin the knight down, which I don't think would really make that big of a difference. And there's not really much I can do either with respect to the, like, with the knight, I can't really move it anywhere advancing. I keep using the arrows too much, actually. This is actually still fine. We're back to square one. And so therefore, you can still do this. I mean, hey, he might give me a threefold repetition. I'll take it. Because we're already... That would be twofold repetition, I think. Because we've already been in basically this exact position. I'm not very good at keeping track of stuff like that, as if you should need to be. But see, now it would be different because... Whatever. He might just slip up or whatever. We're just being kind of annoying and peevish almost. Now, he might think about it a little differently. Or no, he'll come there and do something annoying. But the point is that you're basically in a position where... How did I predict it so perfectly? He'll go there. And so therefore... You can kind of watch out for that. Let's see what good use he really puts to the knight. He goes there, which is exactly what I thought he would do anyway, but... You can't let him take that, but I'm not really letting him take it, so it doesn't even matter. Fuck, now this is just one of those things like more that I would have trouble... So that would stop the thing from happening to the extent that I would take, he would take... So the one big problem with this is the idea that you'd basically be in a position where... Okay, I don't have time to think about it. This is what I maybe should have done before if I just somehow was willing to do that. I wouldn't have lost the thing. So he takes there, which is fine. We still have an octopus knight. It almost makes me seem like I know what I'm doing here, but I really don't. Just doing it kind of quickly with confidence. So you're attacking here. So you can just kind of wait it out a little bit. If he checks, I can still... Okay, here we go. We got 4... Like, look, dude, you're good. You're better than me. You've played this game for a better part of your whole life. And you're still garbage. And you still didn't do anything, but okay. Like, there's nothing about that you really deserve. And you didn't even really do it right. You could do this and try to trade. That would at least be good. Is there not anything I can get out of doing this? You almost shouldn't trade because it makes you more vulnerable yourself. This octopus knight is cute, but it's just not going to do anything for me. You got to go here. He's going to check on the back rank. He's got to make some major blunder, or is he really going to capitalize in this short span of time? But what the fuck am I doing, man? Yeah, clearly I need to study. Like, I always get annoyed because you get to a point where it's like, you feel like you should need to study, or that's what it comes down to, but then you're doing stuff like this. What element of this game is not something that you could have just seen, just by simply looking and using your eyes, right? You could have seen everything. It's nothing crazy, it's nothing that would have required any major effort or something. I just don't get it. Like, how are you gonna play like this now? Of all times, like this is one of my worst effort games ever. Just not even paying attention, not even caring. This is why I almost shouldn't have done this, but you can do this. It's still not gonna be mate though. Or you should almost just sack something at this point for a potential mate. So now he'll give a check like that, but then I can take there. I don't fucking know. I almost shouldn't have even done that so blatantly, but because he's so incredibly low on time that maybe you could have done, like, he'll still find a way to do it, but it's not that surprising that you would be able to do it. Like, I can run across the board. I want to try to sack the other pawns. Look how low we get him, but I won my last 2 games like this too, where I had like virtually no time left. I'd be so happy though if we survived this. But he's probably just gonna make me now. 6, 5, 4, fuck me. Or you should try to attack one of the rooks to be able to. Oh, they ain't no way. Ain't no way, dude. Dude, this is why you suck so bad. Wait, why does this look all different all of a sudden? That's so pathetic, bro. So the last 3 games have been all because of time, right? We won the last 2 with like a second left, and we had to start pre-moving the end game because we were losing so badly on time. And then here, he's winning, but then he can't finish it off because of time. Which, with that big of an advantage, you should just start making random moves at that point because you could almost just start sacking for pawns. It seems inexcusable that you would do that. So I made some horrible, horrible mistakes, but I guess we still win. Undefeated streak that we're on here. Must be at least 3 in a row. So the point is we made some major mistakes here that were fairly obvious, but you keep getting bailed out. Wait, was that a blunder? Or... No, I thought it showed... This side isn't as exciting with the way it shows some of those moves, like brilliant moves and blunders and whatever. You're supposed to go here, so I don't understand. What are you supposed to do? Whatever. Like, where did I really make the mistake? It was something to do with this pawn, and I don't know what that move was, really. You're supposed to potentially go here, which could set up for maybe this into this, which would have been almost guaranteed. But there's no fork play there. It's like it later presented itself, but like everything here is still fine. So what did I really blunder? You're supposed to move it to there. This is definitely a bad move where you go back, right? That's pretty obvious that it's a blunder. You're giving up a fork. I don't know why that's so hard to see. It's hard to see when you're not looking, I guess. But see, I don't like moving the queen out like this either because it feels like it's too exposed and it could potentially get trapped or something. But obviously it's better than the alternative. But arguably that wasn't the greatest queen position to make in the first place. But this is why you don't resign, because people also struggle on time or also make mistakes or whatever. So here it's a total loss, but we kind of hang around in there. We sort of flirt with the idea of the threefold repetition, and then we get to basically try to I mean, now I just hang a piece. Like, you could say like, oh, you should try to learn what to do optimally here, but it just doesn't feel like it would have mattered that much. But maybe it would have, because since he was struggling so much, right, and he ended up losing anyway, I could have given myself a better chance if he wasn't so slow or whatever. But that is a sad moment in the history of this game, because you see why this guy snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. Like, you are winning, despite me saying you don't really deserve it. I don't want to win because of time either, right? I don't really deserve it because of that either. Like, where does the time get factored into the evaluation? It obviously doesn't, but it's just dumb, right? Like, you have no chance. But then again, I was sort of sacking pieces at that point too, so I kind of made it worse for myself. But somehow he still flagged. So yeah, we did the study segment of this episode. We did the game segment. So what were the other 3 things? We can like read through some of my random stuff, just go through some like random funny chess quotes or things that I've said, and then we could also do some other game altogether outside of chess, and then we could also do like the just chatting idea, like we could talk about some other subject. Yeah, let's look at some interesting topics maybe here, or some drama related to it. So basically, what were the 3 other things? Okay, I want to hang on. Let's actually do it this way. We'll go ahead and hide this, and then I'll look through some of my stuff that I'm totally coming up with on the spot. Right? Let's go back through. There's all these kind of things. Like, okay, I'm Theory's Reckoning, here to end the borrowed knowledge you've all been playing on. Like, obviously, Bane's quote in honor of Nolan winning his first Oscar, which he obviously should have won for, like, the dark. So this will be a combination of, like, going through old stuff and just chatting, and then I'll end off with some surprise game, like Scribble.io, in honor of the fucking fact that I used to play that kind of similarly to chess, like, as a secondary category. I haven't been this excited for a new world since Light Yagami's Utopian Vision. That's supposed to be my new world episode. It's not like I even have to worry about this, like, oh, it'll spoil something or whatever, because nobody's even watching this, because they couldn't be, unless you're watching from, like, outside my window. Classical is the format that made me finally fall in love with chess or enjoy it, which that's not really a joke, but people are, to me, the same as chess positions. I don't look at people, I see through them. One of my in-character RP quotes type of things. I guess there's not really that many things here to look at. There's nothing I'd rather do on even Valentine's Day than slowly mate strangers on a table. What else? Who do you think? These are like two things that I would always say while playing chess. Like, who do you think you're playing right now? Who do you think I am in this game? Which again, do you know who I am in this game? Do you know who you're playing right now? Not that I am very good, but I have many names. Some people call me the human calculator. This isn't a game, it's a massacre. If you feel bad about your blunder, then maybe, oh, this is like a Sin Shenron line. Nobody would ever get this reference from DBZ Dragon Ball GT. If you feel so bad about your blunder, then maybe checkmate should be your penance, or maybe resignation should be your penance. That's a pretty badass line, actually, where he's like, if you feel so bad about using the Dragon Balls, then maybe death should be your penance. Empty calories is kind of like a style that I play, like I just kind of, you're not really learning from it. You're just kind of playing just to play, kind of like what that guy did with his all 30,000 games in his career. Lazy Gambit, Hardcore Gamer loses to Virtual Wood. These are like some of my old titles, I guess, that I'm almost trying to upload to YouTube, but there's almost too many to fit in there. Just another day in low rate. Okay, that's something else. In low rated Hearthstone. I keep making these little notes to myself so I remember stuff that I want to put in titles or whatever. Curry never lost in less than 6 games in like a playoff series, which I think might still be true. That's just an interesting little fact about the NBA, right? He's never lost a playoff series in less than 6 games. And the majority of the time he's not losing at all, but that is interesting to see. Even some of the greatest players ever get swept all the time. What else? What else? See, it's hard to keep track of like what clips you want to do, so I'll put like a little note after the stream or whenever I'm watching back through my VODs if I can, and it'll be like, oh yeah, we get to we have to remember, oh, I want to clip that moment, because it's so hard to keep track of, and it's so hard to determine too what you even think is worth clippable, because what I think is a good clip other people won't like, and what I think is dumb will actually get the most views, so it's just stupid. I really don't like or get how it works at times. Let's see, most of this is otherwise garbage, so maybe that's good enough. There were some funny quotes in there. There's some I guess I could just do from pure memory, but what else? There's so many things I could do with this, but okay, let's say we were to play like a different game altogether. What would be a good idea for it? Like, maybe we could do like a Newgrounds game. How about that? I haven't played on here in a while. I was gonna do like Scribble.io, but I almost don't even feel like it. Let's just see the state of Newgrounds in 2024, just briefly, randomly. There were some classics like Sunny 2 or whatever. There were a lot of good games. Skyfire, that was a good one. We could do a permadeath run of Skyfire. Okay, so I'll play one game here just to check it out, and fair warning that I'm using a mobile hotspot, so that might fuck something else over, but Cinder and Durpo cross paths in the land of Nod. Although the way that I'm kind of sitting, oh, this is like a video though. The way that I'm sitting is not really suited to use the keyboard, so I almost would hope it'd be like a mouse-only game. Is there like a category for that? Where you only, yeah, like point and click, but I guess that's not really what I meant. But no, like, what do you call it? I'll try this, and then I'll try, maybe I'll read through some of my friends' random shit, and then I'll play maybe one more game to end off, or I'll play one more game, and then I'll look through some of my friends' like little jokes and quotes that he does. I won't show it, but I'll just read through it, I guess, right? Because whatever, he doesn't mind, and a lot of it he steals from me anyway. But let's look at like the all-time ratings here, and then we'll go by score. So like, these will be the highest rated ones of all time. Stealing the diamond, infiltrating the airship, Madness Accelerant, which has something to do with like Thing Thing. Now, is this a game or is this a good and all? But there's one problem section when I do something. I don't know. This is kind of fun to do as like a little one-off thing, right? You just look at like one little Flash game per day or something. Right, you wouldn't do it as a committed format, but you could just check it out. Or there is a way to go like full screen with it and stuff, but I almost don't even care. And clearly there wouldn't be any rule against doing this. It's no different than just playing it like in a I'm gonna need to use the keyboard, aren't I? I mean, I have a keyboard here, but I'm not really used to doing it because I'm kind of lying down. So, or is this just gonna be a choice thing? Bust in, sneak in. Let's go for that. Only information we have is that we're one person alone. Oh, it's just gonna be like a choice thing the whole time, which is kind of suited for this. Shrink ray, pick, liquid. Oh, what the fuck are you doing? But yeah, even when I go to upload this, I'll do it all still as part of the chess thing, just because that's what this is about, right? Our chess episodes will include like unless we're doing something else as a major main thing, right? Like we only played one game of chess, but it's basically like a just chatting thing. But if we were to play like some other game altogether, like how I was doing Hatred, that could constitute at least its own upload. Teleporter. I mean, why wouldn't that work? This feels like it's kind of dumb, actually. I don't know if I even want to do this, but now I just do want something with the Penny, Tranquilizer, Falcon Punch, Invisibility Pill. Like, how am I supposed to know whether something like this is gonna work or not? Like, it'll fuck up because he misses it. Fail. So he hit himself with the Tranquilizer just because he's dumb. So I guess that's our permanence run over. We get one chance and one chance only ever in our whole life to be able to do that. And that's what it was. Let me actually look for that. That was such a good one. And some of these you were afraid were going to be like, at least I think that's how it was, but I didn't write it the right way. They have Skyfire 2. I can't type, evidently. Where the fuck is it, dude? Oh my god. Skyfire Newgrounds. Why is it so hard to find? It was like some kind of a whatever horizontal pixel shooter, and this might be submission Adobe Flash. Don't have Newgrounds Flash player. Get it here. Are you serious, bro? Oh, I don't want to do this right now. Are you serious, man? I just want to like showcase like one thing. Maybe Skyfire 2, because I don't think I've ever actually even played that. Or this is from like 2005, so is this even the same thing? Create account. I don't want to create account. This isn't even the right thing though. Oh shit, this is like with the space or whatever. Or it's actually spelled properly. Launch a Newgrounds player. I mean, at least they have that as the option, but why is this so why is this so hard to do? Or now it's going to show something objectionable that'll get me banned somewhere on these sites. Or you know what, one of the first Flash games I ever played was like some Mario tower defense thing, like where the bombs keep coming, and I don't even remember, but which again, that maybe wouldn't exist in this day with Nintendo being so anal about every little thing. But yeah, let's do like just one level of this, but it's not gonna save what I do anyway. So Warrior Fire all around fighter, anonymous. But yeah, this was just kind of a good fun one. Click to continue. I forget what the story even was, but it was pretty good. Or you know what? Another we're gonna go to. I'm not gonna even read all this. Let's just play it through one level. Is a Cannibalt was like a little runner game. You know, these were like the mobile games before mobile games were a thing. Okay, I don't need lessons, dude. I'm an expert. Yeah, it just had some good mechanics. I don't really remember how good the boss fights and everything were, but there were at least boss fights. Still more boss fights than GTA 5 and something else combined, like major AAA games that just don't bother doing boss fights, or it doesn't feel like appropriate to, or somehow it just doesn't fit. It's not even letting me shoot there. It's going to destroy my mobile hotspot thing. Level 1, I mean, whatever. We go 1 stat only. Man, she's talking a lot. Level 1, let's see what we can do. Yeah, we could do a permadeath run of one of these kind of games. Either this or like Sunny 2 would be kind of fun to do. Because I'm sure I've beaten them, but I haven't done that with them. And some of them can be a lot harder than you might give them credit for. Not that even I'm like a huge fan of bullet hell. Or you know what we're not doing is we're not playing the audio, which I probably should do if I'm going to do something like this. This is what I thought Honkai Star Rail would be like. Well, whatever, I'm doing it so briefly it doesn't even matter. Okay, so I only want to do 2 more things here in the session. I want to play 1 more game, and then I want to read through a bunch of my friends' random shit and see if people find that funny or whatever, if they notice it. It's hard to judge any of this even, or see you should lose if you let them get through, but you can just kind of ignore half the shit. You could probably do like a pacifist run in this game where you just don't even do anything, and you just like, you know, let them go away, you know, off the side of the screen. Let's admit that coin sound gets a little bit old, but this is still pretty satisfying. Like, all those people you're letting through are going to kill innocent villagers behind you, but you just don't give a shit. Like, at least they didn't bother me. Or forget about permadeath. This is going to turn into a hitless run, because I don't really feel like I've gotten hit. Although, again, a lot of the time, they're not really even seeming to try to hit you. And before I jinx it, but you can do this sort of slow crawl thing where your hitbox is pretty forgiving, I guess. Although sometimes you get in like an awkward spot where it's hard to even hit them from where you are while still dodging them. I thought that thing was the boss. What happened? Fuck. Okay. So much for that hitless thing. Yeah, see, like, look, I couldn't hit him from below. You can only hit them from above. Okay, this guy looks like a boss to me. I definitely don't remember this, but this is just the original game. I just couldn't play it on Newgrounds because, well, that was kind of easy. Or no, he's still going, but see, that's pretty cool. I mean, at least they take the time. They make a unique boss for everything. So that's good. Where does it show how many times I got hit? Because it didn't feel like I got hit much at all. Okay, so the point of this session was just to show, like, oh, we can mix in other things into this, even though it means, like, in 2 hours we're only going to have played, like, 2 games, so that's fine. We studied a little bit at the beginning, then I kind of dicked around and read some of my titles, whatever, just chatting. I don't even know if we really did anything substantial there, but just, we're kind of just doing that the whole time anyway. We're just talking about random subjects, and then finally, we'll kind of do that at the end, too, where I'm reading my friends' comments. So we did... Let me count. Okay, we did study number 1, then we did play number 2, then we did like actually playing chess. Then number 3, we kind of read some of my shit, my titles and funny, you know, jokes, whatever you want to constitute that. Then we played a different game, Skyfire, Newgrounds. We can mess around with that, and we can maybe like react to stuff. Like let's react to salad fingers or some weird, you know, weird thing like that, and then. Even though I'm not the biggest fan of showing stuff like that because it feels like you're stealing it, who would care? See, it's one of those things like you're too small to care, so it's only a net positive. Like, oh, even if you get banned, it doesn't matter, or even you'll get attention from getting banned, and then more people will watch you, or you know, nobody's gonna ban you because nobody's watching you anyway, so it's a net positive. You can just show whatever copyrighted stuff you want or steal whatever you want because you've got nothing to lose, and then once you're big enough, then. Right, the job's already done. You've already gotten out of it what you wanted to get out of it, just, you know, sort of stealing somebody's content and reacting to it and therefore getting credit and attention for it, in part because of the content itself that you're showing, right, instead of just showing a timestamp or whatever. And then, so again, finally we'll do 1 more of these, and then I'll try to redeem that bad game I just played before, even though I still won, right? We made a couple obvious blunders that are not befitting a 1600 rated player. See, now everybody's always above us. Why can't they be below us somehow? Like, you know, we could fight a 1560. Not that it matters really, but that guy's one of the most experienced players we've ever played against, though. I was like, hooray, should I go for the Scholar's Mate? Haha, because this is you should not be looking for kind of easy things that you would expect to be useful here. The one thing we're walking into there is the pin, and that I should not allow, right? I should not allow the pin to occur. And in fact, you know what? I'm not going to, because it bothers me that much. Even though my development is stunted, he's playing as black, and his development isn't the greatest, so it's like, you shouldn't really worry about it too much. You can go here, I would take, he would take, it wouldn't really matter. So it's just focus all the way here. Somehow I am very streaky with that. Like, now you should just cancel, get it over with. There's nothing to really worry about. You could take, and then take if you were so inclined, but the bishop is still there. There's just like this half-ass calculation that I do, like where some moves I just don't do it, or like I'm so sure, or I'm so like, I'm so I don't know. I'm like tunnel vision on one idea, so I won't really think about it. You almost have to do this first because of the simple fact that whatever, it'll open up the potential bishop take and all these kind of other problems. I'm kind of moving too much on autopilot now too, but that isn't that always the way with the opening anyway. I'm literally gonna steal my friend's comments, but again, he steals my stuff all the time and he doesn't care, and whatever, I'm fine with it. Just like some of them get an insane number of upvotes and stuff, but I'll still, out of respect, I won't show them. And I'll just pretend like they're mine, or I'll just pretend like, again, even though a lot of them are, like, I'll say stuff on stream or whatever over the years, and then he'll just quote it, and then I'll be shocked when I look at it, like, oh, it got 2,000 upvotes. It's like, it's just some random fucking line. Or even my other friend does that too, like the Unholy Trinity. I say the things, he writes the things, and my other friend uploads the things. Like, he'll upload a video of a joke that I said, right? Like, oh, this is like, I don't know how to explain it. Gen Z, when you ask them who the Beatles are, and then I said, wouldn't it be funny if you took like the line where the guy says, what do you call it? If he's your grandfather, who knows? So he just says like, who knows? Ha 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 ha. So like, who are the Beatles? You ask it Gen Z, and then he says, who knows? Haha. It's Ringo or whatever saying it like, I don't know. It's hard to explain, but he'll do like kind of a clip thing of it. So you could take there. It's allowing him to take to the center a little bit too freely, but fuck it, I'm a trade fiend. See, none of this stuff really bothers me until it really gets down to it, but you know, I still don't feel threatened by that. Like, sure, it's probably not a good position for me. I can accept that it's not, but it's still fine. Like, I still want to see what this guy can really do to convert it into something. So bishop could trade for bishop there. There's nothing crazy hanging or anything. Maybe he'll mess up and give me a fork. But see, that's almost what you're hoping for. Like, oh, maybe he'll just mess up. But that's not what you should be expecting, or that's not what you're going to see, or that's not what, I don't know. You can go here, you can go here, that's fine. Right, you get your nice little V-shaped structure. Now, there is no fork or anything that you get as a result of doing that, unfortunately. So what you can do is you can just leave it there as if we're anchoring it here. So now he might move his knight. All you have to do is go through like the trees of ideas and the basic ideas of moves. Like, just don't make any mistake that's so obvious, like what I did last game, where I'm just literally hanging a piece multiple times. The first one especially was stupid, like I'm hanging a fork. See, now you've reduced the amount of material on the board, at least a decent amount, to where you can obviously just accept the fact that, you know, it's not so bad because you get to... So now here you can do... Oh no, I was going to say you can do almost anything because it's going to be forked, but it's not. So now here you could go, and then I could still take. Dark square isn't accounted for. This is a simple take, but I don't even have to initiate. That's the thing. There's just nothing that I'm really seeing happen here. You could go here, but there's too many things preventing it. I don't see what is immediately that threatening about that either, though. it'll be some sort of sack play, but I still don't see it. I probably should just do this. I don't know. No, I can't give a check with that either. Right, so anything he does, this is still covered multiple ways. This is still okay. This is still okay. Again, there could be a sack play that leads to a mate. But if there is, I just don't see what it is. Because I don't even have to take with the pawn. That's the thing. He takes, but then I could just take. Like, why does that even matter? Prevents the queen from going there, possibly, could be his intent. That would be kind of cute if you could get it in such a way that you could double stack some way. Or, I don't know. Now, this is where you get into really the deep middle game where you can kind of think about... He would take, I would take, he would take... There could be some problems posed by that, but there's not really much I can think about as far as what I would do about it. It almost seems to make sense to do this, but the problem with that move is that you're basically putting yourself in a position where you could get pinned down by this, but I guess it wouldn't be too easy to do it yet. So if you were to take, I would take, then you can't come in at all, assuming that that sack would even be worth it. This is still covered by that. I'm kind of still moving a little bit too fast here, but we're still in an okay spot as far as time is concerned. I just really thought there was something we could do in that, but he just didn't let it happen. There's really only one good acceptable spot to go, which he could still respond by pushing it around even further, which is irritating. Which, again, this is a knight specialty, just getting bullied around all the time. If you go here, I can't take. He comes there like we've called it, too. Now, you could go like this and just sort of change the whole thing, but it's not really worth it, is the thing. It's like, you could just move the thing, because now if you were to sack, it wouldn't have as much impact. So if all we were afraid of was the potential double sack or whatever, some sort of interplay with that, it's just not even going to happen now, so what's the big deal? This is adequately covered, so even any sort of sack play wouldn't guarantee that this pawn wouldn't be there. Like if he sack took, then he could like take this because it wouldn't have a cover, but that doesn't even happen here either. You shouldn't worry about time, but it's been coming down to time a lot, even when the last 3 games have been 100% time. I win the first 2 with almost no time, and then, so I would have almost lost just because of time, and then the last one, the guy loses on time even though he's winning. So I want to do something with this stupid ass. So he's back to square one, so we'll do it again. I'm afraid of the sack play, which almost might make him think to do it, but maybe it's not good. I just think it is. I don't know. You go here. If he takes, then I take. If he keeps going, then there's really nothing I can do. Or he could just double... whatever. So the guy knows something he doesn't, or I could just be making him think I know something that he doesn't. If he does this again, I'll do the same thing again too. Like, at some point we both burn out of ideas, so we don't want to fuck up. So he goes there instead. Kind of hard for me to say what we're trying to do here. We'll go here to try to attack it, I guess. And the reason why is because it's just one of those cheeky threats on the queen that I guess I just like to do. So now you can't really give a check immediately, and there's nothing crazy else going on. The problem is this could turn into a very vulnerable square if you simply move the knight. But there's nowhere that you can really move it that would be that good either. And now here you have a situation where that's not even covered. And then if you move it like this, you're going to be in trouble there. So what if I just do this? What could be the downfall of that? I don't see what it is. So we're both covering and attacking at the same time. There's nowhere that he can go that looks too threatening aside from maybe costing me that. But see, that was an unnecessary sort of move. where I was just sort of forcing the issue a little bit too much. So wherever you go here, I could just take it. Even if you take that as a result, it probably could be worth it to do that, but we just haven't opened ourselves up to anything really that we can do. This is how it'll be. Like the first 7 to 8 minutes will be like super accurate, where you're playing at like a 2000 level, and then you're just not able to do anything with it. Where like you'll only fuck up not because we're not good enough, but because of time, and you might think that's a cop out, but I just don't think it's important to worry about time here. Like we're obviously not good. He'll come there, which I don't really see. Like I can't justify not doing that. Right? Like whatever it is that you plan to do, I have to do it. I don't care. Or wait. What the fuck? That wasn't what I thought. I thought he was just sacking it altogether. Oh, fuck me. We take a pawn as if this is the priority right now. We take a pawn, we cover a pawn. I'm not too happy about this. As if this should be what I'm trying to even do right now. He can't even take it. I was almost hoping he might just go for sort of pre-moving it, but he can easily guarantee the take later on. What am I doing, man? Like, this is my biggest clown play style. Like, I'm not really trying. You can just tell I'm just kind of fucking around. Is it sort of winner's burnout? Because, like, oh, look at me, I'm 1600. Or is it, you're not going to fucking mate me, dude. You're not going to do it. It doesn't matter. Like, okay, so you check, but so what? There's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do. There's literally, factually, objectively nothing you can do. You could check and maybe take this. Which even that you can't well, no, you could do it. The problem that we're sort of running into is the presence of the, I don't know. I don't have a whole lot of time to think about it. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. If he checks with the queen, light square doesn't really seem to matter, aside from, again, that potential take on the pawn, which I'm already +2, so he kind of made some maybe unnecessary moves just to... So I thought he sacked the knight, but then he didn't, but then he kind of sacked the rook for some... I don't know what happened. See, this is where people get in their own way. Like, he was doing fine if he just played it safe. You check here, I can't block, but I can just move. And then it's going to be potentially a problem for later, too. He can give a check in either scenario that he wants, so I don't really see why it would be too big of a deal, and I don't really have the time or patience to figure it out. This is a check, so maybe that was the mistake that I just made. And I can't take it now, so that would be the big difference to the position. He checks... But then you still can't mate, can you? Because... How? Oh, God. Like, he knows exactly how to do this. He's going to do what, though? The problem is my pieces basically just can't fucking move. So this is the problem with my claustrophobic tendency. He's going to go there. He's going to take there. And then I'm going to get mated. And so therefore, I can't do anything about it, I guess? What if we go here, though? Then we wouldn't have to worry about it because he just simply can't take it unless there's something else he can do and I just can't see what it is. If the king doesn't lead, how can he expect his subordinates to follow? Loosh line. Now we're double attacking this, where it would almost make it worth it to sack for that, because you'll only be -1, or in fact you won't even be, because you'll be still +1 because you lose the one. Like, I'd be willing to do that at the stage of the game. I just have to be careful with the rooks. So I kind of fucked up my pawn structure earlier by thinking that he gave up the knight. So you shouldn't ever expect that they give up anything, because they're just too good for that. So now I would take, he would take, I can't take. I don't really want to stay in line with that, but I also don't like the way this is going either. What could he do with the knight? I don't know. Yeah, and even if you move the queen away in some way that is not covering that, I would gladly just double take. That shows you my time-concerned sensibility. Oh no. But how? How did he do that? Wait, but how? How? How is that how? Is that possible now, but it wasn't possible before? What the fuck? That's one of those instances where giving checks a ton actually does something good. I'm so confused. That would normally never happen. He's just going back and forth the whole fucking time. Oh, whatever. We kind of deserve to lose one of these because I've been playing like garbage lately. Look, that was just a garbage game, but at what point did it really swing, or was it, again, that whole pawn structure situation? Like, a lot of what I'm doing here, even saying it is probably not good because I'm just too eager for the trade, but it's hard to know, you know what I mean? Like, even if you don't trade, then what? Like, what's the big deal? You're supposed to go like this, which makes no fucking sense. But okay, like, that has nothing to do with anything that's happening. That's a blunder again. I keep making the same blunder over and over because he's not punishing it. That's a mistake. You're supposed to go here, which that is my kind of move, actually. So we would have traded off. He makes a blunder there. So what am I supposed to do? Go here again? He takes. I take. He goes there. I don't see why it was really a blunder. You're not supposed to take the knight, but that at least is obvious because I knew that. Okay, see, he blunders it right back because he thought he's actually doing something. Bro thought he's doing something there. He's supposed to bring the knight in, which he doesn't even do. He's supposed to bring the queen in, so he is basically wanting you to fiend for a trade. Oh yeah, of course, I was supposed to do that. Just literally give up a pawn, like it's no big deal. Right in the king's face, like you're not going to get potentially mated there. Like, imagine having the balls to think you're not going to get mated here, but of course the engine just knows all, so it knows you're not going to get mated. But even here, he probably gives it back. Like, look at these alligator tooth rotating blunders back and forth. So you're supposed to just put the queen in the queen's face, where you're supposed to take the knight now because you're going to get fucking destroyed otherwise. So you should have just put the queen there and blocked like a number of times, which, again, would normally be my tendency to actually do that. But I just don't know. Now there's always that urge, like, oh, I want to do another one because I want to redeem that loss. But this is where you just don't even worry about it. Like, these are just so irritating. Like, how do you expect me to... I don't know. Alright, so I'll just go over some of these that are found funny or interesting. Like, he's just an avid commenter, so I will take great pleasure in stealing some of these. Let's see. About all kind of random subjects. Basically, Nolan can literally become the vessel for Shakespeare's reincarnation, and he'll never win a best screenplay because he just, it's so overdue that he should have obviously won one a long time ago by now. Or he gets in all these debates, and again, some of these are like kind of my points and things that I've said, but some of these are just kind of throwaway dumb things. Let's see. This one's kind of funny. Look at that efficiency. No wonder AI is his idol. This is Isaiah Thomas when he had like a couple poor shooting games. It's kind of hard to explain unless I am showing it, but I don't really care. Do you think women are as good as men in chess? This is Alex Botes asking people, and then he comments, not if they're content creators like you. Skull dead emoji. This one's kind of good, like Damian Lillard saying, I don't like how people diminish or take away from the greatest players ever because they didn't win. Also, he goes to Milwaukee so he can win a ring. So if he didn't mind being diminished then, or if he, felt that way, then like, oh, it's not a big deal not to win a ring, then you could have just stayed. This is Anish versus Boo something. Boo Zhangji. And so he puts boo for you, boo to Anish. Like, a lot of his templates are in the context of like one person saying it to another, or saying something that they didn't actually say. This is a chess.com post about, You better not be playing the London system when I get there, says Hikaru. But then it was only played in a World Championship match by the guy who beat me, Naka. So Naka is one of our pet name character things that we make fun of. So Ding played it in the World Championship. Let's see. This one's kind of harsh, talking about Akira Toriyama, that he died of a brain condition. The brain condition explains Super, Dragon Ball Super. What else? I don't know. This one's good. A chess one, like International Women's Day. Chess is for everyone. So he puts in the SpongeBob uppercase, lowercase speech. Women are equal, so we give them special titles for achieving the same rating. People are getting all salty in the comments. What does it mean to be a woman in chess? You get more views from being a content creator than grandmasters do, which again doesn't entirely have to do with being a woman. And I'm not even saying because of the I'm not. I didn't even say it at all. But whatever. What are some of these other ones here? This is kind of a good one. Joe Biden. It says like somebody saying it's like an old man trying to argue that he could still repeat the feats of his days, saying like a post about like Biden not being old or something, and then he puts without having any feats in the first place. Skull dead emoji. What else do we have here? This is another SpongeBob uppercase lowercase thing, like showing how the Magic are 13-3 in their last 16 games, and then he puts also ESPN. Let's see what the Lakers are up to in the SpongeBob speech, just because everybody's so obsessed with them. I think everybody kind of agrees with that. Let's see. I don't know what this one is. Oh, I guess you can't even see it, so it doesn't matter. We have the best record in the league, and this gives you power over me, the Celtics, and then Butler saying it. Jimmy Butler, like it's not going to matter when it comes to the playoffs. He'll still beat you. And this one's good. Carl Anthony Towns saying we changed the game because it's just a post showing like the best records or the best turnarounds. They went from 23 to 49 to 43 and 19, which was a long time coming. So Cat doesn't really get enough credit. Everybody's obsessed with Anthony Edwards because he's just like a flashier style player or something. This one's kind of dirty. Brunson or whatever gets injured, so now DiVincenzo and Josh Hart. So he's like, they both had a good game. So he's like, to celebrate, let's have some milk, because obviously there was the joke about the whole breast milk and stuff that he was talking about. Kind of the sort of thing I would talk about and encourage. He must have seen my fetish seminar where I talked about those kind of things, like being open-minded and objective about them, but it doesn't mean you have to say it on social media either. This was Draymond Green's birthday. We brought a donkey pinata. Oh, right. Sorry, nothing to see here. As if to imply that Draymond is the donkey himself, so that would offend him somehow. This one's a pretty good take, too, that we both kind of said the same thing, where Michael Jordan laughs off Gary Payton's comments that he had any impact on him. But so then Gary Payton, this is like, so you had your lowest field goal percentage and lowest scoring finals just by chance. The glove is like him saying it. Like, he didn't actually say it, but that would kind of, there's obviously something to it. We're fine on the inside. Phoenix Suns. This is after somebody gets a big, I don't know. It's gonna not really make sense. A lot of these have to do with the NBA. The one thing chess and DBZ have in common: the battles go on for excruciatingly long amounts of time. When they use some piece of art, chess entertainment fusing with chess lessons in the form of like Goten and Trunks. It's just so random, all these fucking things. Okay, maybe I should do like one more game since these are just kind of random filler things. I almost should show them, but I don't really want to either. Let's see. Usher during the Super Bowl or something, he looks like he needed an usher to get through that performance because he was so tired or something. I don't know. Why are chess players single? Because they're nerds who play a board game all day. Skull dead emoji. 0.1 million. More ding chilling jokes about him being a choker. You'll be called a hater just because you understand the game and everyone else is still catching up. Bobby Fischer. All these sort of like fake quotes. Don't believe everything you see on the internet. Saying it respectfully, Katie is washed. Devin Booker. Or saying it respectfully, you two are bus riders. Talking about Beal and fucking Beal and the what do you call it? Obviously Beal and Durant. Or why is Devin Booker number one, his jersey number, because he's always the number one option on his team. This is what it's going to devolve to, where I just keep, end up playing games over and over. But so we would have played 3 during the session, which has gone on for, almost 2 hours, but not really even, because I was AFK for part of it. So when I actually ultimately, edit it and stuff, it'll be less. So let's try to play at a little better level than what we had there. I don't know why I'm doing so badly. It's like, does it really seem like, oh, it's the strength of these 1600s? I wouldn't really say that. Like, that last guy played decently, but nothing was, like, crazy about it. Like, I'm still... The first game was worse, actually, though. Like, I played really badly that game, and then I still won, though. That's the stupid thing about it. This confuses me because you can't really do it. So I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that. Like, you're supposed to almost go the other way with it. Like, you go here, and then you go there, and then he takes. You're going to stop the pin, which isn't even really possible. So maybe that wasn't a high priority move, or maybe that's not even the correct move to sort of try to go for in this position. That's kind of cute, I guess, but it doesn't really do anything. I'm almost more enamored with this. Now, I'm being too slow sort of with the development to the extent that I could just castle. I want to do this move, but I don't get it because it doesn't make sense. Like, what does this even do for me? So I should almost just do this. If he takes, I take. If he takes, I still take. So I'm pretty satisfied with that move. He has like a bishop pair on the same side, but I don't know if it's really that good of a bishop pair. In fact, this one's not even been developed, so... This one can go back. That doesn't concern me at all. And so now if he takes... Wait, what? He would take, I would take, he would take... Oh, no, it's fine. I don't see why that would have changed anything, simply moving the bishop back. Like, I get why people like 10-minute games, but it's sort of window dressing. Like, oh, I'm going to play 3 10-minute games, and it'll be so satisfying. But in that much time, you could play one classical game 30-minute, and, like, actually get more invested and immersed. And you might say, why am I not doing it? But I'm almost about to go back to doing it, because that's what this is about. Like, I'm trying to keep them kind of even, where I value speed at least a little bit, but I don't really care too much about the... Now, this is fine, because you're taking a center pawn out, so you can't argue to me that that's not a good thing to do, but then again, maybe it's not. I don't know. How am I supposed to know, man? So many of these things, like what am I supposed to make of this position? This looks okay, but there's a million things that could go wrong with it. Or like now I don't know where to put the fucking knight. I would gladly take that. I should take that knight without hesitation. Or rather, I should just put more pressure even on it. Like, if I could somehow push it out, then you'd be able to take here. But the problem is you can't do that because you could almost put pressure by doing this. And therefore take. So it puts pressure for him to either take, which I would have to take back, which would still give him time to react. But the point is that if I do it, then he's forced to take something or move it, because then if he doesn't, then I could take, he could take, I could take, he can't take, right? So it wouldn't be worth it to him to do it that way, basically, is the thought process. You got to find short form ways to explain what you're saying, because that's like one of my favorite expressions from my whole long form postulate discussions. Like, just because the long form postulate believes in discussing everything thoroughly to its fullest doesn't mean it believes in redundancy, like where you say the same thing over and over. It has no tolerance for that. Or it's like the idea of like the eternal, like somebody who lives forever would have very little patience. And the reason why is because of the simple fact that you're able to feel like, okay, if you you could check and take, and therefore this isn't going to be covered is the problem. So what if I did this? Then you wouldn't be able to take it all. Or you wouldn't be able to check it all. Or I guess you would still be able to, but this is kind of confusing. Wait, you would still be able to check though. What the fuck? I should almost just do this now, but because the point is the queen's going to take no matter what. So if I go here, then he'll take, then I'll take. But then he could just... He'll take, I'll take, but then he could take is bad. But also, he could just take. So I feel like the bishop is in dire straits where I almost feel like I have to take just for the sake of it right now. And so that didn't work out too well. Now here you could go to try to double take that pawn. Right, that would be kind of okay. But no, yeah, it doesn't believe in redundancy, like repeating the same thing over and over. Or again, if you lived forever, it's like you should be very patient. But you get sick of being patient because you could wait forever. That's how you know how futile it is. Like people will keep you waiting forever. No. Like you want to make sure that they don't abuse that just because you have the ability to do it. So you'd be the most impatient of all because you understand how painful it is to wait an eternity or to live for an eternity. So it has sort of the opposite interpretation to it. So here you have kind of a very open square to go to with this. I don't know entirely what it does for you, or rather you can just take. That's the real beauty of it. You can just simply take. You could take and then you basically go back, assuming you want to go back, assuming like what would be the, you want to open up the light square bishop at least. You can't take because it's covered by the other thing. So he actually did make a mistake there, which is pretty hard to believe, but there's nothing even to that. If you go like this, I can't do anything, but it's okay. The main thing is I want to move this somewhere where it isn't in the way of the thing, of the light square bishop. This is fine because he can't take it, such that I would have to take with that. Like if the bishop could take, then you'd be worried about blocking this the way that you sometimes are. As it stands, you don't even really have to move it at all, though. Right, knight covers knight, one of the rare synergistic moments where the knights are sort of double attacking something in a way that's like a little bit cheeky and sneaky. But it's okay. So we got this nice little diagonal. It's going to be hard to really open this shit up. At some point, you have to start making like wild kind of pawn moves and just kind of go for something. But I'm not really too aggressive in doing that. I mean, this is kind of a bad day even sometimes to play chess because it's kind of like I've already done it, so that's why. And also like whatever stage I'm at, like I was almost satisfied with where I got to, but now it's getting to be a bit too much. Like I need, this is almost like a good excuse to take a little break just to try to basically celebrate being at 16, and then we can start to study and do things like that more. So his knight could come in. I almost would want to clear some path for this, but I don't know whether that's really worth it or not. Or you get like a nice little path for an octopus knight, which at least would force the issue when it comes to it would force the issue a little bit when it comes to the simple fact of being able to I don't know. See, these knight moves are not really that good, but there's no way I can actually cover against them. So the best I could do is just, like, block it almost. Like, how do I just cover this fucking square? I don't know. I almost want to just open up the possibility to potentially do it with the rook, even as weird as that seems. But no, I almost wanted to go like this way, because that would be a cute little fork type of thing. Which again, even though the value of that is immense and you almost wouldn't want to lose it, you know, in enemy oh, no, 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 no. Shouldn't I be safe, though? Like, I'm always too lazy to try to figure these things out. Like, I think I'm safe, so fuck it, dude. The same thing happened, though, these 2 games in a row, like, where I thought he was sacking a piece, but he wasn't even sacking it. So it's not even a question of, now he could do like this, so then if this ends up moving, that could be a problem. But the thing I should just do is move the knight. And so both these games I fucked up because I thought, oh no, he's sacking something. So even if it's bad after the sack, it would be fine. But I don't even get the sack here. Right, like it's completely... So this is good for multiple reasons. You try to bait the trade, and you also try to basically... You try to basically do it in such a way that... I don't know. I'm completely losing my train of thought now. You're trying to bait the trade. You're also trying to block the diagonal potentially if he does that. If you bring the knight in, though, it's bad, because even if I try to block this with this, you also still have a problem where you could just take that. So it doesn't really do what I want it to do. Right, like simply bringing in the knight is a good move. It's not super hard to figure out. Because then I'm giving up this, and then... I don't know what happens, really. Like... This knight is of no use to me for now. He's going to come up with some god-level mating sequence. Like, I've been playing really badly in these last couple games, as that's not obvious. And so the point is that you're trying to basically reconcile something out of it. Like, what is the trend? Like, I'm not trying. I don't care right now. It's not like the end of the world as long as I stay around 16 or above 16, but there is no, like, permanent condition or anything. I've just become a little bit lazy now. The level of effort from... Like, there was no reason to even do that, but... It's one thing if you want to trade, but it's another thing if you want to do it in such a suboptimal way like that. Now you have really no choice but to do this. You really don't have a choice. And then it's probably going to turn into something worse, but there's just nothing I can do about it. So now if you just go there... Okay, I'm done, bro. I can't play anymore. It's just dumb. Like, I'm just not... So they made, like, 2 sacks that seemed like sacks, but they're not sacks. Because... Even if you, like, did this, and then I do that... Like, why did that take you so long to even see? Let's try to study these 2 games. Let's learn from these, because it's so fucking annoying. Yeah, this is one of my tank things, so I should just stop playing. I'll just stop playing Rapid for a while. I'm going to play probably Classical tomorrow, because I want to show off that fucking stupid in-real-life board thing again. But no, this is one of those tank effort moments. Like, these last games, I just have not tried at all. Like, I'm just not in the mood. Which normally, to be fair, I'm not in the mood for, like, the stale, repetitive nature of some of these games, but... You were just supposed to take that with the knight anyway, so we took with the wrong knight even then, even when you win a piece, and you're doing something good. So you're not supposed to take that, so of course he would just know that's the correct move. You're just supposed to ignore what he's doing. That's so fucking annoying. Like, how am I not supposed to take it? I hate this kind of move. Okay, so you just ignore it, then he goes back. Like, what does that have to do with anything, dude? Or now here you would take the opportunity to try to do that, but... That is so irritating. So now was there something even here that I could do? That's a blunder, which it doesn't seem... Oh. I didn't even consider the fact that I could just take the knight. He was supposed to go here. I mean, I guess I had the same mindset throughout. Wait, he would just kind of do a threefold repetition? He actually did. He actually did it. Or maybe that's twofold, and then he had the chance to go threefold. But, okay, that was even dumber of me there, too, because I got dejected maybe by the whole sequence. Now it's like you could just take it, and it wouldn't be that big of a deal at all now. We're back to square one with the drawish nature. But no, there was no reason to fuck up the pawns. Again, even if he sacked it, maybe that wouldn't be worth taking because it leads to some sort of mating sequence. But even beyond that, even beyond sacking it, you're in a position where you get to basically, you get to fucking, what do you call it? I'm just like not in the mood for this today, but even if you sack it, like at least don't give something back in doing it, right? The fact that he seemed like he sacked it, but he still gets that back. So what good does that do me, right? That wasn't worth it in any sense, but it's still annoying. Okay, so the theme of the last few games yesterday was just that I wasn't putting forth. What was that? It showed some weird thing there. I'm gonna dox all my info somehow, but basically it was like a low effort thing where I was almost expecting it to be too easy or sort of like a winner's burnout thing. Because if you think about it, I hadn't lost like consecutive games in like 20, 30 games or something, at least in terms of a rated context. And so here, again, this one I was losing, this one I was obviously lost, but even this one, like I won on time, but I didn't deserve it. So let's just quickly look like what was the telltale mistake. But no, and you know what's funny about some of those games, the other two I think that I lost, you actually were supposed to trade in like a very brazen way, or like present a trade opportunity, which is what I normally always do because I love to trade and that's just my style of play. But then the one time that I don't try to do it and I try to be disciplined, you actually were supposed to do it. And then every other time I try to do it, it ends up being bad. Now this was pretty obvious. Okay, you let it get forked, but it's a symptom of some larger thing. Like I don't want to put it here because I feel like the queen's gonna get trapped up there somehow, or I just don't know what I'm doing with the queen. Like it maybe shouldn't even be there in the first place, right? Like why is it in this awkward claustrophobic position? So that I can understand. And even then we do kind of okay, right? We blunder again. We blunder again to the extent of whatever, like we leave the rook there. If we didn't do that, even though we're -5, it's still not as bad as you might think, right? This and the guy still ultimately lost, so it's not even like a hypothetical, oh, it's not that bad, I could have dragged it out. I dragged it out even without that, or whatever, he just didn't know what he was doing. So now these two games I make sort of the same mistake, where I'm like sort of expecting them to make a mistake, or I think like, oh, it's about time, he finally must have done something wrong. You shouldn't be thinking like that. Even if they do something wrong, you spot it, but you're not like looking, you're not going into it like, oh, I want to see, I'm expecting it, or I'm almost waiting for it, or hoping for it. So again, this is the kind of thing that's hard for me to, but again, this is a bait trade move. This is what I would normally do, but somehow I didn't feel it was right at this juncture. So now the next game I'll try. Isn't this always like my patented move? You attack two things together, so now you feel like, oh, he has to trade one of them, but I just didn't feel like it was right. And then it happens again later where like you put the queen here. I don't know what's happening with all this, but yes, I took here, but I didn't realize he could take back because I thought, oh, he just blundered or gambited the knight, but you're actually supposed to go here. So again, I thought he did, and then it fucked up my pawns, which doesn't mean you automatically lose from there, but these were all like fairly obvious things that you can certainly see. And then this game was basically the same exact thing, where it's now this one technically, but see, you're not losing at all because of him doing that. But you're supposed to just let him do that, don't fuck up the pawns, and then just do something else. But it would be hard for me to rationalize moving something on the other side of the board that has nothing to do with this immediate position, right? And I don't even get it, because, like, look, you aren't supposed to take now, but you move this here, and then you can take, right? If he leaves it there, right? If he leaves it there, let's say, now you can take. Like, what changed? What changed here that he can take advantage of? Why does that? Oh, because you cover the queen with the. Okay. You cover the queen with that because the knight was in the way, as it often is. Like, none of this stuff is really that complicated. That's the thing. Right? I can acknowledge when something's like way above my head, but it just doesn't feel like that's the point yet. I'm taking a bit of a gamble here by doing this, but then again, if we get a provisional 1500, you can't underestimate him, though, either. He might just quit out, or he doesn't. The problem is this won't give me that much, though, if I beat him. It's one thing if he's provisional, but he should be like a, provisional 16-something after, like, he won his first game after creating his account, and he gives him, like, some crazy 150 rating because it does that sometimes. So this I kind of forget even how to deal with, because you almost want to do this, but you can't. And the reason why you can't is because he would take. So again, these kind of things usually don't work on me particularly well because it's just an opening little trap. Or at least what you would have to do would be a little bit more advanced than that. So you should be able to do this now because there's no difference, like, you know, you can't do anything with that, so blocks off this. The only concern could be here because he might still continue to target it. Now, I don't necessarily mind that, but I don't necessarily think you're supposed to do it either because your development is so bad. Right, so what you're going to actually end up doing is, if he takes, I can develop for free. So maybe I should just leave it. And then, I feel like I've seen this exact position before, which I'm going to start saying that more and more. Now, the point is at least you get to, whatever. Just if he takes, I take. If he doesn't, I can develop and castle. So it doesn't occur to me too much. See, now that gave me free development that I otherwise wouldn't have gotten. And now his cheeky fried liver thing won't work. Whereas if I initiated it, that might have helped him do it, or I don't know. But that was pretty much perfect development. Now you could go here. You could also try to go there, which I don't know whether that's going to be too good or not. Now if you go here, you could just simply take the thing, right? So if he goes here, I could just take. I mean, I kind of have to, is the problem. So if he puts the knight there first, I can't take, because then if I take, then he takes. Then I'd have to do something awkward. I would take, he would take, but then the problem is he's going to push out the knight and then be able to do it. So now here I'm almost obligated to let him take. Right, so if I let him take, then I could take. Then he could take and then still take. I would take. See, it's these kind of weird pawn moves. Like, it's not unconnected, but it's just not the position that I necessarily want. So that's going to do a trap. Or that's going to do whatever. This can move too now, so it's not even a big deal. Like, his is in the same spot, but it's just kind of awkward. You know, I almost want to cover it with this instead, as weird as that seems. Or rather, you're covering it with that, effectively. It's one of those instances where you just want to move the knight out of the way, but now it's going to cause all kind of problems if I try to do that, because now I'll move this, and he'll go like that, he'll pin it down or something. That one needs a cover, which is that's kind of a cute move, I guess, to the extent that you could go here. Now we got to watch all the kind of crazy fork plays and stuff he might do. He's got to check into a take on the bishop, right, which I can't really do anything about if I'm worried about that pawn. So this might be the best move, or he simply attacks that. So now we're sort of touch moving a piece before I even really think about it. The ultimate rule, you got to have the 30-second rule, at least in classical. Every turn think 30 seconds long before you do anything, or like double and triple check your work, even if you think it's an obvious move. So this guy's not too bad, and obviously he's moving like way too fast, which is the problem with a lot of these players. They play rapid, but they play it like it's blitz. They play blitz, but they play it like it's bullet. They play bullet, but they play it like it's hyper bullet. They play classical, but they play it like it's rapid. Like, they don't really use their time enough. So this is more than adequately covered, even if he attacks it with that. The big question is, I want to do this, or I want to attack the knight itself. This just seems like a natural developing move, but he's going to attack this is the problem. Right, so he'll bring the bishop, attack this, double attack this. Then he'll bring this here, and then even if I put the rook behind, which I can't even do, I almost feel like that, I don't know. Like, I see what he's going to do. He attacks it there. I won't be able to do anything with that. I won't be able to use the rook there either. So I might very well lose a pawn in doing this, but I guess it's fine for now. That is a natural sequence of moves. You go there, and then you go there. And then I'm forced to move this. Because even if I cover it, it still doesn't address the pawn. They always fake you out like this. And how come the timer is so fast? Your opponent left the game. Like, this guy just doesn't have the time for it. I don't even care. I'll take it. We get a measly 3 rating for what seemed like could have been a pretty difficult matchup. It could be, oh, like, you're taking too long and I'm trolling him, but I'm really not. He's just like a normal person who has like a normal life who, doesn't have time for this. I like how when I have these other video, when I play a game for the first time, people always complain, like in my comments and stuff. I just noticed this again today. They'll complain, like I said at some 30-second interval, right? Like, oh, at 20 minutes in the video, I said something critical of the game or something I'm questioning about the game, and people get so mad and overly defensive. Meanwhile, the other 3 hours, I might be saying positive stuff. So it's like, it's too reductive or too like overly defensive or sensitive. It doesn't mean that I'm overall. Why is that only inaccuracy? I thought that was the correct response. Oh, that's weird. I thought actually that's what you're supposed to do. So everything here is fine. I don't think anybody was winning or losing, but I'd be interested to see what the whole sequence of moves is. You're supposed to take with that first, which, again, it ends up happening anyway, so I guess it makes sense, but I almost would rather trade the piece. See, now I'm not really too sure. Ah, fuck. Like, what is the point that you're supposed to do here? You're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to do this, which I thought about doing, but I don't really get it. Because, like, what if he... Why didn't I even do that? Oh, you're just supposed to let him take that? Ah, yes, of course, because now he gets to... Like, that's kind of crazy, though. Like, I get it, but you let them take a piece because you know that you're going to take a piece as a result. Now, this is not what even happened, but... What if he just does like this? You go here, and you just let him take. You let him take because then you can take... Which I kind of thought about that too, but whatever, it doesn't matter because the game didn't go anywhere. Let me do like one more that feels like an actual real game, because even though you could say, oh, you only won that because he was provisional 1500, I actually only won it because he AFK'd out. Who knows what would have happened? But no, it's kind of like you're thinking along the lines of, yeah, you complain about like one little thing and people focus on that. It's like the Matthew Perry thing. Not that I'm coming to his defense, but he says something negative about Keanu Reeves in his book, and people focus all on that. But what about the other hundreds of pages about other various topics and different things where he might have said something positive about him, which I don't think he did, but I'm just saying. Like, sure, he probably shouldn't have said it. It's out of line, whatever. But people focus on that one thing. But what about a million other topics that you're talking about? Right, so it's the same thing there. You do a 3-hour, 4-hour video on a game, right, playing for the first time or something. You say like a ton of positive things, you say a ton of neutral things, just making observations, just doing commentary, and then you say like 1 or 2 negative things, and people are obsessed with that. Or on the flip side, see, like these GMs and IMs are making, or a CM and an IM are making these basic blunders. See, how is a CM 2900? That doesn't make sense. That's way too high. But that's where this inflation gets out of hand. How is he above an IM in the first place? That makes it sound like a world championship master, not candidate for that, not fucking candidate master, which is like lower than... I don't know. It's lower than an IM and an FM, I thought. It's like after NM or something like that. But no, what you have to realize is, okay, you do like an hour video, or no, like a 3-4 hour thing. And like, again, you're saying negative things, you're saying positive things, but then you're also just kind of not even sure what you're talking about. And so, yeah, people will fixate on kind of just the one thing. And it's the same like over the course of a series of something. Like, I'll say like negative things about chess and how it's like drawable and objectively solvable and all these kind of things. And people will fixate on that, but then it's like, why do you play it so much? Oh, because it's so good. Like that, it's not like ultimate or disqualifying that you're saying something negative or objectively true. But that doesn't mean that defines it overall. Like, there's still good things about it. There's still flaws of other games, right? It's not all encompassing or all defining of either the game or even your opinion on it, right? It's just one element of it. So you're observing a lot of different things, but again, it's what people choose to. It's like myopic marginalization was a term that we used in the debate format. Like, you focus on the one element disproportionately, right? So you say 10 negative things and 10 positive things, but you blow up or no, you say one negative thing and 10 positive things, but you focus on only right? You're not giving them sort of equal treatment and equal weight. And people can be obviously very overly defensive. So it doesn't even bother me, but it's just interesting psychologically to think about how people deal with these sorts of situations where, again, because then, see, I'd be the same person where somebody would think, oh, you hate this because you said this one negative thing, and then I do it for like 100 episodes, and obviously I don't hate it. Like, people thought that with Magic the Gathering, oh, this guy seems to hate the game, or he's dumb, or whatever. Meanwhile, 2 years later, I'm still playing it, so you can't take it as like an all-encompassing opinion just because you say one negative thing one time. It's like how you choose to emphasize something, right? This is what the media, corporate-owned media issues can do, or even whatever, other state-controlled media, stuff like that. It's not that they'll lie about what they're saying. It's that they'll emphasize one point and diminish or omit. Rule by omission is kind of a term that was also used there. Like, you can often control things not by what the fuck? Wait, what's happening? What? You'll take their... What the fuck is going on? You'll take there, but then I'll be able to take there, I guess. I'm confused. What he did wasn't even necessarily that good, but it's just confusing. I could take there and then maybe take there. See, I'm always apprehensive about being aggressive in positions that are... like he's attacking my shit. So instead of trying to deal with it and play defensively and react, I'm supposed to go like here and do something else crazy. So now we can take here. Right, that would just be fine to do. And it doesn't matter even what his response is because I can always come back and do what I want. But no, it's like the idea that you're basically trying to... You can't block with the queen, so you can block with the knight. Now you gotta watch out for this. So now this is kind of cute because, oh, he can't take with the knight. Because, then he could take there. Like, I should just kind of cool it down now. Oh, no, but I have to basically go here because I have to cover both. Then, if I... you want to cover this and this. I can't finish my train of thought. Like, relax, dude. Don't do all these crazy things. Just play a normal brain dead opening that you've memorized a million times. But no, what I'm saying is, you emphasize one thing and you minimize another, or you omit it altogether. So you rule by omission. So what does that mean? Like, you don't even address the subject. Like, oh, a lot of people are talking about this thing and criticizing you for it, but you just don't even acknowledge it. You just pretend like it's not happening. And so if you do that, I would take and then he can't take. So what's he doing? He could take there, but like, so what? Is that really that big of a deal? I mean, I have to address it, so maybe I could go here then. Or rather, you could go, fuck, but I can't. Whatever, this was the main threat. So yeah, you just omit it, and that works in certain countries like, you could say like, oh, China or something where they control the media. It's like, you won't even hear the topic of this dissent or issue or protest or something being discussed, right? It won't even be discussed. And so if it's not even discussed, then, you know what I mean? Like, it's not even a subject. It's not that, oh, the great leader said something to quell the uprising. It's that you won't even hear about the uprising, so it doesn't matter. Then you can't make an opinion like, oh, maybe the leader's right, maybe the leader's wrong. It doesn't even come to that point because you're just dismissing it altogether, right? You won't even bring up the subject. So that makes it much easier to control. something, like you won't even hear what the issue is, and then on the flip side you'll keep hearing about something else over and over and over, whether it's true or not, whether it's a big deal or not, right? They'll just kind of keep emphasizing that. So that's the way it can happen. So it's not a question of whether something's accurate or true or not, or whether it happened or not. It's a question of both the framing of it, how they say it, but also how they're basically able to emphasize and, again, de-emphasize certain things. So that's a major element of control that happens, right? You I don't know, I could think of some examples, but let me focus for now. So this you can't even move, so like I should just try to develop, but I'm kind of trying to do too much. Like if I move this, that's like a free move because you're attacking the queen, but there's nowhere good for it to actually go. So it almost makes the whole thing futile. You almost want to go here, but you almost don't because of this. But you could almost just take that. He would take, I would take, and then he can't take. You would think you should be able to take this, actually. So yeah, they control you by, again, how much they emphasize certain stories. You'll hear it over and over and over, so that becomes a talking point, because people will mindlessly talk about that just because they heard about it, not because it's the most important thing or relevant or they care about it or it affects their life. So you hear about something over and over, so that's the dominant talking point, and then they ignore, omit something that could be very important or equally important, however you want to subjectively define it, or just some other story, but they won't talk about that, or they'll talk about it like only in passing, basically. So I still don't see anything crazy that comes about as a result of that. You check here, but so what? It doesn't change anything, right? Like you can still, it's still covered. We have to pick on sub 1500, sub 1600 players because somehow, so there's no threat posed by that. You could even just do this, but take, right? That doesn't work because you're trying to, there's nothing really there, though. He doesn't have a secondary threat. If I took here, I would take, he would take. I need like another cover on there if I'm going to do it. I could just take this too, but no. This seems kind of cute because you're addressing whatever he might be doing here, but there is nothing really to do. But now you can do like this, and then this if he was to take. Because then you obviously would guarantee, no, but it wouldn't even work. I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would still take. I don't know if that's even worth it. I would lose a rook. Basically, we'd both lose everything. So I would lose the extra bishop for nothing, right? I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would still take. So he's going to bring his stupid knight in. You could do this, but then you could still just take. This bishop has been kind of annoying me the whole game. He'll attack the rook, and then he might create a threat with that. I almost just want to do this. Fuck it. Little, what I call a cheeky threat on the queen. I'm just being kind of lazy, though, and I might be able to get away with it from time to time. But, I don't know. But, again, at least you're up 3. Now you definitely shouldn't lose, or you should try to be a little aggressive just for the sake of it. So now you could, like, pin it down from here, and then double attack it from there. Something like that, if you wanted to go for a threat on this. This is covered for the time being. But it almost felt like he could have taken that earlier, but he would have had to give something up, which he kind of gave it up anyway, I guess. You almost shouldn't go for the trade, but it just feels too perfect to do it. And if you don't do the trade, then you could be in trouble as well, right? Because you're basically able to do this or whatever, this. But then you still can't even do anything because, like, take. So you're not really taking anything. That's cute. Like, oh wow, unleash, uncover, check. But what does it really do? Because you can't really do anything. Right? You can't take anything as a result of it. This is still covered. This is getting a little bit scary for him, but I haven't done anything to develop it here. Right, my other side is woefully undeveloped. So I might be up material, but I'm kind of down in the development race. So let me do this one first. Let me just do it so I just get it out there. Nothing else should really change with this position. But he's going to go for some kind of back rank shenanigans. I already know it. So all we have to do is get something within the realm of the back rank here. Ooh, what a move, because you get to attack the back rank and that at the same time, and there's no way to address both of them. So I'm paying the price for my lack of development. So what the fuck? I even just correctly identified that the development might be the issue. Right, so you might have to just go here. And so let him take that, which is still fine materially, but it begs the question of, like, what am I doing and why am I playing this way? It just doesn't make sense, like what I'm doing sometimes. So now the development is still incomplete. You can't move this. This is kind of in a claustrophobic spot. But I would love to just develop the light square bishop, which has been very slow on my part. This is kind of bad. He could very easily target this. So it was a good move by him because you're doing a multi-layered thing of, that would be kind of cute, but you can't do it. He'll give a check from there, and that's like already mate. I love when positions like this are actually a mate. Like, it doesn't even make sense, but somehow it will be. Like, how the fuck? If I go here, you'll check there, then I have to block with the queen. Are you serious, dude? If I lose like this, man, how? How is it possible? Like, I can't cover that square, or... No, maybe you can go like this, so then... It's covering both. Like, I'm not happy about this, but... That's unbelievable. So you're still covering there, you're still covering there, you're still covering there. Like, what the fuck, man? And you're even providing the fork, but it's not really a fork. I hate that. Like, I'm up in a decent position, but then I just always have these things happen. Or I get too easily triggered and tilted by stuff, but that was just like a bad development kind of game. Whatever I was doing, it's like, oh, don't take his free piece because you get to... He can probably still take advantage of this pretty easily, but there's really just like nothing I can do. You go here, then you go there, like what the fuck? I might be able to do this now to try to stop that. I'm a little bit low on time. This knight is totally fucking useless. This isn't really doing anything. Although I guess it's at least holding a square down so he can't move this. This seems like a natural attempt to try to make. So I'd have to do this very slowly. Then I'd have to do this. Then I want to block that diagonal, but I can't even do that even if I did develop it. At least he's burning a little bit of clock, but that's always how these games start. Like, I kind of, wait. Oh, of course, that was covered all along. I'm stupid. Why did I not even think of that? I guess I was just so desperate. I'm only -3, but I'm kind of already tilted out of the game. Like, I'll admit. I don't know what that was. I don't know how you can just do that. Like, what the fuck? It makes no sense, but this is what I get for poor development, and it continues to still hurt me because Now I just kind of give up too. Like, that's so sad, man. You can do this if you want. I don't care. That's so fucking dumb. Like, what a god-level attacking move that was that this guy can just do, and it's like, I guess I shouldn't be surprised. This is an average 1600 level player. Just because I'm not like that myself. You know, I somehow win by attrition or defensive positions. I don't really do stuff like that. But that was such a crazy, wild, bonkers attack that might not even be. It might not have even been that good, but I couldn't see through it. That's the problem. So at least you either have to be able to attack like that yourself, or you have to basically do it in such a way that, I don't know. As long as he can't bring the knight in, so he can keep giving useless checks with the queen, right? But this should be fine. He could go there, but he can't. This is really annoying, though. Like, that's what you deserve, though. Like, he deserves to win because he saw through his own bad position. Like, he was down, but then he, whatever, didn't do anything with it, or he didn't fall apart, maybe. He could go to there, but he can't. My knight's actually doing quite a bit here. But we can finally develop this shit, I guess. Now, the rook is open, so I don't see where his rook can really go. He can't go any of those 3 squares. You could give it check, and then I go down, but then you can't do anything. You gotta keep the knight out of arm's reach a little bit, too. If you bring your rook here, then you might be able to do this. Because then he can't take, then I can take. That would be nice. See, these are like basic attacking ideas, but they're just not going to work. Like, what he just did there was kind of insane. Like, how he turned that into... He basically sacks a piece, but then... I don't know. Now, he can check with the thing, but he actually can't, or he actually could. He actually could, but then I could still take. But then he could bring the thing in. Like, I don't have to even necessarily take, that's the thing, but I guess I do because then the queen will come in there. It's going to turn out that somehow this is the better move, like just to not take it. But I don't really see how. Now he's attacking the light square bishop, and he... Oh, no, I thought he would do something totally different than that. Now he can check on the back rank only, but that's not that big of a deal. And so I'm not that worried about it. I'm more worried about my time than anything else. So now you got to keep an eye on this. Like, this still kind of works for what I'm trying to do here. And his material is still pretty limited, despite the... He would take, I would take, he would still take, which that would actually still not be okay. Never mind. There's nothing that he can really still take here. That's the whole deal. You can go here, you can try to do that little thing, but... See, even though I'm down, I'm still trying to trade. I could be up and I try to trade, even though I should be trying to attack with the extra material I have. Or I could be down and I'm trying to trade because whatever, it's still too much. Because I don't want them to have more stuff to attack me with, so I rationalize it no matter what. So you still can't do anything, though, unless I'm missing something. Just keep doing the same thing over and over, and something good might happen. Keep giving checks, like... So it's okay, but I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what's happening. So you're trying to trade there, which would be actually pretty bad, because then maybe he could bring that in after the fact, and then I can't move it, but then I could easily figure it out. Right, you bring it inside, then I bring it there, then you take there. Like, it's okay, dude. I wanted to trade. I got the trade that I wanted, and the bishop is doing its work still. The dark square bishop is doing fine. You can just keep moving this shit around. He's got a minute 20 left, so 2 bishops, 1 queen, the classic. You can probably check and just take something, and I'm too lazy to figure it out. You just got to realize that the light square bishop doesn't have, it does not have a cover. So I have no idea what I'm doing. I'll just move it here if I can, then I'll move it here, then I'll try to take that. He's going to give some kind of cheeky check. Let's see what we can do. You can go ahead, you can cover like this one maybe, but it doesn't even do anything. He can check from there, which still doesn't do a ton yet. He'd have to get something else in there. So somehow I should almost... Okay. I kind of like this one better. I don't want to be like trapped in that box there. He can check again from there. He's falling a little bit low on time. To see, even though he's winning, it doesn't mean it's going to be that easy for him to necessarily figure it out. That's probably what he wants me to do, but I'm too stupid to figure it out. He can pin it down, but then there's no way to actually attack it with like a pawn. So now you can... It's just like all these fucking endless checks that end up happening that are kind of dumb. He's going to keep going there if I do it, and that's probably not a good move, but you're just attacking way too aggressively. This at least allows you to move with the thing. I can take there. He can take there. Okay, fine. Oh, wow, I just stopped paying attention, too. Like, I was actually doing fine. I wouldn't have lost, but I kind of forgot about the time issue. This is really, like, this is where the rapid format folds on itself, where it's an invalid, illogical format that nobody should ever do, especially at this low level if you're trying to learn or whatever. Every single game, even the ones that I won, have come down to time. Like, it's nothing other than that. I guess maybe, you know, I still misplayed the position, but it wouldn't have been... You wouldn't have lost because of it. That's the problem with chess, right? You could be in a winning position or something like that, but it doesn't dictate the outcome because they're not going to be good enough to finish it off, or you're going to be evenly matched enough to... You're supposed to put the queen there, I guess, apparently, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but a lot of these bait trade things that I normally would do that I'm not doing. I don't even really get that position, but again, he was playing like overly aggressively. And I guarantee you he kind of lets me back in, but maybe not because... I don't know. But see, I still feel like I would have been basically fine. It wouldn't have been the end of the world. Like, still, from here, okay, you go there, which I kind of don't understand why you would really do that, but... As long as he can't check and take the thing. What the fuck? Why would you let him do that, then? I guess just because the position's so bad anyway, but... I mean, it doesn't really matter. I'll just try to get back to 16, but I don't like how I'm playing, really. It's just something's wrong. I'm getting too lazy and tilted and stupid. Like, see here, I won't even bother to take. There's no reason to. He's not doing anything with that. I could even punish him by doing this, but then it turns into some other stupid shit, so let me not do it. Anytime you think something good happened for you, it didn't. Because there, again, people just aren't capable of making mistakes. Now that I would normally take that pretty much without hesitation. There's nothing to even pin down, so I don't have to worry about that. This is okay. Although it does raise questions about the bishop, one of the bishops at some point, as far as like how you're going to actually cover this, because the light square is going to be blocked. Right? So, like, I don't know. I'll just leave it for now. Now, this is good because it gives you an excuse to develop the bishop too for free. And it's often the wrong move to take or to keep going, because I often do that. Somehow it wants you to take because you're taking a center pawn with an outer pawn. And then you could maybe raise this and then do something there. But again, I don't know whether that would necessarily be good or not. If you went to there, I could go there. If you went to there, I could go here, but then you could block is the problem. But no, something's confusing about this because one of these pawns is just going to block one of these squares no matter what. So if he's stupid enough to go there instead, then we could get... No, it still doesn't do it. Well, it guarantees that like you can open the king or whatever, but It's almost like one of these should have been traded off. Right, because something's not right about this. I'm just not even sure. Like, one of these pieces might get trapped. I have no idea. It's almost like you should do this and just accept the fact that the trade will occur, because I don't know what the light square bishop's really going to do for me. If he takes, it's just too ugly of a pawn structure, though. I can't do it. You could leave them kind of like this, and then it begs the question that he could go like this into this or something. I should just try to change the pawn structure maybe, but I can't really figure out how to do it. At some point, you probably are just going to get trapped, though. The bishop is in, like, prime position for that to happen. Now you can attack this with impunity because he can't. But it's still going to lead me back in the same spot. Like, no, but he has to move it first. So it shouldn't be a problem no matter what. He could block it with the knight or the bishop, which I might take either one without any thought. So this light square structure could be okay, assuming that you want. I'm fine with that. I've been kind of dying to trade it off anyway. Like, now you go here, and then all you have to do is raise this, so then you have this perfect diagonal, and then you have this covered by potentially just like one rook only. So this is at least a comfortable way to get through the opening and not fuck anything up too much. So now you'll cover this, and then you're in a relatively good spot. So you want to raise this. This is all perfect. Then you could keep one like here. I guess the only problem with it then is that the thing itself isn't covered. The one thing isn't covered. The bishop itself, right? So it might be hard to acquiesce to covering both of those, but I don't know what exactly he's going to do that can target them either. So now, even if this is a bad move, it doesn't seem to create a positional weakness like right away. Like, it'll be something super far along the line that comes into play later. So this is under attack, so he always has to commit to that. But he could open the light square diagonal and it wouldn't matter too much for him. We don't really need this cover now. Let's just do this move because it makes sense kind of aesthetically, but almost what you could have done is put it here. Then it'll always be covered, but then one of these pawns is always going to be an odd one out. We should try to do something on the open file here, even though this is technically an open file. No, it's a half open file, but this is covered from there. This is covered from there. So again, the only thing that's not covered is the actual bishop itself, assuming that I roam a little bit with the rook. But yeah, all these people move too fast. I see I'm kind of settling in too much that, like, oh, I'm comfortable just being at 16. Like, I'm not. I psychologically psyched myself out that, like, oh, it's such a big deal, so now it's okay if I get stuck or I have to study or whatever. But it doesn't really feel like these opponents are that good. It's just, or they're not that different. I was beating these same people to get here, but come on, we have to at least win this one. But now in before it's going to be a draw, for which I might still lose like one rating because that's what sometimes happens here. So he moves the rook. We could double take onto here at some point. Like, nothing crazy is going to happen with this no matter what. But then I'll lose like a bishop versus knight endgame somehow. Because my bishop isn't in a bad spot, but it depends how these pawns really progress. Take. It's almost like you want to bring it above the pawns once for now, but I can't really decide how this is going to go. This could be a bad idea, but it feels like you can be more adventurous with the pawns once it gets to a late game phase, right? Because nothing's really going to attack me. Like, what am I afraid of? Like the knight or something? So if the knight moves, for example, I could just take that immediately. That would be the beauty of it. I can't really get it to move, though. Or I could even do this and then double take if there was some beneficial position to that, but I don't see what it is. Like, whatever you find here is going to be super deep and super elaborate because I just don't see it. If he goes there, I could take I don't know what's happening. It almost feels like everything is perfect. I just don't know what to do with it. Like, I don't know. At this point, like, I admit I'll just make random moves and hope that it's okay because I don't know. This is good, and the reason why it's good is because it allows you to undouble the pawn, right? So that couldn't have been a bad move. The only problem is possibly the dark square bishop is going to become too much of a target here because you're able to basically not be able to cover it necessarily. Let's try to open from this side though, just randomly because I just feel like doing it. It seems dumb, it probably is dumb, and I should be worried more about the other side, but it just seems kind of like a natural extension of the position. If he goes there, I can take it. If he doesn't go there, like, I don't really want to take it myself. Right, like, why would I split my pawns like that? But, so I'll ignore it for now, and then I'll just take. So if he takes with this one, I could just double take or something there. Otherwise, I have an open file to work with here. That is actually kind of a surprising move. Because he's going to lose this pawn now no matter what. And the reason why is because if he takes with the rook, then I could take again and then force to take. Or if he takes with the knight, then I could just take, you see? So we actually do win something out of it, guaranteed. No matter which one you take with, you will lose the pawn. No, fuck. Never mind. I guess I was wrong. Oh, come on. So I don't actually know what to do with this position, but at least like his knight can't even move until you free that up. Okay, we got to pay a little bit more attention now than what we've been doing, though. So nothing can target this, right? It would be very difficult, or his knight will obviously do it. I don't know. He's going to cover that, which is the correct move to make. So now maybe the threat has exhausted its usefulness, and so maybe I should just go for this then. He'll go here, and therefore he'll attack this, which could be very dangerous, so I can't let that happen. But then again, I don't know. So I just have to come back with the king if he did that. So he's here. Okay, he's going totally to the other side. He'll check and take this, would be the point. But what he's also given me is a passed pawn and a check there, so I can wait. Now you still gotta watch this check here, which I can't necessarily stop him still from going there, but now his queen, his knight is too far removed from the thing, from the other side. So maybe you don't have to worry about it, or maybe it could have beaten me to it. But if we look at it here, what we can try to do is, I mean, this is probably a dead drawn position no matter what, but trying to like think of something I could maybe do. If you were to trade this off, I can't really say who's king or whatever is in a better spot. I really couldn't tell you, so I'm not going to worry about it too much. He could check there, which doesn't necessarily guarantee anything. You want to keep the king kind of around that area because if you do, then you can always cover this one, which I assume is going to be a priority. I'm not sure what's going to happen with this. If you can get the knight to sit in a spot as to cover this square all the time, I could be in trouble. Because then I can't come back to cover this, but then again, it's not even under attack for the time being. I'm going to try to give like a random check for some reason. Let me see. He's going to attack maybe the other side pawn again. Like there, into there, into there. So now there's no threat that you can do given that. Right, so it seems like we're just in drawish territory, but I'm almost always trying to look for something above and beyond. So you can't move the king. I don't think I should really try to trade it, though. See, now you're going to let him get through that, but I don't see, like, what? He's going to double... He's going to, like, double attack that. Right, but he gave up a pawn in doing it, so maybe it's not worth it. And now I can try to eat these up, and he mathematically can't cover them. And the reason why is because the knight is just a shitty piece. So see, by him trying to do too much, he fucked up. I feel like I've just been tired the last couple of days. Not that that explains my bad play, but like just somehow, whatever. It just doesn't feel as natural here. So he might attack the other side, but I think at this point we're in relatively good shape. Unless he'll take on like the other side altogether. But I don't know, actually. He could attack in there. See, I'm giving him too much now because I'm confident that, oh, my pawn is going to do something or whatever. Like, so I'm giving him this. But the fact is you have, like, too many things going on. Like, you could just try to keep going with that one. He's just going to make it difficult now, though. Because, like, if you were to raise this and say, fuck it, I'm not going to do that, but... But yeah, maybe he couldn't deal with both threats. So he's going to come in to try to take this, which could take like a really long time for him to figure out. So he's attacking the other side completely. The only thing with that is... I should be able to beat him to it, or I should be able to ultimately... I have to be aware of this square, because then I can always sack for it. That's what you always have to try to do here, right? I could just sack for it even if he gets there, but he's too far removed anyway from it. So now all I have to do is push the knight out from that position once I bring it here. And so there's nothing else he should really be able to do. I go there. Oh, for fuck's sake, dude. Let's keep it here for the time being, and then we'll try to raise. We're also still in sack protection position. So now if he takes there, I take. And so, yeah, we could obviously sack it and be fine. Because now you're going to have to move this, and then wherever you move it isn't going to cover both of these, obviously. So look how shitty the knight is. We prove it yet again. So if you get me a comfortable middle game, end game, even position where we have these kind of things play out, then you should be relatively good. It's an end game master, even though I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. At least I'm putting forth a little bit of effort to try to figure it out. So now you have to figure something out here, and there's nothing you can do. Because even if you... No, but that is actually smart. The knight is so shitty, because if I did that, then I wouldn't be... Look at that. The only function that the knight can serve is to... The only purpose the knight can serve is to fucking just sacrifice itself to try to distract you. If I had taken that, he would have actually taken the... He would have actually gotten the promotion, because then I wouldn't have been able to stop it, and then I might have been fucked. So even its final act is to show, like, you only now at the end game do you understand how shitty the knight actually is, and so therefore you give it up, but it's too late for you now. You should have admitted from the beginning and known from the beginning. All these people who try to argue with me how shitty the knight actually is. So this is becoming a bit of a struggle for me, though. Every game is difficult, as maybe it should be. I mean, I don't know how good 1600 on here is considered to be, but it's still... It's something, right? It's starting to get to be something. It's more than just like brain dead reactionary, do random stuff. Even though I got away with that. So you see how the opening and the middle game was there just like autopilot, right? Your brain's just on autopilot, just doing random stuff. Just let me get to the interesting part, and then you never do. And then it's the end game, and then it's just over. So like... Nobody was up big because nobody was doing anything. We were just like trading pieces and just doing basic development. None of this would be enough to really... And it was just even me. So at no point was he winning. And I guess as black, maybe that's how you should think, but... Like, there's nothing to learn from most of this because there's nothing you could have done there. If he plays like that, there's nothing, you know what I mean? It's going to take a very long time to get to the point. If you're trying to tell me every game is going to come down to some sort of stale, repetitive endgame that's going to be mostly drawish, then I don't know what to make of it, because now this move could probably be a mistake, but it was actually the correct move. See, I'm learning to think like the engine. Even though it seems dumb, I don't get it, because... No, I mean, I do get it, but... Or no, actually, I still don't get it, because... I thought I would win the pawn, but then I still didn't. So nowhere here do I give him a... But I still blunder. I don't know how. He makes a blunder. I don't get it. They not... Fuck. Nobody knows really what they're doing, but... I don't know what I could really learn from that. Like, I still win, so it's everything I'm doing is right, apparently, but you really can't judge it by the result at all. How are these mistakes? Like, you're obviously going to win now. But again, you're at least taking advantage of the blunders he's making, or not really, because some of them, a lot of them even each other out. You're right. You might be like, how can we both be making so many blunders, but nobody's winning because of it? It's because we both make blunders and we both even them out, right? Like, what would be the line here? Okay, you go here, you go here, you go here, you go there, you go there, you go there. Like, it's going to be a draw. So how it's a blunder that leads to a draw, or apparently leads to a win, but he's just very slow about doing it. What the fuck? Why would you even want to do that? What the fuck are these moves, man? This is how you know it's the engine. Like, what did that do? I'm winning apparently, but how? Like what, you'll exhaust every possible threefold repetition where you'll go to 2 and the count, and then he's forced to move this. So that's what this position will actually be. Nobody can do anything. This is literally chess in a nutshell. You'll make every possible combination of king moves. You'll force them to up until 2 so that it's going to be a draw, and then they'll do this. But they could just take the draw too. That doesn't even make sense because they're losing, so they would rather you take the draw. Right? So it wouldn't be up to you to do that. Why not just like go here and actually try to do something with the game? What the fuck is going on? Why would you even need to let him do that? You could have just covered it or something. But no, it's like he doesn't have to make a move like that because I love that. That probably is some scenario that happens though, right? You make them exhaust every possible combination of threefold repetitions without actually touching the third one, right, to avoid the draw, and then they'll finally make the move that they have to make. Okay, so this week was kind of something a little bit different because since I got to 1600 in Rapid, I started to sort of do this return to classical. So I tried to play it. Well, first of all, on Tuesday, my normal chess day, I did like my first webcam stream in a long time, and so that was like just to show the chessboard, not to show face cam or anything like that. So still preserving the principles of meritocracy and doing that. But then the day after that, I did that just to try like a feature on the chess and to try to show the board. Then on Wednesday, I said, okay, so it's suited for my whatever Wednesday format, where I just kind of do a random thing. I thought, okay, why not show the board, but then do a classical game because it's suited for that. But then I didn't do necessarily so well with that. And so now what that raises the question of, which I'll probably do it tomorrow. I wanted to do it now because when I do something like that, I obsess over it. But like, we got to 1700 here a long time ago to unlock my chess.com account again because I said I had to get at least to 1700 in classical to do it, right? And then we didn't get any farther either. But then I haven't played much since then, right? And the few times that I did, I've done pretty badly and I've lost a couple of these. And even one of them was against Simply, who's a viewer / friend, whatever, where he's 2000 plus. And so he beat me, and that actually counted against rating, which I try not to do that. So now the danger is that if I lost like the next game, I could go below 16. And if I do that, then I have to delete my account on here. So that would be very devastating. And so I almost wanted to do that now. I couldn't just leave it alone. Like, I want to keep this one going up too. What's ironic is Rapid has caught up to Classical, but not really because, you know, I was 17 here. So at least I'd be within 100 of it exactly, in fact. But it's just because I've tanked this so hard, not because I've actually improved that much in Rapid or anything like that. But I think our win streak is the same in both of these, too. 7. How can that be? What are the chances? But the point is that, and you might think, oh, you know, that 29 isn't that big of a deal. Like, but this one cost me 27 against the 1700. So if I was to lose to like a 1650, that could be the difference. That could be over 27, and that's it. Like, so this could be a permanent game for the ages, where if I don't do it right, you know what I mean? Like, that could be bad. I guess I could do one as a, well, but see, it takes so long, too. So let's not worry about it now, but I just have to play the next one very well. And what better way to practice than in rapid? Because, I mean, time just becomes a non-issue there, but still, the general way that you play can be kind of similar. So if you bring the bishop, I always like to take it. If you don't, you can try to do something cheeky with it, but it just normally doesn't happen. And actually, it ends up being pretty bad somehow. Like, you try to bring it, but it just doesn't ever happen. At least now you can't pin down, and at least now I could castle. So if he makes a big mistake, this is what you're almost hoping for in a way that is not. Now, this one's actually pretty devastating, but it's really not because, see, what happens is he would just go back there, and then there's no threat. This one's at least better because then you're guaranteeing, okay, you would take, he would take, and then it's still pinned. So I imagine this could be okay. So, again, that's a very easy move to do. If you don't do that, then you're kind of screwed because you have to, take, and then if you let me take, then I take. So the obvious move is the bishop move, is the bishop cover. So he could have already fucked up, or I guess he still didn't, though, because you can just take with the pawn, and it's not that big of a deal. So it's almost like, I don't know whether I should press this threat even further. See, a good player would take this and even go further with it. They wouldn't take still. And they'd keep dragging it on and on and on. But at some point, there's got to be some weakness that he exposed by doing that. Because I can guarantee you that's not the correct move. Even just doing this, you should be satisfied with it. But what if you just... Like, he's not really posing a threat on me by doing that. That kind of solves it pretty well. I'm actually surprised. What if I just do that? Dude. I mean, I guess I'm in a more of an experimenting kind of mood. But now what this does is it guarantees the knight is still there. And the pin is also still there. This is hilarious, bro. Like, how are you going to play like this? How are you going to actually play like this? Like, this would make me mad if I was on the other side. Like, who does the 1600 think he is to do this? But this is the time. This is actually the time to do it. You know what's weird? We hadn't played too many people above 1600, and then as soon as I got to 16, we played like almost everybody is above 16. So now he's doing all his own kind of cheeky thing. I don't really see what it does though. Like, this one's still fine. He's got to scan the little moves, what he can do. So much of chess just comes down to the will. Like, the will to act as far as, how much you... So this might work if he does castle, then I could unleash check or something. I don't even know what it's going to do, but it looks cute, so I'll do it. So what could he do that could be potentially a nuisance? Or, like, I could even unleash like this. So then even if he took... I got overly ambitious with it for sure, to the extent that now I'm going to pay for it. And maybe that's fairly obvious to see, but it's still okay with me. Okay, dude. He would take, I would take, he would take. Yeah, I lost that for no reason because I just wanted to keep that threat going for really too long. So there was no need for me to do that. Still got to be something out of this position, but that's where you learn your lesson. Like, I'm not even saying that was necessarily bad to do, but it was bad to do for me at that point, or at least the way I did it. Like, you got to be a little more confident if you're going to go for that. Is it really served no purpose otherwise? What did I do with that? There was no need to play like that. Right? Sometimes it's like, oh, you'll be in a better position or something, but this is kind of fucked up too, actually. I don't even know how this is gonna work. Like, I'm being way too random with my moves. The one thing I can't do, though, now is even castle at all. I wanted to do this, but then he would be allowed to take this. So yeah, that's a good humbling lesson moment. Like, it seemed good, and maybe there was something better there, but I just couldn't quite find out. Or if I'm going to do that, I should have taken even more time, but you shouldn't try to beat people like in the opening, like you're really some kind of opening expert or something. Even if you are, right, you should just assume that they're good enough to not. Now, this could be actually already trapped. But it's still not. What am I doing? Like, look what a weird position I'm playing. This makes no sense. Like, I definitely don't play like this typically. So now he can still escape to there. You would think just like something would eventually open up as a result of this, but I can't figure out what it is. Go here, like my castle is going to be ruined and I can't even castle. You go here, so if he moves the pawn, he's in trouble, but he can move this pawn. It almost makes it seem like I know what I'm doing because I do it with such speed and confidence, even though I'm, you know, he's even letting me do that. But why? Might be better just to go for this. He'll take and check, then I'll take, or he'll take, then take. So all it would require is another cover onto here, or it would just require simply taking the fucking thing. Period. Why couldn't I just do that? Like, so what? He'll do some kind of crazy royal fork cheeky shenanigans, which I don't even know what it's going to be, and it's not like I could castle there anyway. I still don't see anything with that. Like, what's the big deal? So he kind of just gave it back a little bit, but he's still +2. He's got to worry about this potentially. This is the weirdest position I've played in a while. This is kind of how I would used to play a little bit, but this might actually be worth it to still let him have. And the reason why is because if you can take this one instead, the problem is that he's going to basically... I mean, that's one of those, like, if you just want to throw the game and just you don't want to play, then just don't. Like, why are you even playing? Why are you even playing? Because this is just how it's not meant to be done. Right? That could still be more fun and interesting for you, but you have to kind of still know what you're doing, I guess, first before you start to... Like, look at how busted that position is. It still doesn't mean that I should lose in the way that I did, but let's see what there might have actually been in the opening, because there probably wasn't much. See, it doesn't like that. It doesn't care about that. That's good, but then so what? This is my thing. So what? That's a blunder. Like, what are you trying to do? Why couldn't you just go like here first? No, he would still take that though. Or no, I mean if you let him give the check, obviously. You're supposed to go here. So what happens with this? You ultimately just end up taking. So I've been kind of more inclined to not trade lately, where I try to just go for other more elaborate things, and it hasn't been working out at all actually for me. Alright, so let's try that again once more, I guess. But no, let's not. See, that's where it encourages, like, playing in the most boring way possible is the best way to play. There was no reason to do anything like that. We were hovering around 1600, kind of like how this typically happens, where whenever I'm make some amount of progress, I kind of somehow it affects you. Because like I was on a really good streak in general. Now I'm kind of like getting a little lazy and lax and whatever. I'm just not doing it the same way. If the pin is allowable, I'm already fucking up. Because no matter what... Okay, alright. Good thing I didn't do the classical one, because then I'd be off this side, I guess. Okay, it's not that big of a deal, but I don't want to allow the pin. Okay, so what do we have here? You can castle anytime you want. You can do this to allow yourself to simply get rid of the knight. It's only one pawn. It's not that big of a deal, but you can just tell I'm not really even trying too hard here. Pretty soon I'm going to be the very thing I swore to destroy, but that I always mock, like, how have you played so many games? But it's still not so bad. Now here you should just trade, and I don't care about anything else. Doesn't matter if he gives him initiative with the queen, doesn't matter. Just do it. It's amazing how we've gone full circle with that. I've tried so much not to trade lately, but every time, or almost every time, I'm supposed to, so... Okay, alright. We're back to the no-look gambit. The lazy gambit where we just don't look at the board anymore. Okay, dude. It almost makes you think from their perspective that maybe it's not worth it to take because, you know, he wouldn't make a mistake. I wouldn't make a mistake like that. So I'm just completely, wow. I better not even do the classical game tomorrow. I could just not do it and then I don't have to worry about it. But like, or I should wait till I'm more confident. But this is disturbing. So this is going to be a problem for sure. That isn't necessarily a great move, but it's still going to be a problem with respect to the... We're going to set up for a queen trap, though, here. Watch. Oh, shit. Because, yeah, if he took... No, but it wouldn't matter. You could, like, raise it. I don't fucking know. It still wouldn't be a trap. So now at least we should go here. Yeah, what was that extra effort I was putting to get to 16? Like, there was something that I was doing, right? Clearly, that wasn't a fluke, and it wasn't like, oh, I substantially had improved or something. Right, like, I still was effectively, relatively at the same level as I always was. I just somehow was a little more focused, locked in, playing more, trying harder, whatever I was doing. So this diagonal isn't even necessarily bad, it's just... I don't know exactly what I'm doing with it. Watch, we'll still win this one. It's just that we started off sloppy, blundering 2 pawns potentially. Because there was no real reason why he couldn't take that, as far as I could tell. So he's going here. It doesn't matter for the time being as far as the presence of the knights. But the question is, how long do I leave it like that? And the answer is I have no idea. So we can leave it for the time being. I don't see any easy way he can push out the knight. You go like this, take. So he's going to go in there, but even in the worst case, you just replace it out. So I don't see why it would be that big of a deal. So he goes in. I can't take, but I could take. Then I could take. I mean, honestly, I'd be willing to even do this because it doesn't change the immediate position. I could have also just took there. Took and checked. So he gave the pawn back at least that I blundered, but now he can go back to cover it, or maybe not really too comfortably, but whatever he does, he should lose his... And even then, I can still take it and then trade, like... Now you can do some kind of cheeky unleash with the knight attacking this, which doesn't bother me much at all, actually. So this is a line in towards the king. So that could have a certain amount of value to it. His light square bishop is in sort of a claustrophobic position. We could create a nice little double stack here. And so whatever threat he was trying to do there obviously just didn't work. So this should be fine. So wherever he moves, the knight is not going to be threatening in and of itself. So the little unleash is not... Or although, if he goes there, even though I could take it, it would still be worth it, though. It would, well, it would, but it wouldn't, because you're blocking. This is kind of an interesting move. You're blocking the ability of the rook to go away, and then it can almost basically just get trapped, right? Not really, but whatever. He didn't do it, so you go here, then take, check. It wouldn't be that hard to, you know what I mean, to force the take. And then he's discouraged from moving the thing. He's discouraged from moving the rook or moving the bishop. Otherwise, I just take the rook. So he doesn't even necessarily have to take. But the thing is that I shouldn't really even take, but you should be able to do something here to the extent that you attack this and then, well, he would just cover it, right? But if he moves it, then I take the other thing, the pawn here. But no, you could almost block this in there, and that could cause some problems. But you got to address the threat here, so you basically have to go like that. The light square bishop is in a good diagonal, but I can't figure out exactly how to use it. So you go here, and then you go there, which still doesn't really do anything for me. I'm not really seeing an opening with this position as much as I like it. So, you know, you might have to make a brazen move like this, even though it's not in itself particularly good. And the reason why is because you could just... that's fine. So if you take, I take. If you take, I still take and check. That's fine with me still. Doesn't change anything about the position. Take into take into take, take. So take and check. That is very dangerous of a diagonal for him to deal with, even if this pawn isn't in the ideal spot. Now if you go here, he takes, I take, but I don't necessarily want that take. I want some other angle here. Now this would almost guarantee that the diagonal is mine, but not really. Well, let's just bring the knight in, I guess, a little bit. So now at this stage, you get to basically double attack this if you want. If he goes there, I can take. If he goes there, I can take. Now maybe there's something even better that you can do with this to, because like what would he do? That's the thing. Okay, so take the bishop, then I'll still take your bishop. So how does that hurt me? What did that accomplish? Now you get to attack there, which is kind of a cute move. You can't move your rook. So he's going to move his bishop probably somewhere. So we're not in a great spot, but it feels at least comfortable compared to how badly we started this. So go ahead, take there. Then we can try to figure out something. It's covered, but you have to do something else here that's going to be good, like this. So we're double attacking one of those, so at least he certainly shouldn't be able to protect it. Whatever, he shouldn't be able to deal with both. Double attack, single attack. What? Yeah, this is more my usual level that we kind of typically look at, so these are the moments where you either just shouldn't play or, you know, you should kind of reassess. Like, this obviously isn't how I was playing even to get here or whatever, so something's wrong. You kind of just lose interest, I guess, after a while. Like, it was a couple of good months span that I had. Now it's just kind of over, so it's not even that, oh, you have to play at a higher level. It's just that you have to play at the same level. Okay, we'll do one more going against my advice, but this is getting a little bit disturbing to me. See, there's a certain safe way you can play that I often do that reduces the amount of calculation that you even have to do, to the extent that, you know, your position is safe, so there's nothing to like worry about, basically. So we'll go here where the intention is to pin that down with the bishop. either I'm concerned with being too fast, or I'm just like not in the mood to put forth the effort here as much. You could bring the queen. We can create whatever kind of crazy V-shaped structure that I want here, I guess. This one needs a cover, or actually it doesn't. So he's not really doing anything right now. I don't know what I'm doing either. Something is wrong with this, but you can't create the complete V structure, or you kind of can. You still can't do anything with that. It'll more have to do with this, I guess. What you'd be looking for here is if you could just double attack something, you could force a trade. But I don't actually know how to do that. I actually feel relatively safe with this because there's really not much you can do, so I'll just ignore it, and I don't fucking know. Let's go here and see what he does. He's like a cheeky threat on the thing, on the queen, but it's like he's not really doing anything anyway. I'll waste like 5 moves doing these little cheeky pawn moves because I just don't see any threat that he's really doing. So I could take there with ease, and it doesn't actually seem to bother me too much. Like, I don't have to do it, but I could do it. So now that creates a problem definitely for the knight. This is covered adequately, so you don't even have to worry about it. That's the thing. But now the problem, really, why you shouldn't have done that is because it puts the knight in a very awkward spot where it can damn near get trapped. And it basically is trapped. You have to realize that knight moves are not good to make, period, in the game. So therefore, the fact that you had to do that was not good. Now he'll bring that in there. I'll take, and then you're kind of fucked. This is okay because no matter what you do, no, it's not. If I just move this, no, but I can't. What am I doing, man? So what he'll do is he will take. He'll go there. He takes. It still doesn't even do anything, though. Something's just weird. But if I was to take there, that'd be bad because then you're forced to move the knight. And then it would be bad as well. So my queen is not covered in this situation. So I don't know what to really make of that. If he takes the bishop, he takes with the bishop, I take the queen, but his queen is covered anyway. So it's like, he takes, I take, he takes, I take. It's not really worth it, or it's nothing special going on. You could almost do this now because you have the adequate cover of the queen. So because you have the adequate cover of the queen on here, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. The weird position, to be sure, but it's okay. See, now, like, you could theoretically do it here where I would take, he would take, and then I could move it, and then it's okay, probably. I still don't necessarily want to do it, but let's see what we can do. Look how much the knight just gets in the way, though. I mean, it's annoying. We're double attacking the queen. If he takes my queen, it's fine. You should get some bonus file points for that, but it just doesn't do anything. Like, maybe you think I want to trade if I wasn't subtle enough about it. So now there should be no problem with this position still. This is kind of a little bit annoying for sure. I should just try to get rid of this bishop at this point. It's getting annoying. So if he threatens this, I take. If he takes this, I take. So any scenario should be good except for that where he just doesn't take. Because the problem with that now is the fact that the knight is going to have nowhere to go. It would be good if you had this square covered to the extent that you could force him to trade because of that. All right. All right. But now at least you can see why and how it is that, you know what I mean, you go on bad streaks or why I was at a certain spot for so long, is that there are these moments of just like, what is it that I'm doing? Like, I just don't even get it. Like, it doesn't matter, but there is something weird about it. I used a certain amount of time there too, so I just don't get how I'm playing right now. I just don't understand. Forget about the fucking classical thing too. I'm scared I can even do this, let alone that. I just don't get it. I don't understand. Yeah, I mean, if you go on a streak like that, you shouldn't, you probably shouldn't keep playing. So fucking annoying. And these people aren't even breaking a sweat. Like, he's not even using time. Like, this guy should basically be a 3,000 rated player. Like, just, wow, he's so good. Even though it is just me making maybe obvious mistakes, it's still... I never mind, like, being slower than people, but... you just have to be in a certain mindset and mood, and you have to really care about it more than what I've been doing. I don't get it. At some point, that's what you sort of realize, is that you don't care quite as much as you have to. So he could have gone like there, I guess, because I would have been in check, and then he could have just took... Now he tanked it from 1600 plus to where we are now, which is not too bad of a difference. I did this on purpose so I wouldn't feel tempted to play the classical game tomorrow, so now I can focus on getting back to 16. But it's like, what am I even trying to do with that? I'm just playing for the sake of playing, which of course is not what chess is. Chess is not a game, you see. It's a reactionary, borrowed knowledge, fundamental, closed system, as even Gary Kasparov called it, a closed system, maybe because he's salty about losing to blue, whatever it was, deep blue, because, you know, he wouldn't have said that before, but then he's like, oh, of course the computer's better. So he's trying to cope with the fact that he didn't think that then, or he was trying to prove it wrong, but... And for some games, that's not even necessarily true, because... I can't remember what game it was I was reading, like Go engines aren't as good as like the best Go players in the world, or it's like comparable. Whereas with chess, it's way beyond. You could say maybe they put more effort and money into chess engines, but I'm not really too happy with these games, so rematch offer sent. Why? I didn't send it. I'm so confused, man. What is it that I'm doing? I shouldn't have done that trade. Like, I guess that one was at least obvious that you probably shouldn't do that, but sometimes it's just the alternative. Like, you want to know what you should do instead. That's a blunder. So what is this move? Like, this is trap, though. See, this is what I don't get. Like, yes, you can pose another threat yourself, but I wouldn't
I wouldn't have done that move anyway. Right, whatever I would have done, I wouldn't have. I mean, I'm just not even looking at the board, so I'm back to my old ways here. Whatever. There's one cool thing I did here that I guess I'll show off, so I'll start uploading on this. Let's see if it shows up actually, like on YouTube. I made a channel for my old format again. So if I put it here, it won't show up. But no, I'm going to post like a video every day. That's like a short little term or something that I'm defining. See, even though that's the exact name of the channel, it still won't show up. This is what I don't like about YouTube stuff. Like, I'm typing in the exact name of a channel. Nobody's ever going to do that, so nobody will ever see it, so that's fine. But at least if they specifically type in your exact name, they should see you. But because I haven't posted anything yet or whatever, so I can't even show it off because I can't even fucking find it, but whatever. Okay, so what I almost wanted to do was do that classical game, and I might, but it's very risky because, on one hand, because I already played a couple recently, maybe the provisional, it's very confusing. Like, if I was to lose this next game, it could cost me over 29, based on the last one costing me like 27. But maybe because I've done a couple in a row now, it'll do less of a provisional thing. But the point is, you should be confident enough that you're going to win, but we did pretty badly yesterday, so let me see how this goes, and then I'll consider it. It's just so time consuming. It's very hard, but let's go on a good streak here at least. So you can try to figure out. I was just back to my old self there though, like being lazy and not even looking at what's happening. So that's at least the difference. How did I get to 16 all of a sudden when I hadn't been there before or whatever? It's not that my play substantially improved or anything. It's just that I started to put a little bit of effort at least. Maybe not even still a maximum amount, but just a consistent, like, you're not going to miss obvious things at least. So he goes there, and I think generally you are supposed to take. There's so many times where I haven't been. That is hilarious, actually, though, that I started to struggle all of a sudden because I kept not trading when I'm supposed to trade. This is kind of a weird thing, and letting the rook attack that is arguably not good, but you're giving him too much control over the center pawns. So if you were to let him take, I take, he takes, I take. It feels like you have to, but I mean, that's a really good pawn structure for him. I can't question it. You could have theoretically done that, but the reason why, but that's a stupid move because he's keeping his pawns doubled and out of the center for seemingly no reason at all. Right, regardless of what happens here, I do think that wasn't necessarily a good move, and now we have this potentially to take. I almost want to take with this one somehow. If I take with this, it's going to be hard. Whatever. I'm being just sort of lazy. Like, what? I feel like, I'm so good now that I can get away with not thinking as hard. Because this isn't the same way I was doing it. But no, his pawns seem kind of fucked up a little bit. So he's double attacking there, which is actually fine. I just have to stop him from triple attacking. Right, so that you just have to cover it again, or mainly, see, you keep this around just so you can, like, guarantee the trade or control that diagonal back. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind even having two knights here, but although it isn't open enough, see, you want to go here, and then you want to go there, there. So you have this three-way structure, which isn't that good. Now, that's not even a big deal, because, in fact, that's even bad if he... That's even bad. I'm +2. And his position isn't dominant at all, like, oh, he's going to mate me. That's horrible. Like, who is this guy? Why did these people play like this? Bro thinks he's whoever the best Iranian player is, which I think somebody, Al Reza or one of these really top players played in Iran. I don't know if they were actually, you never think of it like that's their nationality. They just happen to play there because whatever. Like, Hikaru plays for America technically, even though. So you got to watch tonight. I don't really know, man. But no, he's given me a good position, so
There's nothing going on as it pertains to his ability to attack just yet, right? Because you could do this, but it doesn't actually have a cover, so that's problematic. He's attacking here. I mean, I'd be more than happy to trade in this position. But you can't do it if you're going to let him just do that. What would be wrong with this? He would take, I would take, and then he can't take. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would take. Nothing else is happening, so I guess it's fine. I just have to watch this one because if I do move it, I lose the bishop, which is kind of a... Oh. Are you fucking serious, bro? Now he's going to get a pass pawn promotion, but I'm just going to fiend for the trade. All my bad tendencies are coming out, but either I was getting away with them for a while, but I was still getting away by virtue of putting forth a bit more effort, though. Like, look how I'm just being lazy. Like, just do the trade. I don't care. I gave him a pass pawn, which isn't the end of the world, right? But it could be very bad because... But see, I'm up by enough where I could even sack a piece for it, and it almost wouldn't even matter because... He's covering it now, so that was sort of a free initiative move that I gave him. Right, to be able to do that, but I arguably am covering this one adequately, so it's very unlikely he'll actually be able to promote. And so you could do a move like this to be able to... You could do a move like this to be able to attack it. So if he moves it up, I can take it with the queen. If he moves it down, I could... Or if he leaves it, I could take it with this. So as scary as his queen position might seem to be, it's really not, right? Because you always need at least one other piece in the vicinity. So you should almost be guaranteed to take it, because I don't even see how he covers it now. So that was sort of a fool's gold pass pawn, which had nothing to do with even with why he sacked the piece earlier, too. It's just like, see, the time is even, or almost, and it shouldn't be. I'm always down on time, and that's a good thing, because it shows you I'm trying, right? Even if I have a minute left now, I'd be happier with it because... Well, whatever, we didn't need it here, but you would rather do that because then it's like, okay, I'll lose because of time, but not because of a lack of effort. It seems impossible to me to cover that, but let's see. He's going to have this double attacked, and so he'd be able to take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. It doesn't seem like that big of a deal because the thing is, he would have to threaten it out again with something else like this. Right, that would be what he has to do. If he does this, then I could be in trouble. And I guess I'll still be in trouble no matter what. It's a little bit problematic. I'm thinking of going here, but the problem is you almost want to make a move to stop that knight from coming in. But you can't even guarantee that because if you... Either it'll get attacked like this or... I don't know why I'm baiting for this so hard. But this doesn't even work. You still have to cover that because if you go here, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. If he goes there, there's nothing I can really do about it. And the reason why is because I would take... I certainly shouldn't take, but he would take, I would take, he would take. You almost would have to bring this, but now it's too slow of a play to make. Right, so... That could be... So you take, then he can't check. He can't really do anything still. He'll bring, like, the rook there, maybe. It is possible that taking wouldn't be that big of a deal, but you probably just shouldn't do it. This seems scary, but it's not that big of a deal. It would only be scary to the extent of the... I'm just going to do it. He goes here, I take. It's going to be very bad. But he has so little left at that point, right? He would only have the rook. And he didn't even do it in a way that's really that imposing. So we take here. He can take the pawn there. This is getting kind of irritating with that pawn. Maybe I'll just let him have it. Because what you want to do, well, but see, I can't afford. You want to develop the fucking thing, but this one's very important to take. There's no question about it. This could really shoot me in the foot, but it really shouldn't because whatever. Because I want to open the rook. That's what I'm important about. Like, that's actually exactly what I wanted. So now this is under attack, but it doesn't matter. And then this is okay. He can't really pin it down. So you got to watch this pawn. I guess I didn't entirely think of that, but you got to just watch the... I'm going to give up a couple pawns to do this. So, like, he would take, I would take, then he would take. So I'm giving him back in too much initiative, but you have the extra bishop here. That should be enough to win you the game. The only way he can really punish that is if... Look at the lengths I'm willing to go just to simplify stuff. So probably taking this one's better because it's connected. That was a smart play by him. Now at this stage, you want to take here. He would have to give a check where he also takes the bishop. That would be really the thing. Or he's going to somehow trap it in there. And he's making some pretty good moves, but this is a good move too because you get to cover the pawn and save the bishop. And then you're also threatening here. So you're in a relatively comfortable spot here. I could not imagine fucking this up, but let's just be careful. You could almost afford... No. You don't want to, though. This is the thing. As much as I greed for trades, you know, it's just not necessary. You just gotta watch some sort of cheeky check that he might do that might cause some problem for me. So this is okay. He could double push the pawn, though. So now here it becomes a little bit confusing as to what exactly you want to do because I just don't know. That's the thing. So he could go like that and that would still be fine. There's no passed pawn. One of these is going to become a liability at some point, though. I can just tell you. Because now he'll go here, then I'll go here, then he'll go there, then I'll go there, something like that to attack it. How can you do that? How can you do that with such confidence? Like, you can't do anything. Like, if I lose this, I don't deserve to even play the game of chess. Like, what the fuck, dude? But now I'll move too fast or something. Because now there'll still be, like, some super precise way that you have to do this, apparently. Because it's not super clear even how you would promote. You could sit it up like there, which could be a strong spot for it to be in. So now how's he going to get across to there? Like, he would have to go through and then attack it, which could be dangerous. So, but he's not going to leave this, but then he could afford to still leave it. I almost should go behind there. See, it's hard to know. Like, which one should I even be trying to push? Because it doesn't matter. Like, you keep going, you don't keep going. My king was close enough to affect these pawns at least. So his best path would be to go all the way there, but that's simply going to take too long, I would think. And so I would go here. So now at this point, you can't move this one or this one. So that's not a bad spot that he's put himself in. The only thing is, how could he possibly do this with respect to the... If he pursues that, I can just take this one too. So now we own this side, and in the worst case, I would just sack for that if I really had to. The only problem is that it's not on a light square. If it was already on a light square, I could have done something with it. But at least here we can present that we're trading, and then it's just fine. So now there's nothing to even think about. Unless we get some stupid stalemate, which I better fucking not do. Because whatever happens, it's like... You'll be covered by the bishop anyway, so it just doesn't matter. So you gotta give him somewhere to go still. Which those... Oh! I didn't have to do that at all. I could have done literally anything I wanted. Yeah, something's wrong with my level of play, so let's risk our whole account by playing a classical game then. But I don't understand, like, I could just go like there, or no, I could just go. No, maybe it's a stalemate no matter what. No, you could have gone like there, then he goes there. It would have been a little bit of work maybe to get him to go around, but I don't know, man. Sometimes I'm just not in the effort mindset. Like, that was a pretty good game against a pretty good opponent, I guess. He didn't seem that good, but let's just go ahead and look at that, and then I'll do a classical game just to get the anxiety over with. The, oh no, I might, whatever. Like, we'll just win. It's fine. Yeah, that wasn't a very good move. I don't know why he even did it. I possibly made a little bit of a mistake by giving him the passed pawn here. See, I thought about that too. Oh, I want to stop the knight from coming in, but then he does this. But then I just ignore. Oh, I see. I ignore it and then I do that. But then what if he does this? That's the thing. What if he does this? You just let him take the knight. That's always the flaw of my logic. I think that the knight is a piece that's actually worth protecting, but so many lines unironically involve just giving up the knight for no reason because it's just bad. He blunders it there. I take there. He takes there. You trade. I don't understand. But like, it just shows you that this is why people end up not being good over the course of thousands of games and stuff like that. You're not really even trying. Like, you don't really care. It's not really important enough to you. So what should you have done? You should go here to keep him out, and then you can easily just go here, and then there's nothing he can do. But even in the situation that I was in, I guess it might have been a drawn position anyway, so fuck it. I fucked it up earlier. Like, imagine having to think so hard about that when you're up a piece. Like, what is that about? Or, like, why should that even be a problem? Yeah, without further ado, let's just do this. I don't know if that game should encourage you, but I could afford to still get a draw here. I mean, I just want to have a little cushion so I can actually play this on a regular basis here. Now, we are a 1700 rated player, just to be clear. Like, we got there legit. There's no question about it. So he's already making a move that I question a little bit because I don't think that's a very good move. And so the thing he would do is give a check and take something, but I don't really see how he can even do that. Now, you do this to stop the pin, which is arguably a very bad thing to do. Right, that seems like a waste of a move that you shouldn't really do. So now he's attacking there, which doesn't seem to do much of anything. But I mean, it's covered by the thing anyway. Now you go here. I don't really see the meaning of what he's doing, but I'm looking for something potentially dangerous, trap that he might know. Now you should be able to castle relatively comfortably. Or you know what often happens is you end up missing something that's just like good for you. It's not even like you're missing what he's doing. You're just missing what you should be doing. I just love it. Like when in the opening they'll sack or gambit something and it's like, look, dude, I know you're probably a fan of some of these YouTubers and streamers personalities trying to copy some shit that they're trying to teach you, but or even in the old days, that's how it would be too. Like, oh, you read some book and you think you're some genius, so you're gonna try some crazy shit that you shouldn't be doing or that you don't really know how to do, and you're not really going to do it properly. 955. I don't think I've played that many. Yeah, only 500, but they're so long that it feels like, you know, that 500 took longer than this 900. Do you want to take a dark square bishop opportunity here? And if you do that, then we should be okay. If you go here, like the typical development that you would do, it allows both bishops to come out in a good way. He's just trying to develop himself. I can't blame him for that. This is okay.
Oh no. It doesn't matter that he didn't see it, but look at what. This is the conflict of the opening in chess. It's like you're supposed to think about it because there's all these dumb things you can do. I should have lost like right there because that would have totally busted my position, and I hate that. Like, what do you want me to do? You want me to sit here for 10 minutes in the opening and try to think about this? All working towards getting a draw. Like, this is how high level chess would be treated. Because I'm doing it like autopilot, brain dead sort of moves. Like, oh, just get the structure that you want to get without thinking about it. But then that actually just puts it in line potentially there. So it doesn't matter. But so there's no open file. This is like a half open file. That just sort of killed my enthusiasm, but now we got to take special care to do this. Now, I like to go here, even though you're not covering this then, because oftentimes the knight has the ability to attack here a little bit better, even though it might not in this scenario. I mean, I don't know. It should be fine for now either way, but either way, we have the diagonal there, which I often don't take advantage of. This is good because you're threatening this and this. So it would be interesting to see what he would do with that. Quite frankly, that bishop might be trapped as well. In fact, if you go here, you have to give up the bishop. That's actually better. Because if I go there... No, but then if you... Oh, this is better. Because if you go here, no matter what he does with that, I should be able to take and then take for a trade. Right, because, well, he'll cover it. But how does he cover it while covering this? How does he cover it while covering this? Either way, this seems good, and you're also still attacking the other bishop, so I don't see the problem. The knight wasn't really covering anything in the first place. He could maybe do this. So therefore he's covering, and then also covering. And so then I'll just settle and fucking take that, I guess. So then take, can't take. There is this stark laziness that I have, though, a lot of the time that I don't like. Like, that was a big... It's like, it's not that, oh, you're missing something or you were wrong about your move. It's that you're really not even putting forth the effort to truly think about your move. That's what I find so disturbing. Or again, you tunnel vision on one thing and then you're satisfied with just that. So you get a pawn and you should get a bishop trade here because of the forking idea. And so it's not that big of a deal, but I mean, I wanted to take that one, so we just do it in a more roundabout way. That was a very dangerous opening that I played, and I was playing it like a normal position as if that was the bishop, but it was a completely different scenario still. It's possible there was something better there, but that's my whole thing. I don't even look. Now you can take this as well, so his pawns are getting a little bit busted for sure. So now, let's see if he gives me a fork or something, always wishful thinking. But no, we're in an okay spot. Now we just have to be disciplined and not get a stalemate like the last game, or not fuck up some other way. So you're attacking there. Now, I don't want to leave this knight sort of uncovered the way that it is, but the only move it has is to, like, get in the way of something else. So this seems like a cute thing to do. And the reason why is because if he simply moves the bishop, you would be in trouble. It's very unlikely to actually do anything, but he has too many ways to attack the queen, though. That's the problem. So whenever you do that, it just kind of pushes it out in sort of an awkward way. You just got to double check, triple check, be very paranoid, doubt yourself. give your opponent a lot of credit, even if they don't necessarily deserve it. Now you could almost go for a thing like this, but there's too many other things you can do, right? Like, and here's where the knight fucks everything up as usual, because now it's just like he could go there, and then I can't, like, fuck, man. Even then, he could still do it. He could still do it because, right, like, I can't move the knight. Otherwise, he takes the bishop even with the queen. Even as dumb as that seems, like you're self-pinning, but like he's pinning his queen just to take advantage of how much of a nuisance the knight is. So now the threat is even neutralized of what I might have theoretically been doing, but you shouldn't try to go for these easy threats too much, or you have to go for an easy threat and then use it as a bait to say, like, okay, now I'll go for the real threat later, or it'll turn into something else uncomfortable for him. So he misplayed that opening badly because he could have took with the bishop, then if I took, then he took. So that would have fucked up my whole structure. Instead, he goes on the defensive and then he blunders a couple pawns. But let's stay focused the whole way here. I'm only going to do the one, obviously, because I only have time for the one, and I just wanted some cushion, so I feel like if I lose my next game, not that I should go in with that mindset either, but if I was to somehow lose my next game, it wouldn't be like, oh my goodness, just, that's the end of the world and I just am dead. Now he could go there. There's all these kind of annoying, cheeky moves, man. So everything is still fine with this position. You could go there. I couldn't blame you for doing it. It's the same kind of cheeky move I would make. But the thing about it is that what you're trying to do now is I'm almost thinking like, oh no, I'll take here, sack my thing. And then if I take, then okay, it's not going to happen now. Or arguably it would still happen because you could double take. So if I go here, this is totally unnecessary, but I might still do it. He'll take with the knight, so I just lost a knight. Right? But then I can take, and then if he takes, then I can double take. So because I double took, it would be worth it. Right? So I would lose the knight, but he'll do something else then to change the position. That's the thing. He'll do like this, then I have to move here, then he'll do like something else. But I'd be attacking the queen too, so it might put pressure. If you go here, he takes the knight, so I'm down a knight, but then I take the knight back. So now knight for knight, then I lose a bishop, but then if I lose a bishop, you get to double take. And the reason why you get to double take is because of the simple fact that you would be taking the rook. Makes me look like an offensive genius or something, but it's gonna fuck up somehow. Normally you can escape these situations by either attacking the queen or by attacking the king, by giving a check, obviously. So now that is satisfactory to me. In a relatively short amount of time, we got a good lead. I'm generally okay with that game, except for the fact that at the beginning, I fucked up in the opening. It's like either you're underestimating your opponent or you're underestimating the opening itself. Like, why should I have to worry about this kind of thing? Like, why is that even a factor? So now his piece, oh wow, look, dude, I'll take it, but this shows you it's not even, we're playing basically a rapid game and he's already lost. See, like, I don't respect that because you might say, oh, I'm better than him or this or that. It's like he's not even trying because you had time, right? There's no excuse. This is where I'm very harsh, especially in this format. Like, if you have 25 minutes left and you're down by this much, it's your fault. It's not my credit. I deserve no credit. It's like he didn't use his time, so then what am I supposed to make of it? Right? Like, okay, we still got to stay focused, though. I have a tendency to fuck these things up. This is the ultimate knight skewer because you can't possibly save everything. You're double attacking this with the thing. You're attacking. You can't do knight covers knight when they're right next to each other. Or more to the point, you can't do, 35, juicy rating. I could almost do another one, but I almost want to based on that. So you're at yeah. See, that's all I wanted. So now I have the cushion where, sure, if you were to lose a couple, it could fuck you over. But it's almost like if I won one more, you would almost be back at 17. But no, I like how quickly that one went, right? Because that was very whatever, very smooth. But no, I did fuck up the opening, as you'll see here. This is where you always have to be objective. Like, yes, I won. Wait, what? What? Wait, how is that winning for white? Oh yeah, I totally knew that. How the fuck is that not bad? So you give up a rook. Now, tell me what genius brain. What the fuck? Wait, what? What is happening with this, bro? What is this? See, this is where you can't take this seriously because it's like, what the fuck is even happening with the game? You just sacked everything. This is some Bobby Fischer line that he played in 1970, whatever the fuck, where he sacked his rook, he sacked his knight. You're losing, but you're winning at the same time. Like, this is where you're not truly winning unless you're winning, unless you know how to do it, which of course, you're not going to have any fucking idea how to do this. How can you play like this? Like, what do you mean, dude? Even if I was a super GM, I'd feel nervous about doing this, or I guess it's one of those things like you're so sure that it works. But also, even if you were this good, what if he does something else? He'll do something random, right? That'll throw you off. Well, not that, but what the fuck happened? And then even when you're taking this much offensive initiative, it's like, holy shit, dude. Like, that's fine, but I mean, I'll give him the credit still that he could have done that and I would have been confused because I didn't know what. I would not have known what to do to this extent, to be sure. But no, the provisional boosting is still going on, so I could. It almost does tempt me to do another one. Maybe not, though. Whatever. We got the cushion. At least now I'm not having a heart attack that the next game is going to be that bad for me. But let's just do another rapid one. It's no big deal. Okay, so that last rapid game wasn't too good where I got a stalemate, but whatever. At least, like, you can't be too upset about that because at least you didn't lose, so it's fine. And, like, you were in a good enough position where winning should have been inevitable. I got to take a little more time in the opening. That's one of the tricks, actually. You got to respect the opening as much as it feels like a settle time stupid thing. Like either you know or you don't. It's kind of like, should I even worry about it? Like, I'm not good enough to do them, so just forget it. Or whatever I know, I know. But you got to put a little effort to think like, okay, maybe I can figure something out here. So this is the same mistake maybe I made last time because, but that's not even what I'm really trying to do now. Just like, you got to decide where do you really want the bishop at this point, and I don't know where that is. Like, you want to go here and sack it would be fuck. See, now I don't know. I don't know where to put it. And I should worry about my own pin at this stage. See, a move like this fucks me over because he attacks the bishop, and even though, sure, it seems like he's giving up a pawn or something, there's like these long-winded sequences of moves that are like, they attack something, but then you don't address it. You let them take it, or potentially take it, but then you threaten something else crazy, right? Like, you see that a lot in the engine, and it's like, I don't have the confidence, or you really shouldn't have the confidence to do that at this stage because it's just not gonna be a safe thing to do. I don't know. You shouldn't be thinking like that, I feel like, because it's gonna fuck you over more often than not. Although I guess it maybe is predicated on, oh, your opponent's not gonna know what they're doing either, but. So here I wouldn't mind doing this trade. If he trades for my knight, it doesn't bother me at all either. I almost thought about doing this, but something could fuck up where, I don't know. He's double attacking this, which is a little bit problematic, I guess. See, I'm giving him too much initiative now that I don't need to be doing. Because now he gets that nice little cute double attacking idea. he takes, I take, he takes, I still take. So he can't really take with anything else, to be fair. This one doesn't bother me because that's kind of the diagonal you want. The only thing is these pawns don't entirely make sense because I don't know what we're doing with it. I almost just want to go like this with the bishop because then you could just guarantee the trade. Now here you are typically recommended to take, and then he opens that, but then I don't care as much because now you're going to block off one thing. So now it's the same scenario with two covers, two attackers. So of course the attacker always has to have the extra thing, which you can't do anything about right now. So these pawns are all nice and clumped up. I'm almost kind of glad we got rid of the bishop just because, I don't know. It's a case where these diagonals and everything are looking a little bit ugly, to be sure. So the only odd pawn out is maybe like these two. I don't know exactly what to do with them. So we could go here, right? This is sort of a stale, nobody's really traded pawns or anything kind of position. There's nowhere that if you look at this for a second, even as much as I don't like to use arrows, there's nowhere the queen can actually go. You can't go there, you can't go there, you can't go there, I guess you could go there, based on the premise of the passed pawn that you would get. But you won't be able to keep it. You won't be able to get in there to protect it. You can't go there, you can't go there. So the only square that you could even theoretically go to is this one. And even then, I'm not too impressed by it, really. So he's going to do like the rarely seen triple stack, I guess. Which could be a little bit problematic, maybe. This kind of position almost bores me a little bit, but there's nothing I can do about it. So I'll do this. And then I'll go behind. I still don't even really see it, though. Or he'll go here, I guess. This should be fine. Little claustrophobic queen position, but you can't go anywhere on the diagonal. So if you take, everything would be still fine. So now you would take, like, here. And then I would have to take with the queen because of the king's position, only because you can't take with that. You can't do anything there, so that's okay. He could give a check there. I don't know. I still don't see anything for him, but it's a pretty even, drawish, stale position of which you see almost exclusively in chess. That's almost all the game of chess is sometimes. You could do something like this to try to stop these shenanigans, but it's not. It's almost not the kind of thing I would normally do, right? As much as I do want to trade or something. Or I could have almost done that just to... I could have almost done that to try to block then and trade that way. This is like the domino effect. Like you just keep moving one thing to move another. But nothing you do here is going to matter. Nothing is going to make a difference. Like... You take... It just doesn't do anything. Like, I'd love to see what you do with this. I challenge you to do it. You got the same equal material on both sides. You would have to bring a pawn or something. There's just way too much on these. Maybe this pawn could turn into a weak point. But I just have to not get greedy and try to do anything crazy here. So, what does that do, though? Okay, I don't want to really move back into that, though. So now, if you took... Now I'm almost just moving because I feel like I have to move something, not because it's actually good to do it. So that's cute. Now you take. You take, you take, you take. Nothing's really happening with that. This is dangerous, obviously, because you can unleash it and then take. But even the unleash that you would do, no, because you would like unleash it there. But even if you did, no, then you could take the queen. I still don't even get it, bro. I don't know. I have no idea what he's doing. It really is just like a pure attrition position. So you can keep going back and forth here if you really felt the need, but maybe then you can force the queen to move somehow. So you go back to here. So like he could take, then I could take, then he could take. There's still nothing really to it. Maybe he'll take with the queen, and then if I took, then he could double take, but it would still be with the queen cover. Now this one might favor me a little more, but not really because you can't double take it still. If you take there, we can easily take. If you take there, then I take, then I still don't see it. Take, take, take. He would take, I would take. He would take, I could block. If you do it now, it makes it even harder for you to take because, or maybe he could have done something still, like he took there. I don't know. I would take, he would take, I can't take. Holy shit, bro. Average chess position, by the way. There might be something that actually happens now, but I just don't know. I don't want to leave it sort of pinned like that, but it punishes him like if he goes there, then I could just double take. But if I do it, then he just does this, and then he's tracking me. I have to move. Oh my god. So now he would like will do every combination of moves possible to do this. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would have to block there. So finally he's done something good. And I don't know what to do about it actually. He would take, I would take, then he would check, then I would block, then he would take, then I would take. It would still be fine. Like I think it's still fine. Like I just give up. You're burning my clock. I give up, dude. Just do whatever you want. Do it. Do it. I don't care. Isn't it still fine because you get like you'll get a couple pawns maybe. I don't fucking give a shit, dude. You were gonna win on time anyway. You're threatening there. Fuck off. Like give me a break with that kind of game. Like I don't even care at that point. Like I don't even want to play. I don't even want to play the game. Like fuck you. Look how stupid it is. Like are you serious with that right now? What am I supposed to do with that? Like he could have gone there, maybe. Everything's covered. Everything's fine. Like just forget it. I'm gonna keep these things connected. That's the only danger that we potentially have here. If we had a cover, fuck. If we had that, how would we do it? He checks to there. Oh no. What a great game, dude. What a 10 out of 10. What a great game.
Are you fucking just... Fun and interactive, by the way, and you kind of deserve that. What is this game, dude? With 44 seconds now, we can easily win, though. I don't even give a shit. He should go here to just forget it. But, like, he's so cocksure that he just does whatever he wants anyway. All I have to do is get behind now. This is like the pawn storm idea. If you just, you're going to take this guarantee, then you should easily be able to take that as well. Take and check. You try to take this one and then go back here, go back there, go back there, go back there. That one doesn't even matter, just promote. You can't catch it. You can sack it. You don't even have to sack it. Okay, fine. So I effectively, it was a drawn position. Then I make a blunder, partly because of time, maybe, but just partly because I'm getting pissed. Like, think about what I could have done there. Just don't try to do something cheeky. I was trying to move this so I could move the king to cover it and then move the one to pin it down. So, like, when you try to do stuff like that, it just doesn't work. So the alternative is just keep moving back and forth. That was such a stale, ugly kind of position. Why does he keep going light there for a second where you can't see? Like a transparent evaluation bar. But no, this game was even all the way through, and I'm glad that I won it, I guess, but it's just dumb. It felt very, very stupid. Like, so much back and forth. That's a blunder, but why? Why is it a blunder? He takes, I take, he checks. Even if you do this, like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're too, like, by the engine standard, sure, but it's not really that big of a deal. Let's see what actually did happen. I'm willing to even give that up because it's two rooks versus a queen. So, like, he's winning, but how is he winning? And he wasn't even trying to win. So you go here, but so what? You're not winning anything, dude. Now, that was a mistake. It treats it like this barely even matters, but to us it does matter. This is a great example to show the evaluation is totally nonsensical. A 1600 rated player in this position with two rooks versus a queen, it's a draw, or possibly I even win somehow, he'll fuck something up. Right? Never mind even what the outcome was, right? He just blunders his queen. That's not what I mean. What I mean is this material and this position doesn't look like that good for him. And he's probably not going to be able to promote, and he's not going to be able to win with it. But somehow the engine's able to look at it and say, well, the act of losing a rook here isn't even a big deal, right? And you were going to lose anyway, but that's not how it actually is. So this is a very inaccurate moment to show, I guarantee you, yes, he has connected past pawns, yes, he's up a little bit, but it's not by as much as this would indicate, and certainly losing the rook does make a big difference there. And so this was dumb, and then obviously he blunders his queen, so like how instructive. But the point is that this was a very stale drawish position the whole way through. And that's the kind of thing that just makes you very annoyed, because normally I would lose that one for no reason other than just the repetitious nature of it. Like, that's what you sometimes see. That almost feels like, oh, it was a high level game where you make all these sort of repetitive moves back and forth, and you know what I mean? Like this whole position in the middle, and he still gets a little slight minor advantage. But again, this shows you sort of that drawable nature that I always talk about, where it's like, look at all this back and forth movement. Neither player really knows what they're doing. There is no real attack to go for, and it takes until I make a mistake. So what if I just keep going back and forth here? Like, this is a draw by every textbook definition, and it feels like it's too easy to sort of bait these positions out. Like, any high-level player could create this position and accept that it's going to be a draw the majority of the time. So, like, to squeeze out a win in those situations might be satisfying or something, but it's still not that big of a deal. You're supposed to go here, actually, which is a little bit weird, because you end up getting the queen either way. Right, so now it's two rooks versus a queen, which, again, I feel okay in that position.
it really doesn't feel like that big of a deal. But whatever. I don't know. Whatever. We at least won the classical game. And again, we should have won the other one too, which would have put me a lot closer to 16 again, which doesn't matter that much. But I'll try to put a little more effort into doing classical. See, I lost the one that we were moving the pizza over the board, so I'm not going to use that as an excuse, but maybe that distracts me a little bit. Like, it's enough distraction already. You're using custom cursor, custom piece set, custom listening to music in the background. You're giving commentary, you're recording it. I might say those things shouldn't really affect me, and I don't really like to use them as an excuse. Some of my best moments in gaming and permadeath runs and hard modes and stuff have always come in, with those same those same circumstances where I'm streaming and stuff. Although I guess I would maybe talk a little bit less and stuff, but still, it's a case where, like my old school commentary was very matter of factly, like, oh, just this is what I'm doing. I'm going here. I'm going there. Like for some, almost like an instructive way of doing it. Like if you were to do it with chess, you would just be like very to the point and very instructive, which is arguably what I might try to do down the road, but I don't know what I'm doing enough to do that. So, I might give my thought process, but it doesn't mean it's good or I know that it's right or something. So there's only 1,000 people in the world at this rating. Obviously, cumulatively, there's 1,000 at every other increment here too, almost. But it's just what does that mean? The yellow line though, like why? It's just showing like the percentile, I guess. So I am at the something 60, 65 percentile. It feels like I'm better than that though. Like it says you're better than 65%, but or it could be that one sort of takes time to update because I haven't been playing it at all really, but that's almost a good way to cheese it. Like if you're a 2000 player, right? And you're going back and forth, win one, lose one, you could kind of game the system. Stop playing once you get to 2000 for a while. Then if you go on a win streak of like 3 games, instead of gaining 13, gaining like 8 rating per game, you're actually going to gain like 20, 20, 20 because it's going to be provisional boost. Then take a break again at 2060. Then you win a couple. Then you gain 20, 20, so you get up to 21. Sure, it would require that you're not losing them too, but it gives you a boost. Like even if you're like you win 2, you lose 1, right? You would have gained 40 and lost 20 instead of gaining 20 and losing 10, right? So the ratio is still better. So every time you're at a wall, just stop playing, and then the provisional boost will sometimes carry you. It's almost like a win streak abuse in a card game or something, right? Where you always can try to rely on stuff like that. Okay, so today is kind of the session where you'd want to be almost studying it. This was kind of the point that we were trying to get to. And so there's almost no way around it. But I do want to do kind of a classical one. And that's kind of the whole value of classical too, is that you realize like as you're playing it, you're kind of processing and thinking and caring more, analyzing, calculating more about what you're doing. Whereas rapid, you're just trying to get away and get through with what you're doing. Like it's going to come down to time, it's going to flag, so you're just trying to get through it and get over it almost. And of course, blitz and bullet even to a greater extreme. I don't know why anybody low rated even bothers with those. So you might say, oh, it's fun, but it's like the whole essence of it is like you're not realizing the way that it works is it's meant to be slow and monotonous and like think about what calculation ultimately comes down to. You're going through a tree of ideas in a very mundane, methodical way. Like you really want me to sit there and think about every possible move that you could make in every tree of ideas. That's all it is. This piece goes here. Then you think about, then it could go here. Then it could go there. Then it you go through like a sequence, and it's like trying to solve a combination lock by just putting in every combination in there. You could do it if you really want, but it's so mundane that you almost don't want to, or people almost imagine and romanticize like, oh, the really good players don't have to do that, or it comes so easy to them. No, they're actually sitting there and racking their brain over it, or they just have done it so many times that they get used to it, but it's just not as clear as what people make it out to be. So that's the point, is it gives you that sort of idea that you actually get immersed in doing it, and it matters more that way instead of acting like it's about something else, like you let it come down to speed, you let it come down to time. Here you can get fully immersed in like whether you win or lose, at least you're kind of getting a greater understanding of what's happening, or at least it's more conducive to you doing that. So I'll try to do this, even though I guess I got to 16 in the other one, but I want to get back to 16 there at least. Maybe starting out with a classical one is either a bad idea or a good idea. It could be bad because you're kind of burning yourself out or something, or you're not ready for it yet, or it gets you in the mood, but then it kind of maybe burns you out too at the same time. I even looked like what are FIDE events in the area, in my area, if I wanted to do it. And you'd have to go to like New York City, because anybody who lives in New York State, it's like they just assume, oh well, everybody, when you think of New York, you think of New York City, so everything big is going to be there. There's not going to be any random events. There's very few. Like I live kind of more central, so you'd have to go one way or the other. Like Niagara Falls, there was an event, or a lot of them will be New York City. So they just assume and expect you to go there. But if you live somewhere north or central, somewhere like a Watertown area, something like that, it's not going to make as much sense. So that's only if you're really going to commit to it. Or I'm not a fan of even doing like the USCF stuff, because it seems like, that seems kind of, then you're kind of distracting from it. FIDE is the only thing that matters, so why even bother doing anything else? Like, why not just get to 2000 here, and then at least you'll be confident that like you're not wasting your time by going to an event. So then at least you feel like, even if there's a couple 100 points of inflation, if I go now, it's like, what's the point? You know what I mean? It's completely a waste. If he raises it, I could take easily, because I have the night cover as well. You got to take your time in the opening, especially in this kind of a game. But again, a lot of these things come down to just the sheer way that it works. Like, there's just a right and wrong answer, so you see a certain futility to it. That's why chess 960 is so good. That's why all these variants are so considerable, because it sort of takes away from the monotony of just learning and memorizing things. And I can't blame people for doing that, right? That's the zero sum nature of anything. That's how a lot of games can be with meta. Like, just if there's something that works, people are all going to do it. That's not the point. The point is that the game itself then at that point becomes stale, because it's not even a question of who's better at memorizing a sequence of things. Is that really all you want to do? And it's amazing how long it takes for people to get to that point. And since I was doing that webcam, I've done the webcam thing 3 times this week just to try to play around with it. Of course, not face cam, but I've been doing it like, okay, I'll do a webcam to show the chessboard. I did that Tuesday, Wednesday. Then today I did it to show like a Kindle Scribe that I have, that just to write on there, like do a writing stream, whatever. But I was thinking, like, you could do all these different piece sets now. You could do like a do like a fucking this could be a very problematic move, because no matter what you do, you could potentially do that. But what's the best case? Well, I guess the best case is you just take that, because you can't do anything about it. I'm thinking too much above and beyond. But no, the point with that is I could do like a Jurassic Park piece set, or a Death Note piece set, or like a in real life. There was actually a Death Note piece set for this. I almost want to find it, but one of the pieces didn't work in there. It was just like invisible. It's kind of bugged out. But no, that, or like a fucking anything Phoenix Wright piece set, Jurassic Park. There was one in particular. Oh yeah, like you could do like a DVZ piece set, just in celebration of Toriyama. Like, these are the kind of things you could do if you were. I'm gonna go for it, but what he can do is he can block this. So I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take. Still. Now, the act of him moving this could be problematic, but it's really not, because, see, you'd have to think, like, where would the knight go that it would be problematic? That my knight couldn't cover it back. If you go here, I could just take it, or save mine, or whatever. So now here you can easily take. The problem is going to turn in later. It's going to come in later where you'll take with this, and then I'm uncovered here, right? That's going to be the problem. Because you can take, but then if he takes, then I take, then you still take. Oh, no, I'm dumb. I'm not. See, this is like, oh, long diagonal, but I'm just not thinking about it. I never thought that the knight had the cover ever. So you take, and then you're double attacking still. It's not that you can't deal with it. It's just a little bit awkward to deal with, or this move would have been. Like, he doesn't have to take there. That's the thing. There's no downside. So you can just do like this. But like I would take, he would take, then I would take, and then he's screwed because you're gonna lose that. This is one of my weaknesses though. Like you tunnel vision on that. The real best move is gonna be something way above and beyond that'll take like 50 moves to do or whatever. Something a little more long-winded, just because whatever. How many games does he play like that? Because the obvious stuff isn't going to work. So you can't tunnel vision on one idea the whole time. It's good to have that idea. Like it's a cute thing, right? This is very cute because if he tries to develop that, I have a good diagonal here. He can't really push this out. I could even do this. Like it's a very, very unique, interesting bishop position. Although I'm not the biggest fan of this as a pawn structure either, because then there's going to be this isn't the anchor. So you might end up having to just move it. But anything you do to move it, you would first have to do. So you can't do that. You could easily just cover this, and I could still do the 6 for 6 if I wanted. You could raise this, but then you're still going to be in trouble. That's the whole beauty of it. You still have the 6 for 6 opportunity. But now look at the number. This is one thing I'm a fan of. The number of threats principle. You're threatening this already with this. Okay, I can't do the arrows. Holy shit. You're threatening with this, you're threatening with this, you're threatening with this, but then you're also double threatening here. So even if he resolves this threat, I would take, he would take, I would still take, right? So you get to double take a pawn. So this is a kind of a good threat, but it's also putting your eggs in one basket a little bit too much with respect to kind of overdoing it. But you would think you'd get something good out of this anyway. Now this is dangerous for him because you're in a position where, I mean, you get a fork. Like, look how much you're making him sweat. But I almost want something more. Oddly enough, I want something more. I want something more. Look at this level sequence. You won't be able to block it with anything. You could obviously take the fork, but that's not enough for me. We take this. This is the offensive imagination you have to have that I'm not very good at doing. Then he has to go there. He must. Then you go here. Then you could block. You could block. That's the problem. And so if you block, it's not good because you would check as if you take the queen, but then you could block it. So now is there some other check I can give once you block it to potentially you block it well because you block it here because like the king can't move, right? So you block it here, but the problem is this is also going to take. So if you block it here, then I could take with the knight or the bishop again, but then you would take again. So I would take with the knight, then you would take with the knight, because I'm taking for free basically because I'm checking and you can't move. Oh, but maybe you could move like there. It's too problematic, but it's still kind of a cute idea. Here we at least guarantee the take on the rook because you're not simply going to allow me to take the queen. But see, that's what you should have the will to see is at least like let me look for something better, potentially. So I mean that's good enough. Like there's nothing wrong with that. We could also we'd also just take that. I was gonna like pin this down, but I can't even do it now. See, now we have to be a little more relaxed because we can't just you can't just let it you can't get carried away with respect to the so you want this here and you want the little v-shaped structure that I go for arguably, but I can't really cover this very easily, so I have to consider something else. But no, now you can almost take it easy a little bit, not in the sense that you should take your foot off the gas or anything, but don't try to do anything overly aggressive. I did do something overly aggressive there. It did pay off. See, sometimes you can tell like, oh no, but that was part of his master plan and there's some downside to it. But this position is too clear, right? All our pieces are on our sides of the board. There's nothing going on. There's no threat. There's nothing long term. Or even if there is, he won't be able to figure it out. It would be way too advanced. So everything is simple. Everything is easy. Right, so now you just have to trade down even more to get it down to an end game and then win that way. Or I love how there's that principle of trading. Trading can be good for that sense. You're up material, so just trade everything and you'll be up a piece and win with that piece. Right? They'll have a king and you'll have a piece left because obviously that's the point. But then the other thing is you could go like this because or I guess this. If he does this, I take kind of too many brazen ballsy kind of moves. It's kind of like, what's the point though? If I was to do this, then what would it do for me? It would just allow me to guarantee the take. But he could move the knight, and then he's still covering it too. This one's kind of cute because you get to, if he takes, I just take the queen, and I doubt in the classical game a decent rated player like this would do that. The good thing is if we win this, or when we win this, I'll get some sort of provisional boost as well because the only problem with that is it kind of fucks up my pawn, but even that's worth it. Why? Because they have it's giving you a passed pawn, so I can't see why that would be a bad thing, really. So this, what I'm failing to do here that could come back to bite me, is I'm definitely failing to develop here. So we can pin it down now. I was almost just waiting for an excuse to do that. Now you can't move that, otherwise I take. There's no other way I can put pressure on it for now, though. So it's not that big of a deal for him. You could put this here, and then I can't really stay there, though, anyway. But I almost just am inclined to take it, again, because you reduce the amount of material, unless you really think that there's some advantage with the material that you do have. So now it puts almost too much pressure on there, but this is the beauty of it. I can just leave it there and let it sit. We have this passed pawn, and we're just going to do whatever we want with it. This would be good. The problem is you don't want him to take. We can do this for now and then figure out something better later. You just got to double check your moves. That's what I hate about this low level of chess that I've never been able to get past. Is like, and it's my fault. If I can just play to my potential, that's very different, right? It would invalidate a lot of what people say. Oh, you have to study, you have to do this, you have to do. Just play to your potential. Actually, think through your moves. Don't make amateur mistakes, obvious mistakes that anybody can see, and then you can worry about everything else later. So actually, I might. Well, let's see. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I was gonna say, if I win this and he gets me close to 17, I may as well just play one more and get back to 17, in before I just tank it again, because I don't like when I do that. I'll get to a goal and then I'll go backwards a lot. But again, they're still in a good position. I was hoping to do this to try to trade the queens. That would be a very good move. But now you got to just think all for that, so I can create a double stack and everything. His light square bishop could be a little bit problematic, actually, because it's going to stop one of these covers from happening no matter what you do. So I might go like a different angle with it if you... I'm not exactly sure what that's even going to do. Let's just cover this so I don't have to worry about it, and then we can potentially pin it down. I'm not really thinking too hard about his moves anymore, though. Just got to worry about the light squares potentially. This is a good move, but it won't work because of that. And so there could be some problems with it. I really hate using the arrows. You might wonder, why don't I do that? And I try to explain these moves without doing it. But it's very important to me not to rely on something like that, because that is external help and it is cheating. You can't write on a board in real life. You can't do any of this. You just have to do it in your head. That's the whole principle of the game. You can't move around the pieces on a board like in classical context, because if you were to do that, then it feels like... Wait, I can't even do that, though. Why am I... Oh, I'm doing it like this, but the problem is it still won't work. It still won't work. See, now I'd be willing to basically give up. No, but see, this is the problem of the passed pawn. He'll go there. He'll go there. This one I don't need, because I could just take it then. Right, I would just take it with the queen. This removes all those little nasty sack plays that you might make too, because I mean, there's just not that much to sack either. But no, it's possible there was something even better than that simple fork that we got, like where you give a check and create some kind of mating sequence, but I'm always too lazy with that. See, it's not even that, oh, you couldn't see it. You have 22 minutes left. Like, you could have looked at that for another fucking half hour almost and just figured something out. But this is the laziness of it. It's not that you don't like the game or you don't care, but you don't care that much. You don't care enough. So I want to get to that point, but I guess people instead just overcompensate with studying to the extent of whatever it is. So yeah, you wouldn't want to push this. If he pushes, I can easily take. If he doesn't, so how would he even cover that is the big question. It doesn't seem like he really can. Unless there's some crazy thing with this, like you sack it to the effect of, you sack it and then I take, but then so what? I don't see anything with it. This will be risen. It is still covered by the king, so I don't see what the big thing is. There's really nothing there. You go like this, I can just raise it. You have to play like a little path of least resistance with the pawns. Like you can't try to raise ahead of time with king pawn pushes, even though that's one of my weakest points. Like you have to just kind of let them do what they're going to do first and then do it, because if you try to do it first, it fucks up your pawn structure a little bit too much. So you want to stay off the light squares, but it's also difficult to do that. This is good because it covers there. So one thing you do have to watch is the light square diagonal, effectively. There's nothing really going on for him here. We got to watch this potential attack, but I mean, we were already there. So we can create a couple checks. It's nothing crazy that's going to happen. It's a very good move. Okay, they're playing pretty solid now. But it still doesn't matter that much. Like, let's see. We can actually threaten the bishop itself, just for the sake of a cheeky threat. And that could potentially open something, because then he at least has to move it. But this could be a potential problem because they're both on light squares now at this stage. Now I almost want to use that Death Note piece set or some other piece set. I'll change between games. This one has been pretty good to me though. Like I've had a pretty generally good record with it. There was a good streak when I first got to 1600 or 1650 even. I was using this set. It's just a good set. Even though Chess24 didn't really do so well and got bought out by Chess.com and nobody ever played on it, and now you can't even play on it. So now he went back to there. Now the beauty of this is you can attack here and then you can't cover it because you have nowhere to go back to. This is fine. This is fine. So the reactionary move could be like this. Would make a lot of sense because what you can do, but I can give a whole bunch of checks too. But what you can do is you can effectively that's kind of a weird move that I was not expecting actually. So why don't we beat him to what I was trying to do? This could fuck me over somehow though with the pawn. Like you'll somehow trap your rook in there, because there are going to be very limited squares. Like he attacks it and then but you could just take. Oh, I don't know. Why don't we just not even worry about it? He's just gonna keep going back and forth at this point, I swear. So now that opens up, maybe you can attack something from behind. I'm not really sure. Like, look how he's going to drag it out. But at least in classical, it doesn't bother me because it's almost, that's my specialty. I'll drag it out both in terms of time, in terms of position, in terms of everything. Just somehow, you got to watch still the light squares that we have here. So now you'd be setting up to give a check of some description. So again, the light square bishop can keep kind of jerking around a little bit, but it's okay for the time being. This is a strong spot to go to. If he goes there, it's okay. Or maybe it's not okay because he might like trap it for a trade somehow. Like, oh, now I can't move it because, I mean, this is still where you want to be, basically. But no, I have a pass pawn and I've made like no effort to actually use it. You could have just tried to commit to that, and it's just sometimes a lot harder than what it seems to do that. This bishop is actually quite annoying. But no, at some point you're just going to have to commit to this, but maybe I'm giving him too much freedom the other way. One of these, like, you're simply just not going to be able to cover, but I would like to think I could cover. That's even bad because the anchor is bad, so let's just move the other one back and be patient, I guess. He's gonna do something fucked up with the pawns here. See, at some point you just stop trying too, whether it's because you're up or you don't feel like you have to. That's the main problem with the game of chess. Like everything feels kind of like you can just get away with a certain amount, or maybe that's because I'm so good. So my biggest problem is that I'm naturally so good that I can't bring myself to do anything more and study or anything. Like this is such a lazy position. Like do whatever you want. I don't care. You can go here, you can take, open the king, like it would be a little bit awkward. Because now, see, this is one of those instances. You can't simply raise the way I would want to because I mean, it doesn't really matter, I don't think, but it's got to watch the light square. Certain logical razors in any given position can be of use to you. I can pin this fucking thing down at least finally, so that might have some value. Because it's going to take a lot of effort for him to unpin it. Maybe he'll have to move the king, which he can't really even do that way. So, is there some way I could maybe punish the bishop is the question. And I don't really think I can, but maybe I can start to move a pawn now that he would have a lot less cover to work with. But no, this is where you got to have the fight. This makes you seem like you're better than you are. Obviously, that's the inflation of the site. But I mean, there's something just about classical that is so strange. But that's obviously what's going to happen in over the board stuff. I might live to regret my love of it, but no, it's really the point of the game, and it's the only format you truly respect. It's kind of like you're getting away with too much in Blitz and Bullet that you couldn't get away with otherwise, even against the same opponent, same rating. But here the problem is then people are actually going to start using their time. So that could be the main difference, right? Both the time discipline, which even here that I'm winning, I still didn't use as much as really what I could have. So either the time discipline is going to be the difference or the actual whatever, just the calculation and stuff that results from it. So now that is indeed not an issue because whatever, like you can't do anything with it still. So you're going to try to push this to a promotion. This pawn is covered on b7. This is not pinned, but I mean, again, it's just going to be a waste of a move one way or another. I could almost go like this then to do it, so force a trade. But the reason why that's not a good move is because, yes, he would force a trade. He would take, I would take, but then he would just take. And I want to pin it, I guess, again. But he's going to keep attacking it like a stupid clown that he is. Let's go, let's just double connect them, I guess, again. So now the check is impending. Either we could pin it down or we could check and take the, like if he brings the bishop back, we could pin it down, or if not, we could take the rook. There's too many things that are hindsight bias in chess. Like you think it's obvious or you think like, oh, of course, but it just doesn't feel like that's the way that it really works. Right? Like it takes a long time to, even if you know these things, like you can look at a GM sequence and understand it in the moment, honestly, have it explained to you or understand, oh yeah, you do this because of this, but it's the variations that throw you off. Like what if they do such and such else? And if they do, then it's a whole nother problem. Now he takes, and I almost shouldn't take with the pawn, because even though it's still a passed pawn, it's like that's moving it maybe too much closer to the king. So for some reason, I almost feel more comfortable with it here. If I just go behind it, I almost feel like I'd have a better chance. And it's going to be impossible, really, for him to do anything else. Except for maybe be annoying. I could give him that. But no, I mean, it should be almost impossible. But then again, he's going to double attack it with something. I should almost bring my king out. Oh, God. All right, let's just bring my king out. It's just a raw attrition of pieces at this point that we're working for. I mean, you can't be serious that you think you can get away with this. Like, what are you going to do? You can't come in. You take. It's got to not fall asleep and let you... Fuck it, dude. You still can't... Oh, no, actually. I don't want to do that. So you can't come in with the king. So you either have to move the bishop or you have to sack a pawn or move the king itself. And at that point, I can start bringing the king through. Oh my god. Oh my god. I can just keep moving my rook though. Fuck it. I don't have to do anything. And it won't be threefold repetition because whatever move he's going to make is going to have to be unique. Wait, how did that happen though? Well, he had to move it away like I thought, but I guess it wasn't. It wasn't exactly what I thought it would be. I don't know what the fuck is even happening. I wanted to move my king further in, but I guess I just can't. Why didn't I just go there? Here, maybe I'll try to still go to the other side of the board, which could cause problems though, actually. You don't necessarily want to leave that alone. But then again, you can cover the anchor pretty easily if you have the rook here already. I'm going to make this a lot more complicated, really, than it has to be. So he can't come in there at all, just to be clear. His king is useless on this side of the board. Mine might be very much the same thing, but at least I can start to fuck around with these pawns a little bit. And, dude, I'm +4. Like, you're dragging it out, but... I mean, I decline draws even when I'm losing, but just out of principle. It's like I can't figure out the position, but I can. It's just tedious, like everything else in chess is. So I can't do anything with it, but he also can't do anything with it for the simple fact that you know, he's gonna attack this, let's say, but I can still keep it around. I can pin it down or something. Okay, now we gotta make something happen with these, but again, I can't really do it because I wanted my king on the other side, but I kind of just gave up on it. You just gotta watch a move like that because you don't want him to fuck around with the light square. I almost shouldn't even have it on here. But see, he can't even double attack it, so he's basically helpless. He can't double attack this because it's on the dark square. He can't come through with the king, so he basically can't do dick all. But yet he still wants to carry this one out. I can't say which of those two would really be better. It almost doesn't matter. Because yeah, like you don't have to worry sometimes about these pawns because there's nothing for him to really attack me with. You have nothing to threaten me with, nothing to do with all your pieces. Little Nolan-inspired line there, the Joker. So now, at this stage, you might be able to do something, but I don't know what it is because I was doing this because his bishop kept attacking this one incessantly, and that was kind of annoying me. But what this would at least do is it would free up this whole side. Like he would take, even though that doesn't seem good, it's gonna be good because see, like I'm making this maybe just too difficult, or maybe this is actually how you're supposed to play it, which is fine. Like it's tedious both in the number of moves, but also in the amount of time that passes. But this is why you resign yourself to the fact that that's the way that chess works. And if you do that, then you realize that it's okay. He almost would be better off letting me take because then at least the king can't come forward, right? So it would still be annoying. But then what that does is it also allows me to use these two together, which is a lot more difficult to do this than you would think, but the king can kind of work his way around, I guess. I don't know. And then this one's going to be kind of vulnerable on the light square as well. But so you're kind of playing around his disadvantage of the bishop. The bishop is a very good piece and much better than the knight, as I always say, and I'm the biggest fan of it. And anybody would tell you that. High level, low level, any level, it doesn't matter. Engine, analysis, scoring system, old school metrics where it's considered 2.5 or the bishop is 3, whatever calculation you want to do. But yeah, you have to resign yourself to the fact that it's a slow, tedious, drawish kind of stale game. And once you do that, then at least you'll be more comfortable in this regard. Now, there's no reason to do that, actually. So he takes there. Now, it creates an interesting dynamic because now these are both on dark squares. Now what can actually happen is you can end up letting his king get through, but you can also move the rook now freely in a way that could be very good, although this is still irritating. So he can't come through as it currently stands, right? Because you are blocked by the pawn and you're blocked by the rook. So there's nothing you have to worry about in that regard. The problem is that this piece could be a bit of an issue, but you could almost afford to sack the thing, but I don't want to fuck it up. But if you had the will to calculate, your studies are nothing. Your will is everything. The will to calculate. You can do this now, and now he can't. Not only can he not push out the rook, but he can't even take the pawn. So the question now becomes, how do I really get the king up here? And I really can't figure out. See, because then you would block the own thing. So it's kind of fucking annoying, actually. You can't go up there. This is irritating, man. I can do it, but I can't figure out how to do it. Or I should keep rotating the covers. Like, now I'll bring it here, but then his king can come through. That one pawn is actually going to be kind of weak. Or it's almost like I should... For fuck's sake, man. I'm going to end up getting a threefold repetition. He could take, I could take. And then you're not going to be able to stop it on maybe multiple counts. And the reason why is because you can't come through there. And so what are you going to do? You're going to have to go back and let me just push it through. So the fact that I did that was a little bit of a frustration thing, but it's still good. So you can't come to any of these three. This is the whole king opposition concept. Now you can come up. Now you always got to remember I can go there too in the worst case scenario. But you can't go there either. Now we do it again. I mean, my unwillingness to do that is maybe a little bit disturbing, but as long as you get the outcome that you want, it should be fine. It wouldn't even be a stalemate here because of the simple fact that you do have the pawn to move, but you maybe got to be aware of the fact that that could still be an issue. So whichever one he goes to, I go the other way. The thing is, I don't know what to make of that one. But I don't really have to even worry about it because he would move it again, but then... Are you serious, bro? Are you fucking serious? Like, you really gonna do this to me right now? You really gonna play like this right now? You really gonna do it, huh? It's gonna take him way too long to get there, even though I'm too lazy to calculate the raw number of moves. Like, what are these people, like robots that they just they don't understand, or they don't see the writing on the wall, or they've seen my stream before so they know I'm gonna fuck up or something? Like, what do you think you're doing, bro? What do you think this is? You want to waste both of our times? Which, again, I don't care. I'm playing a classical game, so that's how you know I don't give a flying fucking shit about my time. Or rather, I don't need to qualify that way. I'm playing chess, so that's how you know I don't give a shit about my time. What are you going to be, a stalemate master over here, dude? Not with two pawns, you can't do this shit to me. Or you almost shouldn't go behind it like that, but you would think that you should understand. But no, I mean, maybe you want to play it out for some instructive thing. He could come in there, and that could be a problem, maybe, but... Give the check. I mean, I could end up in a problematic situation here. It's almost looking like it's asking for a stalemate, but it's really not necessarily, because if you go...
It's like, fine, take that one, and then you lose because I'll get the queen. So it doesn't even matter at that point. So now you shouldn't be able to come back in there, so you have to go away. Like, I'm guarantee you I didn't play that optimally from that point on, but at some point it becomes annoying because it's just dumb, man. Like, even these basic things I somehow fail to understand sometimes, but he is playing in like a robotic way that just seems weird. Like you don't get the hint. Like, you make me want to actually have to go through all this. So you go 25, yeah, and you offer to draw, dude. I could afford to sack my queen, sack my rook, all these things just mostly out of impatience, because I'm sure there were better things there. Maybe even out of the opening there was something better there. So there would almost be a temptation to try to get to 17 here. These 1600s I've played have been a bit of pushovers compared to what I was used to facing. Not that I wasn't beating them, but it was a lot harder than this, I feel like. But it still takes a certain amount of time. Like, that was pretty much clean. Like, you can't really question it. But then again, I got a little bit annoyed towards the end. But you're not going to be suffering for it much. Like, you were still winning the whole way. Let's see what we got. Yeah, that'll be reported for cheating. 7 cent pawn versus 4 cent pawn. 100 like, it's just the opposite of percentages. Like, there'll be somewhere that I blundered maybe along the way, but I don't really think so. So what ended up happening? He ended up getting forked because I attacked him so aggressively at the beginning. And that's what you got to realize about chess attacking ideas too. A lot of the time, you're not really going to just get a mate off the bat, obviously, and any intermediate level or something. You're going to create a threat that they have to give up something for, and then you leverage the material advantage to get to an end game, and then you use that to promote, to threaten a promotion, and then you maybe get a promotion, and then you maybe win or get a resignation. So like, everything is like in theory. You're doing it like theoretically, not like chess theory even, but you're posing the possibility of something, and then that forces them to do something rather than you actually being able to do something in the first place. But let's see if there was something maybe instructive about this. It's almost instructive in a way that I wouldn't really care. So you're supposed to take there already, which I don't understand. Or, oh yeah, you could just take. Why did I think it would be like the 6 for 6? So I actually got greedy, but I also didn't understand what was happening. Yeah, let's see what this sequence was, because I thought about it. I thought about it too. I said it. But what is it? But what do you mean? You know, this move. This move is bonkers. One of these, like, where you leave it. You leave. I guess that's covered too, but it would almost feel like it would be willing to sack something and just let it be. So you got to keep pressing the threat even beyond. But again, what I did was satisfactory because you're getting it. You're still getting a fork. You're still winning. As long as it doesn't cause me to be even or somehow to start losing. So at some point I get frustrated here because this position is not as clear as you would think, or it's just kind of annoying. But I could not only could I have afforded to do that, I could easily have afforded to do that because that's good. You forced a trade. Okay, so you were supposed to take with that, which is a little bit surprising because you're bringing it so much closer into the king. Oh, I guess the concept there is it's so close to promoting, though, with that one extra move off the board. This is actually an instructive moment, I'll admit. I didn't really understand this. It was like, because of that one extra move, the king doesn't even have time to come in. Or it does, though. It does, but it doesn't matter, I guess. Because you got to choose one or the other, right? You can't attack it with both because there's only one light square opportunity to hit it. So the one light square opportunity, that actually makes all the difference. This is kind of cool. The act of doing it the other way means that you have two light squares to touch it. So then you can potentially set something else up. But with this one, you only give him one light square. So that's the only chance you have to take it. So you have to take it because you don't have time to set up for a double attack. Whereas this one, you're giving him two. So I kind of get that.
But somehow I just didn't like the way that that looked by kind of moving it closer to the king. Normally, that's a good principle to follow. Why would you want to move your pass pawn closer to the king and give it a chance to potentially attack it and derail you? But given the nature of the bishop and the light square, that kind of made sense. So you were supposed to go here, which, see, a lot of these moves I actually think about, but I mean, I end up not having the confidence or whatever to actually do it. So you almost were just supposed to move the pawn and accept the sack or the trade or whatever. So this pawn position ended up kind of screwing me over a little bit with how annoying it could be. Why is it showing me like I took that? I didn't do that. Or is that what I'm supposed to do? I'm just supposed to take the fucking bishop? Which again, you could afford to do it, but you still don't like to see it. It's just like almost the kind of position where you could just do anything that you want. So how would you stop the draw necessarily from happening here? Yeah, you just end up giving up on it, I guess. That's ultimately the sad part about it. You do all that just for dick all nothing. And there's sometimes where you can miscalculate there and like, oh, I'll give up a promotion to him, but we simply had too much there, so. Oh, you could have made it, I guess, with just the pawns based on what it was saying. Or maybe, wait. 2, 2, 3. How is it 2? Oh, you just reverse it to the other side. Wait, what? Oh, whatever. But like, does that really matter? Like when are you ever gonna lose a game or fail a game like that? Maybe you'd lose on time because you missed the most obvious mate. But it does feel like there's a sliding scale issue here. Like the more you're winning by, the less effort you want to put forward, then the less effectively you really calculate because you just give up sort of trying to even do that. I should almost turn this into some sort of recreational thing. This is almost how I used to play chess back in the day, both either off stream for what little I did, like online, or I would do it like even on stream those times. I would do it in breaks between categories. So it was like just a thing to do in the background because it only took one button to play and it was like kind of turn based and laid back and in the background, right? Like you do a long stream, you're doing a hard mode for 5 hours, then you need a break, so you play a couple games of chess, then you go back, or you're doing a story game for a session 3-4 hours, then you play a game, a couple games of chess, or you do a permadeath run and you fail or you succeed or whatever, and then you do it after that. So that was the way that I almost used it. But then I guess I never took it that seriously, and it seems like back then, this is only, well, I guess now I've been back for long enough. This is like maybe 9, 10 years. No, not 10 years. Maybe 9 years ago, something like that. 2015 time period. And so you look at it like people weren't taking it that seriously either, and then something got corrupted with the whole mindset of chess that people want to try to show off or do something at a low rating. So if that's going to be so impressive, then I'll gladly oblige it. But no, we can do like ASMR eating. Like it's a good time. Oh, you got to eat in the middle of a stream, and so although I typically try to avoid doing that, so what better to play? You can play some kind of card game, Hearthstone, Magic, this, and I would always use the secondary categories in the same way. Like I would play Hearthstone in between categories or at the end of a stream to try to wind down, and so chess kind of fits into that for better or for worse. But the way that I'm taking it now is not exactly suited for that. Or like I could watch a show or like watch videos. The only problem with that is that kind of makes it sort of a fun thing. Like, you come home from a day of work and then you watch a bunch of videos to, kind of wind down and just relax. But I would almost do that like while playing chess here or doing something like that, or in between. Like I even take breaks from playing chess. I take a break from doing something more hardcore to play chess, then take a break from playing chess to do something else like that. The only reservation I have about doing that, aside from my mobile data on my Wi-Fi fucking hotspot or something, the only reservation I have about doing that is the fact that, well, it could be distracting, whatever, but almost that I don't care about. Is more like I'm anal about showing stuff, right? I don't like to show videos and stuff. So like I'll watch some random episode of First Take or something and then contradict what they're saying. Oh, everybody used to be plumbers and firefighters, but that doesn't make sense because if everybody was, then how come this one person that you're trying to discredit by saying that, they evidently weren't a plumber or a firefighter? So they deserve credit for that if everybody was, just magically by whatever, disadvantages the era supposedly had. These were still the best players in the world. These were still the best players you had, right? World-class athletes of the time. So who do you want him to go against, right? What do you want him to do? Make a time machine and come to the modern time,
even though he had to live and was born and lived in a time with those disadvantages that made it supposedly weak by the standard you're posing, now you want him to teleport, make a time machine, come here, and then face people who've had advantages that he didn't have. Even in that hypothetical scenario, like Wilt Chamberlain or whoever, he would still be dominant. But you don't get to do that. No, give him all the advantages that you had today, or take all the advantages that people had today away, and then see what they would be like. So it's a fallacious sort of premise because you're not being fair on multiple levels. But if you dominate at the time that you do it, that's enough. But no, anyway, that was just like a tangent. The point I'm saying is I could almost do that. Like that's what I would do with some games. Like I would do it in windowed mode and I'd watch like some anime here or something, some show, The Mentalist or whatever, and I would be doing that I didn't really like to watch TV shows too much, but that's the few instances where I could do it. I'd watch it kind of in the background. I would I would play WoW in the same way I'm farming some resource, grinding out something, and I'd be watching something, listening to music, watching a movie, things like that. So that was always a good fun thing. Is like some of these games are more suited to play in the background like that, despite the immersion that you might have with chess that you might want to have now. I'm almost thinking about that. Like, if you play a classical game, and I don't know, I don't have quite the will to do it, but that was almost what I was trying to get back to. But I was so pissed, like, oh, let me try to do that, and then I realized how bad I was. So then it's like, oh, let me get good first, and then I'll earn the privilege of doing that. Reacting to memes on Reddit like Hikaru while playing some kind of a game, but even they play kind of at a faster speed, so it's not quite the same thing. But no, I say with such confidence now, it's like no matter who you are, right, you can get to. There's all these fallacies, right, where people try to fool you and try to act like to be the man, you got to beat the man. To get to 17, we got to beat a 17 once again, right? And not just along the way, but even in the title match, because this will give me a disproportionate 11. I'm higher than you in rapid too. Imagine how embarrassing that is. But no, it's like we could tell anybody with confidence, despite all the snake oil salesman elements of chess, that you can become as good as you want and you can get to 2000 if you just study for 2 years. Just play all day every day and just study, and you'll do it, like, if you really want to. So I don't know why it's considered so novel or so amazing to do it. It's like it just takes time. Even for me, you could say, okay, I haven't done it quite that much, although I will say I played more than I expected to, or a decent amount. The only point is that, okay, if anything, it's just taking me a little bit longer, but still, it's just a matter of time. Like, you will make progress. Now, at some point, you might face your limits. You might reach your limit somehow, right? Oh, but that won't be until you're at least 2000 plus or something, 2200, gradations. And even then, it comes down to a certain level of commitment. Now, this kind of move always bothers me because I almost should have maybe done the move before. It bothers me because you don't want to let this happen, but I also feel nervous about taking it. But I'm always too eager just to take all the time, everything. So I could just let him take this and then take the other one. Right, so like, if he takes, but he'll block the diagonal too is the problem. Should always go like this, I don't know. Like, if he takes, I take, but then he takes again, but then I take, like, it would actually be fine. So let me think about it again. He would take, I would take there. He would take, it actually seems fine. Maybe the worst case scenario is he could raise it, and then I could try to open it later on again. There's all these positional nuances that you're not even going to know how to deal with. Or rather, he could have pinned this down, and that could have been potentially bad as well. This could be good as like a pin on the rook if he castles. So possibly doing this is good, but I got to worry about the pin for sure. Or I almost don't even have to worry about it, but I still want to because it's a case where, see, now here you'd be forced to take because he's threatening something else, right? Or if you do this, then it lets him take on his terms, which might not even be that bad, really. Fuck. I'm going to greed for something and then be too late with the castle that it actually gets me in trouble. He couldn't really block with anything, though, so this would be a good move. It's just too obvious what I'm trying to do there. Right, like, what else could I possibly be doing?
What the fuck? It's too much for you, dude. You don't deserve to be 1700 like this. You don't deserve to be 15. You don't deserve to play the game of chess. You don't deserve anything. Like, how are you not going to see that? How? This is what I hate. I wish you would have, because now it makes me try stuff like that that I shouldn't be trying. You really think it's 1700, even on inflated site, inflated format, you really think you shouldn't be able to see that ever in your life? And you might say, oh, I'm being too harsh. Like, oh, I probably missed stuff like that too. But if I did, I'm a clown for it. I'm absolutely a clown for missing it. Now, this is like a frustration foul. Speaking of sports, like, frustration check. This is a frustration foul. Like a frustration foul. You just do it because you're mad about the last play that happened. I don't think that really does anything. I could bring the knight, or I could bring this. Like, I'd be willing to at this point to not castle, but there's no real reason to do that. You could just do this and it's fine. There's nothing that's going to hurt you here. Now you can castle comfortably, and I definitely want to. There's no reason to just give up a castle, like, for no fucking reason, you know? Everything's good with that. We just don't move too fast, because I'm a big choker of leads. Like, it's amazing though in a classical game that these people would play either so fast or so sloppy in the opening, despite me not being much of an opening expert or anything like that. But you know, just thinking about it a little bit, it's amazing that they would actually be at a disadvantage at that point, because it just doesn't feel like that should be what they're doing. But this is good, because if you move the queen, then you're able to basically take the pawn, and I don't think you would necessarily be able to take or be able to cover it. So you could be giving me a strong attack there on b2. So what does that do? That's at least a good threat by him. I have to give it to you there. So I would have to cover that somehow. And I'm not really too sure. I'm not really too happy with it, no matter how you go, no matter how you slice it. The problem is this would also enable him to effectively cover it to some extent, that if you double stack here, it seems sort of frivolous, because it's not really doing anything for you. You could almost do this, but it doesn't seem to serve much of a purpose either. You'll cover it here. You're also attacking, and it could create a situation where now you could move the queen maybe a bit freely, but it's a little bit of a claustrophobic position for the rook that maybe you don't need to do. So now you get this pin down, and then you would try to attack it with something else, but you really can't. That's the only problem. It might just be good enough to try to trade for it, but actually it's a terrible idea, I think, to trade for it, because what you're going to do is you're going to put yourself in a position where you're effectively able to go ahead and just do a cheeky threat on the queen. It's okay, I guess, no matter what happens. So you're pinning that down, you're attacking the queen. There's no good follow-up play, though. See, so a knight move like that isn't good. That's why I call it a cheeky threat. But the thing is that what you're at least doing is you're maybe distancing him from being able to cover the knight, but it doesn't matter, because, like, you don't need to cover the knight, really. So you would need to double attack it, but I have no means of actually doing that. So now you have to give up on this threat or whatever it is that I was trying to do, because it's just not going to work or not going to do anything. He's going to maybe bring this back here, so I always have to be aware of trying to cover that. Because if the queen moves, then you create a whole conundrum. Like, he's threatening that, so if I move that, this won't be covered. So this is a nice diagonal, but there's got to be a way to exploit it, and I can't figure out what that way might be. And so I'm going to just go here sort of randomly. Maybe this will put pressure later. It would even allow you to take, and then take, because it would be a free take. So that could potentially happen if the queen does indeed move. Right, but we also have to be weary. He's going to do some crazy sack play or something, I bet. I'm not very good at identifying those or even doing them myself. But he's playing a little bit passive, to be fair. So what you have to do is you have to get this pawn out of there, or you have to get the queen out of there, so that you could, or like bait the take. So you could take this with something. I guess I could double stack to do it, but then we're going to have a problem there as well because you get to potentially have no cover for that. Like I said, this could be a devastating move for the simple fact that you're able to not really cover that very well. So I think that could be problematic. This is kind of a little tougher of a position. Let's go ahead and move this. There's nothing really especially great going on. I don't mind even blocking this cover. Now we get a little bit stagnant because nothing is really obvious or speaking to me right now. But you can't move that knight for a long ass period of time, and I'm just not taking advantage of it the way that I adequately should. But yeah, classical is more suited to that. That's the first thing I think of when I get back into playing classical. Let's turn it into a react thing. You have this into this, which is interesting because it wouldn't even change what I'm about to do here. Because even if you did that, I'm still covering in such a way that you wouldn't be able to do anything, right? You couldn't take it because then I could still take it. It's still not something I like to do, but I guess one of the problems with this is the fact that maybe a little bit worse than I thought, but one of the problems with this is the simple fact that you're able to not really bring it there. You could push it with a pawn. I guess I didn't really account for the knight's presence as much as I should have. But you could almost just leave the thing there, or you could even raise this. But then I don't know if he's going to pose some problem necessarily. It's a little bit confusing. It's not that I didn't know he was going to do that or didn't think he was going to do it. I just don't know exactly. But see, there's nothing you can really do to impede the movement of this because you don't have a rook or anything to push it out. So how are you really going to stop the bishop from being effective even from there, as weird of a position as that might seem? So the only thing I'm confused about is I want to basically try to move the queen, but then he could go there. You don't even have to address the cover necessarily, but you have to do something. If I move the king, it could be trouble because he's going to do something with his queen. I'm thinking that what I should do is bring the... I'm going to bring the queen involved, but I don't know exactly what it's going to do. There could be some crazy sack or something. If there is going to be something, it's going to involve the knight, because these two pieces are sort of locked in as they are. It is unusual not to try to take advantage of this. So if you go here, right, regardless of what he does with that, you could go here, actually. You could actually do it. And the reason why you could do it, even though you probably shouldn't do it, is because even if he takes, it just doesn't really feel necessary to do it. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. But you're like giving up a pawn then for nothing, right? Because he would take, I would take. No, but you're not, because he'd be giving up two pieces. This could be all part of his master plan somehow, but I don't really see how. He could end up somehow bring this here again. He did it again. I mean, how many times you can do the same thing? This isn't going to work either for the same exact reason. And so now At some point, you almost want to move the king, but somehow I almost don't even want to still. Which could just be a mistake. But no, you still can't do anything with it. If you take, I take. If you don't take, I can't take. I could go here. His queen can't really do anything, so then at that point, you could just take it. They keep making mistakes in the beginning, though, so I don't know how instructive these games actually are. We are also tagging an uncovered knight, but we can't really do it because despite how good that bishop was to me, I kind of blocked it off, but it seemed like an okay move, but sometimes you don't have to do that. Like, I don't know. You could have almost done it the opposite way, put something else there to block, but then who knows what's going to happen. He's going to put more pressure somehow. So these games can go on for long periods of time, and this is the whole point of it, and this even only slightly simulates the effect of real life classical things. I don't like all the other cheeky, weird things they do with the time formats, though, like, oh, after 40 moves, you get an extra hour, and there's some kind of increment, and all this kind of weird stuff. So that's him covering the thing, for sure. It seems like a lot of threats for nothing, but I think offering the queen trade would be a plausible move for sure. Or you could even arguably do this. He takes with the knight, I take. He takes with the queen, I take. That's not really the issue. I want to do this, and there's no way that he can push out the king or something. Seems like a lazy move, but it seems like the right move somehow because you're not giving up the cover, so the bishop is still where it is. And so I don't really see what the big deal is. I don't know. He's just doing much ado about nothing. Nothing he's doing is going to lead to him like winning a piece back or something. So it's the most likely scenario could just be like a mating situation. You have too much cover here. See, normally this would be bad because, oh no, it's pinned and you have these things on there. But you have adequate cover and you have nothing really to block with. So it looks a lot scarier than what it is, but I still don't like it, so trying to break it up is probably the right thing. But I can already predict what he's going to do next. He's going to go back, and he's going to do the same thing all over again, because that's just the way that these people are and the way that they play. You wouldn't be able to do that. I maybe fucked myself over a little bit by closing that diagonal, though, because now it makes it where the queen is being relied upon a little bit too much. I'm getting actually kind of pissed, I'll admit. Like, are you serious right now, dude? Like, fuck it. I'm gonna threaten as if to take it, and if it doesn't work, I don't care. Like, this is the way that you can just make me mad, though. These repetitive moves, but again, it comes with the territory of classical. Like, I don't think that's a good move. I don't care. Like, I've had enough. Just stop, dude. He's literally just gonna sit on this threat all day long, not because, oh, I'm gonna wait for the opportune moment. It's because he doesn't know what he's doing with it. He's just like me. He'll just sit on it. Now he finally moves that fucker. Attacking there doesn't really do anything. It's got to reassess how that changes the position and everything, which again, you shouldn't even be thinking along those lines because it should feel more natural that you would basically be able to do that in your head, and that's the whole point of the game at times, partially. That's too bad. That's too bad. You sure beat me there. You're sure a terrific player. Wow. Great player. Wow, so good. Like at some point, I just don't care anymore. But if you're gonna play classical, that's what you have to be willing to put up with, so it's okay. And again, whenever Rook is in a weird spot, like, are you serious, man? I even said that spot could have been dangerous, but it ended up being a different one that was. Alright, alright. Just forget it. I even said, like, oh, I'm getting pissed, so you gotta kind of take a breather. You had plenty of time to think about it, and I didn't really have to make that move, did I? Like, this sort of knight move to attack the queen, cheeky threat on the queen that doesn't really do anything. So what you could do is, alright, alright. You go ahead, you trade queens. It would benefit you now. Okay. Okay, okay. That saves it from potentially get taken by the knight, but you don't even have to do it. You could have traded, and then you could have moved it again anyway afterwards. I mean, again, this is really 1700 level play that this guy's so good and he's so good experience, because what it does is, like, that simple one move calculation that anybody can see that. So at some point, you do sort of mentally check out of a game, or at least I do. Like, the way that he was doing that stale, boring threat, it's like, wow, dude, you're really something. Two knights, one bishop. Everybody's fantasy. I'll prove how shitty the knight actually is. You just can't let him trade for it. You got to keep that out of arm's reach and exploit how bad the knights really can be, which is pretty disturbing. Maybe we can pick up a couple of these pawns. If he does this, I want to bring the king in somehow, and that might pose some good things. But it's not going to be enough to just win a couple pawns or like trade into winning a pawn. You would have to win like a piece outright, and even that you'll be at a disadvantage, but that's really too bad. But whatever. I mean, we're still in an okay spot, I guess. Rating wise, I mean, not really in the game. Yeah, I mean, there are moments that make you question it. I will say, it's not a question of your ability, right? Like, it's the question of the measure. Like, do you really want to do that? Is the question. And by that, I mean like play chess. That makes me question it, because it's like, you know you're better, you know you're winning, and you might question the time format and how much I praise classical at that point, but that is what you got to get used to. That's what it's going to be like. In fact, it's only going to be much worse than that. It's going to be worse because you're going to be in these 90-minute games. You're going to, yeah, like I said, I hate those things. I'd rather be a fixed amount of time. Like, oh, you have 2 hours, whatever, for the game. But instead, it turns into classical, or no, it turns into you get increments and this and that. So you can check and take there, which he chose even to not do. He covers there, which would be actually pretty easy to solve that. The big question, you could even do it with the king, let alone with that, let alone with that. So it's a question of which one do you really want to attack? And so now at this stage, you get this. So what happens is, he could give a check, but the check isn't going to necessarily do anything. And so even that sort of fool's gold, because you can't still do anything with it. Exposing how bad the knight is one game at a time. So that does absolutely fuck all, because you can't do anything. And quite frankly, we might even have that fucker trapped. No, not quite, though. So that's one pawn down. He could have checked and took one of these pawns too earlier, but he kind of missed a chance, and it wouldn't surprise me if he could do it at some point here, but it's going to be hard to say like which one we really want to cover. Like that seems like it would be a logical spot. There's nothing I can really do about this. Like I just have to deal with it. So now you can try to take this. You just got to watch the checks with the knights. You got to realize the knights have very limited movement, scopes of movement sometimes, where, you know, what they're going to be doing is at least pretty obvious. But I'm also very lazy and brain dead, so that can sometimes be a bit of a deterrent, as you saw earlier in the game. I play very bad with leads because at some point I do almost just get sick of it, I must admit. I like the idea of continually threatening them, but you shouldn't. We're gonna like fork the knights, and you know if you fork them with the king, if they're right next to each other, they can't cover each other. So that ends up being a big factor, right? Like they're very vulnerable in that scenario. So he's got them both on the edge of the board, like a true expert would. So he's threatening there. At some point, we're gonna have to commit this as a cover because there's gonna be no other way to do it. And he's in a position where it's really this one extra pawn, because if you can equalize these pawns, right? Like think about how hard this position is to play even for him, having two knights. You can't mate with the knights, so the pawns are your only real advantage. And so I have to wonder what that really means, because, you know, if you can equalize, like let's say you win this one and then you win these two, or you equalize these two. He's got like one pawn left and a couple knights. So you could sack the bishop for the last pawn, assuming, you know, you trade, and then it's a little bit problematic here because you can't really do anything with this. Or you can, because again, the knight is just a shitty piece. How soon we forget. This is why I played that badly on purpose, by the way, because I just take unusual pleasure in how bad the knight is. Now, you made the ultimate beginner's mistake, because guess what this is going to then allow me to do? It's going to allow me to potentially win the knight, maybe, win a knight, because now you're not going to be able to keep these covers intact, or at least you'll win the pawn. Like you'll go here, and then you'll be threatened to move, and then you'll move this, and then you'll take this. So at least you should arguably at least win a pawn here. But no, I did this to create a real nightmare for this guy. This shouldn't change anything really, or it will, but now it'll be a problem even if I double take. But it's not the double take that I'm after. Unfortunately, yeah, you would still lose that because you would get fucked by the pawns. So that's the sad thing. Even though you would be winning and these shitty knights do expose themselves, he doesn't actually have to worry about it because I can't do that. So, are you serious, bro? Fuck. That's so lame, bro. That's so lame because see, the actual good pieces on the board now are all the actual good pieces on the board are the knights themselves. I don't know what I'm doing with that either. But I mean, you would think like he almost just can't move the knight, so he's trying to move the actual better piece in the king just to try to do something. So he can't come out very easily, is the logic of that. I almost want to put it here. Like, you're not going to win this game. That much is pretty obvious, but we're forking the knights with the king. I should almost try to take this, but I got to watch if he has some stupid check, which he really doesn't. But you're going to need the bishop to do its work over here, so I'm not even sure what I'm trying to do with this. So you could potentially take there, but then he's just gonna move it. Well, that certainly killed my enthusiasm a lot because You know, it's not even an excuse to say something, but it's just dumb. I guess you would have to at least commit to putting it there. That way you can cover it with the dark square, otherwise it's completely useless to you, really. This is cute, but it doesn't actually do what you think it does because of the simple fact that you could take there and then take one of these, but it's this pawn that's really going to be the concern to you. So now he can like attack it with a knight to prevent me from effectively covering it, because then there's going to be nowhere it can go to actually cover that, so it's going to be a problem for sure. So again, the knights prove themselves to be so shitty that they get exposed and they're in this Ouroboros loop doing nothing, not even moving on that side of the board. And so it creates a problematic position for sure, where you're not actually able to do anything with it. And the reason why you're not able to do anything with it is because they're actually so shitty that taking them isn't even worth it when you win a knight. That's what's so incredible about it. I mean, you can have that one, dude. I'll give you that one gladly and sincerely, and at some point, I just don't even want to do this anymore. It's just too bad. It's too bad that I can't live up to the standard that I always talk about, is like, you know, you can always overcompensate with borrowed knowledge, as is the standard, and as is the sort of fallacy where people try to, the standard where people basically try to, you know, mistake borrowed knowledge as their own and act like they're smart or something because of it. But there's something deeper to it than that. If you could just find the effort level in yourself to do that. But obviously I'm not that person to do it, not anymore at least. Maybe when I was younger, you have like a naive sensibility that you would even care about like a shitty board game or something. It's just really that's really too bad. Because yeah, this is my average game or average loss in chess, whether it be even in this format or something else. It's not really legitimate from the standpoint. Again, it doesn't matter. Like, you, not to make an excuse. Like, who cares? It's just some random 1600 rated thing on an inflated site. All this, but to the extent that it does matter, it shows you exactly what I mean. Like, it's just not. I don't know. Like there were a million things you could have done in that situation. It's not like he created genuinely a threat. Like, oh no, he sure got me there. He sure figured it out. Even if that's a blunder. Even if that's a blunder. Oh shit. I mean, I guess I blundered more than that. But in the big picture, it doesn't matter that much. Still, he didn't see that one. But no, at this later stage, you end up. We end up actually winning something because of that. So he misses something and then it turns into something good for me. But no, this awkward rook positioning, at some point, like, I could have just made a move here to I sort of try to force the issue needlessly. So something ends up happening, like, where you don't have to make that move, right? That's not a necessary move. It's not a good move. I'm kind of forgetting about the rook. You could even literally use that move to, like, do that. Even there, you're not losing necessarily as a result, but let's see if he gives something back here, because the knights are so bad, but it seems unlikely because even as bad as they are, it just doesn't matter. So, like, I still get the last laugh against the knights. Now I'm going to get obsessed with this format instead, but I mean, I always did like it. I wanted to basically get back to 17 there and then 16 there, but I mean, I guess it would take a pretty long. I mean, that was the game to do it too, but it's okay. That's really just sad. So you got to look at these moves that seem innocuous, or where you make some sort of forcing move that's not necessary, right? Where you're trying to, you got to understand the psychology behind it. Why am I doing that? I'm attacking the queen because I don't know what else to do necessarily, not because I don't know what to do, as in I'm stuck. Okay, we had like a fork there, obviously, but it's more like you're trying to make something happen, right? Instead of these stale sort of positions. And I guess my style of play is kind of conducive to the stale positions though as well. But again, as long as the knight's there, he can't really do anything about it. So let's see how this really would have progressed. You can do this, which again, in this kind of position, I'd be maybe a little bit nervous about even trying to do that. Like, it seems a little bit, wait, what? Oh, because you're going to try to, so you're willing to effectively lose a pawn there even, or even lose 2 pawns, maybe just to guarantee the queen trade, because the alternative, I guess, for him is worse, because he's going to lose the knight, so he'd rather trade queens and win a couple pawns than to lose the knight. But that's kind of weird that the engine would think like that. Okay, let's try 10 minute. Get back to 16 here, which I might not even do, because 8 is kind of more than it typically gives you. That was a little bit depressing, just because I'm trying to take advantage of the provisional boost. But see how deeply I take it, because it's like, it makes you question what you're actually doing and the nature of the process, which you clearly understand that it's like just time consuming and very, it's my own fault, because I'm committing and I'm choosing to do the format, the, classical format. So at that point, you should know what you're getting into, basically. Yeah, I'm always afraid to move the knight here because it just seems kind of annoying to do. So he has no interest in pinning that down. You could do this for the time being, or you're supposed to do some kind of weird move that I just don't get. Because it's confusing to the extent that you're going to, I'll just take a trade. Doesn't really seem like it did much for him there. He's going to bring maybe the bishop behind. You're kind of in a little bit of trouble, I guess, with that one. I could double attack it, maybe. Not a bad move, anyway. And it would be a double attack that could potentially lead to you taking the rook, too, because no matter what he does, you might have to give that up. Right? It would be an awkward situation, to be sure. But I'm just kind of annoyed by the last game, so I'll just be in a trade-happy mood, which is good to the extent that it allows you to... It allows you to basically... open the king. So he's not going to queenside castle at least. This could be a little bit dangerous for sure. Or maybe he's still going to try to do it somehow. You want to... I don't know. It's kind of doing random things, playing like my old self, kind of like you saw in that last game where I just get sort of lazy and almost bored of a position. So this won't undouble his pawn, so at least this is good to the extent that... this is good to the extent that you get to... He'll bring a rook there. I'm not even sure if that's really the right rook to bring. And then he can take here for sure. The whole thing is you can't take with the pawn. And the reason why you can't take with the pawn is then because you open up that double attack potential, which could be solved even by you simply raising this. It opens up a back rank possibility then at that point. But this should still be okay for now. You can go like this. You still don't have to take with that. So that's okay. We can create a double stack. We have this one to go as well. Double attacking this. He can create a double stack of his own. We're just kind of dancing around with the bishop here a bit. So we can't move necessarily the rook, which could pose maybe some problems, but it's not super clear. Even if he takes, I still have the knight potentially to take. And this almost seems like a good opportunity to put the bishop here, because at least then you equalize and close out the diagonal. The only bad thing with this is you can't really, or you can't even still do that, though. You don't even have to do that, because you can just... You're already covering it, so now you can just bring it back and not even worry about it. And it's also a passed pawn. You got to take that extra effort sometimes to look through what you're trying to do. But that's another reason why classical can be so frustrating, to the extent that you, you know that you're putting in so much time and everything, and you still can't put in the effort to match necessarily. Okay, that's kind of cute. And then this is also kind of cute because you get to, this is protected no matter what. You got to pass pawn along with it. So now we should be cruising for a good ride here, but it's a little bit still annoying. So if I just win this one, I'll be satisfied, I guess. It's not like I'm trying to really do anything in classical. I was just trying to get to, I was just trying to get back to 17. He takes, I still take. I could actually double take, but then obviously you would lose this. This could be an okay take to try to go for. If he takes, I take. If he raises, I could take. That's fine. So these are endlessly covered all the way through. So that's fine. This could be potentially dangerous because we're in the same diagonal as the thing, as the bishop, but I don't think it's actually going to come to that point. That's a pretty nifty move, actually. Very interesting. Definitely one of these lazy elements that you don't have to but this could create something else. If he takes the knight, but this will pin it down. Fuck. What if I do something like this? The problem is this is going to be too exposed as well. As I just have to let him have it. Or I'm letting him have the rook for some reason. I'm still +1. It's okay. You'll have a beautiful thing going on with these, even though you think, oh, it's just acting like it's a pawn. That just looks very cool. There's really nothing you can do about those pawns either. Or, I guess I'm wrong. Let's see what we got here. You take this one. We're just going to go ahead and try to ride these two out, and you should be in relatively good shape to do that. It almost feels like the knight is more so prone to just get in the way here. So we're not really up material, but the two pawns here could be relatively strong for sure. Problem is this could take entirely too long to get there is going to be the weakness of it. He checks, I go here. It's a lot for him to have to worry about at the same time. If he checks, I can still go back to cover, also covered by the knight. So we're kind of already there. The problem is even if he sacks the thing, I'm still in trouble, but then again, I'm still kind of okay. Because I should almost be able to promote the other one too. Even if he takes that, so what? That's not going to do anything for you. So you were able to still get both off in time. Now you should probably think this through a little more, but it might be a little more difficult to do than you would think. I mean, at the very worst, I could get a draw potentially out of it. What you can do sometimes is you can just sit it there. So if you sit it there and you can wait, and then you can sack this for maybe one of them, and then figure it out with the king, right? This is maybe the luxury that it gives you. Or you can put it like that, and then we can guarantee the take on one of them. And so you use the knight just to body block the stupid thing. Okay. Oh, wow. That only gave me 5. Are you serious, dude? Maybe I'll do another one. But we played that kind of a way too fast of a pace where it just wasn't a very good effort. See, it went from, oh, I just got to 16 just like that when I was only really trying to get to like 1559 to now it's like become a big deal where we struggled at it a little bit and we kind of, maybe we got like a little bit too overconfident because of doing it. Now I'm going to, get pissed and just try to get back and then struggle to do that too. Greg Popovich is playing chess over there. I am apparently. That's fine. It's very tempting to go super fast in the opening just because that's the nature of how people play, or you feel like, oh, you studied openings your whole life or something, so it ends up being very dumb. You feel like it's a preconceived foregone conclusion. What? What is he doing, bro? That still doesn't do anything there. He can do this one. Take. I'm more worried about the king, but I don't know why he did that. Even if it was correct, it was kind of like just weird. So you almost want to move this because even if you take, I still take. But he's going to bring the queen in to do that. Okay. If he takes, I take. If he takes, I can't take. So I already kind of fucked it up. Maybe trying to do it a bit too much there. Okay. But I'm already up a piece because he sacked it like a clown. So I guess I can afford to play like a clown a little bit. Just go full clown mode, I guess. I don't know what I'm even trying to do, but what you can do now is maybe go like this. Yeah, let's just go super fast mode. That's all it's about. Go super speed mode, even though you can't really do that because of the knight. Holy shit, bro. So you give a check there. You could move it. You could go here with it, but then you can't because you'd have to move it somewhere else first. You could try to go like this. You're double attacking there, which wouldn't even be worth it because you could double take. If you move this, you're in trouble. I could take. I don't know. You could go here as well. So yeah, play like total clown mode, and you're still +1. Look at what you can get away with. So we're both playing for 1600 axe, right? Very even matchup. I don't know why they write it like that. Turkey. So you go here. You can go there. You won't be able to take it. But then you just be able to mate his dumbass. Or you still won't. Like, I'm not even remotely thinking. Holy shit, dude. He's baiting that for some reason. You could do this. You still can't take. He would take, I would take. It would be fine. If he moves the rook, I can always take there, especially if he moves it like that. You can easily forget about, or actually I still can't now because I moved the other one away. So no matter what you're doing here, there shouldn't be like a crazy threat that you can really do. You have a tremendous amount of cover on here, to be honest with you. So if he raises that, I can take, so he shouldn't really want to do it. I could even take like this if he moves the queen somewhere like that. This will be pinned down. You would think this actually is a decent attack to try to do something, but it just never materializes somehow. I think I used the bishop a little bit too aggressively too. Or rather, you can still... Fuck, it's the fact that you have both of those to consider. You could take this, but then he takes with that. Alright, maybe we ought to cool off a little bit and not overdo it here, but there could be something interesting that still comes about because you get to potentially take, or no, you would take, he would take, and then I still can't take. Right, because it's not. And that's kind of cute, I guess. Assuming something crazy doesn't come as a result, and you should be able to take that no matter what, check fork it potentially does. So we do have some option here if he moves the rook. I'm not really sure beyond that. My knight hasn't done really much of anything. How I would love to just fork your dumbass or check force a trade, but I just can't seem to do it. What you want to do here is go like this if the knight actually moves, which I could have already taken it too, but I'm really not looking or thinking today at all. But assuming you take back, I can still do it. Right, like, I'm sure you won't just leave that there, or maybe you will. So that is pretty good as far as I'm concerned. Just play super hyper fast speed mode and go crazy with it. You got this is good. You can take there. You don't really have to worry about much of anything here. Even as big as a clown as I am, I'm not going to fuck up a position like this. Okay, so we get back to 16 there. The only thing left to do if I wanted to try to get back to 17 there, which I almost don't even care in classical. But no, the point is we keep getting to this thing like, oh, let's study as soon as we get to 16. But then it's like, oh, one more game. And then you play the one more game and then you lose 16. And then you like, oh, let me just get back to 16. And then it never ends. You never actually still want to study to the extent that it's relevant. It's just not fun. I don't mind playing the game this much necessarily, although even that could be potentially a little bit too much of a commitment. But so how much did we win or lose for the last couple that we've done as far as the provisional boost? It's still pretty high. Like, it doesn't affect them the same way. The fact that they lost or won to a provisional player, because like this guy, only lost 7 for that. But in this short recent span of time, we've lost, won, lost, won, lost. So, but we're getting or losing about 20. We would have to win like 2 more basically to make it happen. What's an interesting way to look at it is the amount of time that you spent isn't just a raw measure. This is almost like a treetop fruit psychology tidbit element. The amount of time you put in doesn't just make you better because of the experience and the learning that you might do, but also the pride and the effort that goes in. It's like, because you spend so much time doing this, now you feel almost pissed that like, oh, why I didn't spend this much time just to lose. Now you should go in with that mentality in the first place. And that's always the standard that I say. It's more like if you're going to spend any time, like even to play one single game for the first time ever in your life, you should still want to win because you're spending that much time. 20 minutes to play one rapid game, even if you've never played chess before. But the thing here is like you've spent, almost 1,000 games, which again, I hate to say, but that's not even that many compared to some of the people we go against. I always like to do that comparison, not to make myself feel better because I feel like I should be much farther anyway. But if you look at this, let's just look at like our last 3 opponents, right? How many games have they played? He's played 517, so about half of what I've done on here. And again, we're not counting over the board or on other websites, but let's say I played like over 2,000 serious kind of games, or like around 3,000 if you count like other formats, like in my whole life too. 1,000 on here, 1,000 on chess.com, whatever, little split between formats. So this guy's played more than me, 2,200. But for me, it's kind of a raw measure. This guy hasn't done that many, I guess. But no, for me, it's kind of a raw measure to the extent that, you can look at the thing on this site or on the sites combined, and that's basically all I've ever done because I didn't do that much in person or over the board or anything like that. And certainly not in any reasonable length of time. Like, it's been like well over 10 years or something, so maybe that helped me a little bit, but it almost seemed like it hurt me because it made me think maybe I'm better than I am. But no, it's just like, how much would you really remember from that as a kid? So this is good, although you shouldn't do that because in case he does something else weird, don't get too cocky in the opening. It seems like lately I've been winning the opening a lot, like not just doing well, but actually, what do you call it? I've been up in the opening, even in like that classical game and stuff, and then it ends up being a problem because the only bad thing here is the pin idea. So the worst case that thing could do is it could I mean, see, like I know it's gonna happen, and I still let it happen, but maybe I don't care. Like, just go ahead, just do it. Fine, do it. Like you don't even have the balls to do it. You don't even have the balls to do it. Is he gonna try to bring the knight in some kind of annoying way? What a fucker, dude. You get the pin, you get what you want, but you don't even have the balls to follow through with it. Like, what's your deal, dude? Now we actually get to cover it. You double attack this, which doesn't have much meaning to me, but I kind of wanted this to be the anchor pawn. He's making some interesting moves. Almost forces me to do that then. So this is adequately covered. I don't know what he's even doing. Whatever this pawn structure is not going to be good. I can tell you that much pretty much for sure. Because like one of these is going to be left out. I could actually move the queen at this point. Like I could just move it, period. And you don't need that because you have take, 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 take. Like there's nothing happening with that. The bigger question becomes like, where do I actually want to put it? I do always have like some sort of internal logic, or at least like a measure. Like I always talk about absolute tendency. You should have like a measure in life. Like, is it the longevity process? Like you want to live as long as possible, or is it hedonism? You want to have as much pleasure as possible, instead of being this sort of half-mass reactionary, lack of measure where people just mindlessly go through life and they are sort of split between the two without even defining themselves what exact measure of each or any or all they really have, right? So you should always define for yourself, this is what I want to do and this is why I'm doing it, and things like that. Now this is a passed pawn as a result. It's not too bad. We could take this, open the king there. But no, you should always define your measure. So in chess, at least I'm defined to the extent that you're able to you're defined to the extent that you're able to. This is actually pretty dangerous. So he would take, I would take, he would take, and then I can't take. This is pretty fascinating, actually. But no, it's like I have certain defensive principles, or I have certain other standards and things that I use. So the main goal is you want to almost just move the king or something because you're kind of in a weird spot, with that being a pretty strong attacking point. So if he raises a pawn or something, I can take. I mean, the fact that I can take with the queen anyway is a factor, right? So it shouldn't even matter. You take, but then I can take. So if I move the bishop, something bad will happen. Right, but no, but it wouldn't happen because I move it, but he takes, but then I can still take with the queen. So maybe I was worrying about that whole thing for nothing. You still can't do anything, and I'm glad that we traded some stuff off. But no, getting back to that point is like the absolutist measure of this sort of like, it's hard to explain without more context, but basically in life most people just go through it. They're just doing whatever, and they're just reactionarily being a part of certain process, certain tendency, things like that, but they're not thinking like, okay, I'm doing this because this is my measure in life. So like you'll say, oh, I want to live as long as possible, right? Hypothetically, that's something people always assume they value, but then, oh no, Well, I'm getting too distracted by my own thing. Um, the point is, holy shit, dude. The point is that you're getting, you'll say, okay, longevity process, assume everybody wants to live as long as possible, except for this king here, haha. But then you'll drink and smoke, so that reduces your lifespan. So evidently that's not your measure. You should at least be aware of what dynamic you're going for instead of just, oh, I do want to live as long as possible, but I also want to indulge in this sort of half-mass hedonism, and either have like one clear measure that you're going to commit to one, or have some other idea that you're basically going to um, at least define for yourself. Be aware of what you're doing and why you're doing it. Doesn't mean you are above those processes, but you're at least, again, to be aware of it is not to be above it. And then I think it was only the one move, or maybe it's a sequence of moves that we. Wait a second. Oh no, it makes it look like it's a longer sequence than that. Blunder you are supposed to take, and the reason why you're supposed to take is because, again, as long as the knight is there, it's fine. So I was worried about like some kind of other threat that wasn't even there. Like when you lose games like that, this is what I mean. Like at that point, just it shows you the lack of measure there. Like you don't really care enough about chess, so why even play? Right? It's not even an excuse mentality. It's more like if you were really committed, then you wouldn't lose like that. So why even bother doing it? Right. So either one of two things: either you fully commit, or you just don't play. There's no halfway, like, oh, you're gonna play like that. That's where people do things in life in general, like half-mass mediocrities. They go through their whole life thinking that they value something, but they really don't truly value it. So either you have to truly value it, or you have to, stop doing it and commit to something that you do value. So don't do this like sort of halfway pretense that you think you value something but you really don't, or you feel like you have to. Okay, let's see what's happening. But that was just like a low effort kind of thing, or actually it wasn't that bad until the last move, though. See, like, that's the kind of thing, though, you still just gotta go back to like anybody can just see that, so I don't see what's instructive about that. Aside from just, again, my lack of effort is very obvious. I don't know what to do really with these pawns. They're kind of in an awkward spot. Could maybe create like a double stack on this or something. You could leave it here, but I can't really say that would be a good spot for it to be, so I'm not even going to worry about it. I feel like I'm sort of back to my random movement style, like where I just kind of do random stuff just for the sake of it. So you could take here, then if he takes, then I don't. No, no, no. First of all, you'd be leading with that. So worst case, he could just not take. So you would have lost the queen and won a rook. It's not like he has to do the whole sequence to let me take both, even if the bishop wasn't there. But at least you gotta pose these threats sometimes in like a standstill fashion. Like it's not there yet, but it could be there. And then if he leaves it, you might come up with something better later. It's almost like if the bishop was there, you'd be in golden territory, but it's gonna take too long to do that. The biggest thing we always show, at least over a lot of these people, is time discipline. That they simply just don't seem to have it. So he'll take with that. Why don't I just take with this? Sure, he'll close out the diagonal, but I win a little stinky pawn, so it's fine. You go like that. It's not going to be trapped or anything. He goes there. I go there. There's no other special threat with this. I don't really like where these pieces are sort of clumped up and claustrophobic. But yeah, if I can somehow get the bishop there, so you gotta have these ideas in the back of your head. But then my mistake is I tunnel vision on one. There's all kind of other things potentially you could be doing in this situation. Like here we can attack and protect at the same time, but we don't really have to even. We could do this to create potentially a threat. I don't know exactly what that threat would be or why I would care so much. You can go there. It wouldn't really be too valuable. Or, no, that's fine. Dude, that shows you I don't double check though. Like I'm thinking, oh, maybe I hung something. I've had a couple games lately where like my rook is in an elevated, uncovered spot like this by itself. Let's say the other rook is somewhere else or whatever, and then I leave it there, leave it there, leave it there, and then it ends up getting taken later in a position that you really wouldn't expect. So that's kind of it's a weird thing. But like in other words, don't let the rooks unconnect in the early game if you can help it. Now I'm going to tunnel vision on this idea mainly because I don't know even what else to do. Just go here. Like his development is pretty bad. Or maybe I'm missing the fact that the bishop can cover it the whole time. It makes it too obvious what you're trying to do too. I'm not doing it with any sort of nuance or, you know, special effort. So this could use a double attacker as well. He gives up his own cover. No, I'm really not paying attention at all. Yeah, what if that's the realization you come to though? And I've said it before, like maybe chess is just boring to a point. Not in and of itself. Like it can be interesting, but maybe the elements of it that, you know, to be good, you'd have to just calculate it in a very raw sense and things like that. It can be boring because you just have to think through every tree of ideas and it's just so long-winded and exhaustive, and at some point there it stops being fun. So maybe that's why you're not as good as you could be or should be. Maybe I had something better with the king. Like I'm putting forth a very low amount of effort. This is a passed pawn. This one's sort of doubled, so I guess there's no downside of just doing it, right? Like either I take or he takes and then you're undoubled. That's why doubled pawns aren't as bad as sometimes people think, because of the simple fact that it's not that hard sometimes to just get rid of them. So again, we're sort of beating that threat like a dead horse, but it almost doesn't matter either, because that's not even what I'm trying to do. So now you got to go in some other direction. You go here, and then that allows you to take here, because he's going to move the queen. Then you can bring it around. You still can't take there. You can attack there, which that one's a little bit annoying, to be sure, because then you're forced to take, open the H file, or you're forced to let him take at least. So even as decent as my position was, I don't have the ability to deal with this very comfortably, at least. Just keep posing these little cheeky threats. Very unusual position, but I mean, it obviously favors me, so I just have to stay. Or that happens too. It's not even just like you get bored, but you get bored when you're winning. You put forth the effort, and then you're like, oh, I've earned a good position. You shouldn't think that until you've won the game. But no, I've earned a good position, so now I shouldn't have to think as hard. That's my reward. That I don't have to calculate as much, and then you end up losing or something because of it. Why don't we do this? So no matter what he does, I could raise the pawn, but I still couldn't because it's this stupid ass pawn push that I can't figure out. Because no matter what you're going to do, the knight gets in the way. Because what I want to do is he raises here, and then I raise here, but it's too late. He does this, and then you neither want to let him take, nor do you want to let him nor do I want to take myself. So I don't really get that. That's always been one of the things I hate dealing with, is the kingside pawn pushes, which arguably happens to me so much because I am not very aggressive a lot of the time. It's the same result, I guess, if I don't do it. Like, I might lose because of this, and I'm not even remotely thinking or trying, but it's almost like you'd be better off just sack the knight for it or something. You bring the queen in. It's covered by the bishop, but it's a very awkward spot that I found myself in. Right, like normally you would just lose the game right there because there's, or I mean, you could try to run with it. I guess let him take. It would just be so horrible. You got to be very weary of the H file. Just opening it in any way is often a bad move. The engine might have told you just to suck and sack for it or something. So the thing is, you need the knight here, and you need the cover there, because if you move it, for example, then he could just go down all the way. Or if you lose the cover, then he could also, if you lose the cover, he could also just take it. So it's a very tricky spot, to be sure. Maybe we go like this, so then we block all the potential things. There's no way you can push the pawn. There's no way you can force the pawn to be uncovered. There's no way that you can even bring the queen in. That should be possibly a good move. But yeah, this is also a bad habit. You try to figure out the move once you make it and are not putting forth any effort into. I always regress like this. Like, I put forth effort for a while. It's not even burnout, or it's like winner's burnout. Like, you do well and then you start to do badly. Not that, oh, I'm struggling, I can't improve. It always feels like I always can improve, at least at some rate, even if it's slow, even if it's the low levels for now. It's like you can improve. It's just like, how badly do you want to, and how long is it really going to take? Because so generally speaking, what I did there was bad, and it'll probably cost you the game. But this is a rare position maybe where you can afford to do it. Like, I should study that moment at least. Right, because I always do have a problem with that. So now either he takes here, which doesn't bother me, or he lets me royal fork. So it'd be interesting to see which one he goes for. It almost obligates him to take. Right, and it makes it seem like, oh, I'm valuing the bishop so much, which I actually kind of am, because if he was to have taken that bishop, I would have been screwed. It seemed like there was some good threat. Maybe you could have done like this. No, not really. Like, oh, I'm going to fork it with the bishop, which is a lot harder to do, obviously. But no, it almost forces him to take. But not really, because you could just move the queen, or there's a number of things you can do. That's one of the problems with calculation. It's like something will work under the ideal condition, right? But what if they do something else? That's always the thing. It'll work if this happens, but there's too many options. Fuck. No, it still doesn't matter, because what you can do is you can take with the queen here then. And then he'll take with this, which is problematic because it might be better for me to just go a different direction with it. Like, I'll end up taking here and then take the rook. So I'm not even interested in the bishop. Although maybe I should be too. Because, like, you check, but then he'll just block there anyway. He'll take if I take, then he goes there. And then you're definitely in trouble. I'm going to do this first. But then I guess if he attacks my queen, I'm in trouble too. It opens up a check for me that could be really good. So I'm gonna let it be for now. He goes there, but you can't even go there. Like, I'm really not thinking at all, am I? Maybe there's something else that opens up, but you can bring the check here, and then he's in a lot of trouble, maybe. See, this is where I favor trade so much. If I could just trade the queens off, then there's nothing to worry about. There should be some possibility to almost take that here, but I can't figure out what it is. Let's see. I can't give a check. It's not really that bad of a spot. It's just kind of weird. Or yeah, there's totally this that I totally saw, and that's totally why I did what I just did. Because you can not only cover, but you can also give another check. The other rook is in a weird-ass spot. Sort of the elevated rook issue that we've been having too much, maybe. Still just too much work to get this. Let's just engage the rook somehow, though. He's going to like double attack it with that, let's say. But then you could easily, well, I guess you'd have to already have it there for that to be good. I hate this effort element of it because that's more important to me than anything else. I think a lot of people don't even understand it because a lot of better players always sort of dance around that. Like everybody's bad at some point, but it's nothing to do with that. Like they'll always say, "Oh, you should study." But what the reason why I'm losing isn't because I didn't study or because I don't know something. It's because I'm not putting forth still the maximum amount of effort that I potentially could. Now it pins down the knight. Otherwise, he's simply going to take the knight, which I argue we don't even care about. But his attack options are still limited somehow. This is such an annoying kind of position. Like, what is he actually going to do? He's going to take on the back rank. Perfect excuse to open the... whatever it is. Oh my god, dude. This guy... Okay, at least the rook is active, engaged. This won't work, though, because he can just take it. On one existential leg, on one little, speck of effort, I somehow managed to still beat these people at times, but it's not always easy for me. So you give a check there. He pretty much has to block. It's not like that attack was as bad as it looked, though, because you could just give it up and then keep running if you really had to, but okay, that's my dream come true right there. Right, like why does it seem like I'm not as up as I should be? This stupid ass knight isn't doing jack shit. Maybe that's why, but so should he go after my pawns, I wonder, or just try to protect his own? We do have two connected passed pawns. But no, I don't like how I'm playing because it feels like, oh yeah, I can get away with what I'm doing still. Or I always do that. Like I get to a certain level, whether through effort or maybe improving, studying somehow, even though I haven't really done that much ever. But you get to that point and then you start to regress. Like you do worse because now it's like, oh, I feel like I don't have to try. Right, and then that stops you from progressing. You have to keep relearning the amount of effort you have to put in, which again is kind of both a positive and a negative, especially with this theory-based way that people look at things. Because what happens is, that's actually pretty bad for me too, that I would lose the knight, but it really shouldn't make a difference. I mean, at some point you just stop looking at what they're even doing. But no, it's no accident that every 100 mark becomes so, it's no accident that every 100 mark becomes such a hard stuck moment for me that you would basically be in a position of, You know, why is it exactly the 100 mark that becomes the issue then? Fuck. Good one. Good one. How would he know I would have done that, though? I guess I started to make all these flashy sort of pre-move type things. So impressive, dude. Really, wow. Is he gonna get a fucking stalemate somehow? I have to admire your ability to keep playing after a sequence like that. Like what's the line? And I admire your ability to die, and I admire your ability to get checkmated. Some stupid line from GT where it's like, I have to admire your ability to keep playing after that blunder, and I admire your ability to get checkmated. That should be a title, actually. These are basically how I come up with them. Oh my god, dude. There's no stalemate, bruh. Holy fuck, dude. It still went down to the wire in terms of time, but that's got to be one of my lowest effort games ever, and he still fell victim to it. But see, that's where there's no excuse or like luck or anything. It's like, that's my choice or that's my fault. What's happening now? That's weird. An almost crash there. But no, in remembrance of Akira Toriyama, we should use some of those as titles. Like how when you realize that chess GM makes like literally minimum wage, how sad to work so hard for so little. The DB, you know, and Android 18 says that's sad for you, and then whatever. The one I was just saying. I always like to show this too, but I mean, you can always go back and look at it. But just so it's on video recorded for all time, we made one blunder, which was that one to cover the pawn, which I'm not really sure why. See, why would he have to do that? Why can't he do that? Whatever you're doing, you're still fine. Like, was there any point that I was losing? There's a point that I maybe gave it back to him somehow. Or was that actually the one? That makes that big of a difference. Why does this one seem more narrow now, the evaluation? And why did it seem like it was transparent at one point? You know what I wanted to fuck around with a little bit? I wanted to fuck around with some of these other piece sets. Hang on. Okay, so today I kind of have an urge to play classical, try to catch up and get back to 1700, which I was before, which we do benefit from the provisional boost. And I almost had the chance to do it because I was like one game away, you know, very close. And so I was like 1689. And if I'd won that, it would have given me over 11 because they're giving me like 20 plus or taking it away. But I did lose that one, even though I was up in the beginning and I just stopped paying attention. And I've been losing rooks a couple games that I've blundered lately. Like I'll put a rook on a, how can I show it? Like a rook will be in a weird spot like this, right? And then later on the queen will check it and take it. It'll be off the back rank, sort of unconnected because I'm reluctant to trade for one. So like my bishop will be here and I won't trade with their bishop. I'll let them take and then I'll take and then it'll come back to bite me later. So whenever stuff is in an unusual position that you wouldn't expect, it's not like you're even thinking about it or looking at it, but in a classical game, that's even more inexcusable. So as you can tell, no, but the reason why I want to get to 17 is because tomorrow's my normal day where I stream chess, and so then I'd like to have that head start, and then I'll probably do classical there, just to learning league, huh? No thanks, I prefer Dota, haha. I prefer not even any game, or Overwatch, or different, you know, Smite, something with more hands-on mechanics. The point is that, what do you call it? Yeah, I want to be off to a good start because then I'll be doing my webcam classical thing. So at least I have a little rating cushion. If I fuck up because of that, it still does distract me as much as 30 minutes seems like a lot. But no, it just shows you're taking it seriously. So I've been, Tuesday, I stream chess and I want to make it so that I show the webcam and do the classical games and take it seriously like that. So I'll just show the board like I was doing, old Michael Jackson style. I got to make some comment, joke, title based on that. How Michael Jackson plays chess, role play simulator, because I have one glove on as I'm playing the game to avoid any form of cult of personality, even if it's not my face, it's my hand. You see the lengths I go to and how much Hikaru KBR. Is that actually Hikaru? Did he even use this site? Little yawn emoji or something? But no, it's like you avoid it at every turn. Meanwhile, everyone else tries to soak in the cloud chasing from it as much as possible. And the real lesson to be learned from it is that, what do you call it?
you are, distancing yourself from that as much as possible. So even if my level of play is low and my commentary is bad, or my gameplay in other contexts is embarrassing and terrible, at least then you hold that to be accountable as the primary thing that you're doing. Not like, oh, I'm hiding behind, oh, look how nice they are, or look how funny they are, or look how, whatever. Look at their reactions on their face and stuff, like all these kind of living vicariously fallacious criteria that are used that create so many negative tendencies. But no, as you can tell, I don't like Blitz or Bullet or the faster formats at all. One of those showy, ostentatious, superficial things that have nothing to do with the game. And so, in a way, that kind of benefits me in the long term. Like, if you like classical, then chess is the right game for you, because it'll be the most boring, stale, repetitive, long-winded, exhaustive type of thing ever. There was this post like by chess.com showing some like meme related to DBZ and related to chess, and my friend commented a pretty funny thing, like, I think I said this before too, but like that's the one thing that chess and DBZ have in common, that the fights go on for exhaustingly long amount of times in both. Like, just how they drag it out so much and it's so slow, and the power ups and everything. When they're powering up, it's like you're calculating a move. But the point, yeah, we got to use a DBZ chess set to pay tribute to. I would totally use a piece set. Oh man, I kind of want to fuck around with the piece sets actually. It's no fun if you don't keep trying them, and it shouldn't affect my level of play. But let me at least look for one or something. But no, effectively, the point that I was making is that I don't like the shorter formats, and they are only for better players to show off. So, for the purpose of learning, or even along the way, you're not learning, you're not getting better, you're kind of trying to subvert those things, which I often try to do, but I try to do it in a different sense. Like, I want to calculate and understand what I'm doing and try to succeed there, rather than, oh, I just want to cheese somebody on time, or flag them with my mouse and take it to an even further level of cheese than it would be even in real life over the board and stuff. So it's just not a good format. It doesn't represent chess well. It's not even something that you should really do. I get why streamers do it, because it's sort of easy to do, in the sense that like it's quick. It's like sort of a easy gratification type of thing, because you low attention span, YouTube shorts kind of content. You can just show a whole game that quickly, or whatever it is. But no, I typically avoid those kind of formats. So all I really do is either rapid or classical. And even the reason why, and of course I like classical more, the longer it gets, the better my play gets, and the higher my level of immersion and enjoyment makes. And you might say, well, of course, everyone gets better the longer the time format is, but that's not even true. Or at least my time discipline in using the time is often better. But what I mean is, like, I improve a lot. Like, I go from 1500 to 2000 at times. We'll see if I actually get there, but instead of, some people go from like, they increase by a little bit. And it's not even relative too, because I hate that. It's like, people will say, well, of course your rating's higher in classical, but it shouldn't be. Like, sure, less people play it on here and stuff like that, but your rating should be the same, because whoever you're going against should relatively be higher too. It's like, oh, it's easier to be 1500 in classical than it is in rapid, but it's not, because everyone else has more time to think too. Whether they use it or not is besides the point. Even in a 10-minute game, some of these people trying to play so fast and then they end up losing. You don't get to use that as an excuse, really, but no, I enjoy them more. I perform better in them. It can be more immersive. You can actually try to process what you're doing a little more and act, in the vein that you're studying during the course of a game, and trying to, play the puzzle that is your opponent and the position. Every position is a puzzle. And so we are going to try that. But yeah, in the experience of doing these, and the only reason why I even did rapid was because I was starting to have a lot less time to even play. So it feels like, oh, rather than play one classical game, I'd rather play a couple rapid, or I don't feel like as much under pressure of time. Or like sometimes I only have like time for one game, so I'll play the one, I'll record it, and then I'll do something else, then I'll play another. So I wouldn't even have the time to do what could take up to an hour in a single classical game. You can see how that can be very exhausting, and just very, doesn't really have respect for the fact that you actually have other stuff to do, which of course is chess in a nutshell. So what we need to see, well, what else was I going to say? Just the fact that you basically have, oh yeah, I want to fuck around with some other piece. Maybe we'll do that when we celebrate getting to 17. But yeah, like even rapid I didn't hold in very high regard.
right? Because I wanted it to be only as a last resort because I don't have as much time anymore, so I just want to do it in some form, but not. I couldn't really handle the 30-minute thing, and again, not that many people play it on here. But whether that makes it so much easier or not, I can't say because it's easier for me just because, again, I don't have to worry about time, but that has nothing to do with it because, again, that's an equalizing factor. It's like when people say something, oh, the only reason why someone succeeded at something like winning the championship in the NBA bubble. I use this as a reference a lot lately, actually, for some reason. Just, the Lakers championship doesn't count because they played in the bubble. But everybody played in the bubble, so it doesn't matter. Okay, let's just play it safe like a normal game. 1931, it's provisional, but see, when you played that many games, it means that, and this only shows you rated games too, so he's only provisional because he must have not played in a while, so maybe he's rusty. Or this is like the opposite of me. I would be lower in rapid than I am in classical. He's lower in classical than rapid, somehow. So 1665, if I win this, it would get me damn near there because obviously you have the fact of, yes, he's an opening expert. He's using the opening database like Andre would do sometimes. And he always tried to say it's like not cheating or something. Maybe in a correspondence context, it might not be. But see, a lot of these moves I make, not even because I think or know that they're the best, but I just feel the most comfortable with them per se. Although some of them I don't really know for sure. This creates a very big threat with respect to something crazy ends up happening here, which I don't like. The pin is gone. Whether I should take there or not, I can't say. But I always regret it when I don't, so I just don't care. And you're not going to take with that because you're not going to, you're not going to put the pawn in that position where you're opening the king completely so blatantly. He's got a lot of attackers immediately on me, but is it really that good is the big question. And the answer is you've just got to be careful because the king acts as a very good cover here to the extent that the king acts as a good cover to the extent that you're trying to basically. Yeah, I'm playing too fast though. Like I'm not taking this guy seriously enough. Like I just don't even care what he's doing. Just do whatever you want. Fucking stupid game. Like wow, he's so good. No wonder he's a 1900 player. Like anybody can see that, but I'm just not really even thinking or looking or anything. That's too bad. So if he takes. So fucking dumb, bro. This is the part where you realize, like, if you just don't want to play, then just don't play. But why do you play like this? Or at least don't play this format and try to. It's hard to switch between them sometimes because you develop certain habits in one that you wouldn't do in another because it's like, whatever. It's just not. It's hard to sort of transition from one to the other almost. Or you got to be in a certain mood, which obviously I'm not for this, I guess, even though I wanted to do it. It's not that you couldn't win a piece back, it's that you don't really want to play like this either. You want to make sort of a non-passive move to deal with this, but there's nothing you can do, or you don't want to go there. You don't want to give up necessarily the open file. Although, I don't know. You could go here. It's not really going to matter for now, but create possibly a forking opportunity. That would be his like most next logical sequence of moves to like attack this. Then if he takes, then he can fork. But yeah, see, it's this lack of respect for the opponent or for the game or for time or anything. Like, why would you do it that way if, you know what I mean? You have 27 minutes left and you're already down a piece. All I would have had to have done there is like move the king maybe or maybe not. I don't even care right now. But yeah, if you get the thing to move, you're in good shape. But I don't necessarily have to keep this here either. You don't really want to do that. You kind of want to do this, but you also don't really want to do it. I guess his position isn't as threatening as it would seem, but like it shouldn't be because it's still pretty early in the game where you could just, nothing really should be an issue. He might blunder his queen. He might blunder his thing. Like I'm trying to use a reverse psychology technique, like show how bad I am that he ends up giving up or, something ends up happening where he underestimates me and then he'll make a mistake too that he normally wouldn't make. He would take, I would take, he can't do anything. You can't do this one. And that's going to be hard to even gauge how good he is, but I guess you can still try to come back from this. He'll go there if I try to do that. There's really not much meaning to this, I guess. You're trying to push this out so you can maybe take this or something. Problem is I don't really know what my knight is even doing. And I start to just do random things at some point. The knight wasn't even doing anything there in the first place. Okay, just do it. See, like, I just have this bloodlust sometimes, like, where I'm just trying to do something. Now, if I do this, he'll make some check and just destroy me, I bet, but I'll still do it. It's only a mere -2, despite that bad play at the beginning. So is this going to make the difference in the game, I wonder? He surely should take. I mean, see, even when I'm up material, I want to trade because I'm not going to mate you with the extra material. When I'm down material, I'm going to trade. I'm just always going to trade because I'm a clown. So what does that lead to exactly? He'll go to here, check. He'll try to check on the back rank, which he can't even do. So it might not be as bad of a spot as you might think. You almost want to go there, but you almost don't because I just don't know what I want to do. That's the thing. You can give a check there. It doesn't really matter, right? It doesn't really do anything in and of itself. I don't see any great plays he has for the queen immediately, at least. So what do you want to do with it? I just don't know. I guess I could just move it out of there, and it's probably going to come back to bite me later, but I just don't know how. Like, what does it do, what he's done here? I don't know. -2, if I win a couple pawns, you could be the difference in the game, because the knight can just be a liability, but I would still say, even in the case of the worst piece, as in the knight, it's still better to the extent that... Now this he could check, but it would be a double take scenario. It's hard to say which one is better because he'll end up pinning this down maybe to some effect there. So either that or you open up this potential threat. But I don't immediately see what his next move is going to be, so I just don't know. But no, it should be more in his favor to trade because I just have less to work with. Like if we trade rooks, now he can just trade queens and then trade... there's nothing to trade the knight, but the knight can be so bad that he would take there. I'm not sure I even get that move. Because what does he do? He gives a check like from there. He gives a check like from there. I'm just not seeing it. But yeah, see, he's moving fast too, so I've lulled him into a false sense of security or something. He might blunder the knight. We got the double stack thing. That's actually still almost okay, but I'm still a moron for doing it, I guess. For fuck's sake, dude. Yeah, I went from a -3 to a -3. Are you serious, dude? That was really bad. Like, the solution is just play rapid because now you can attack both at once. So this is where it starts to become a problem. Right? You almost have to commit to, you're going to lose it. Right? He'll go there. You're going to lose it. So what does that do? What it does is you go after his then and say, fuck it. Which probably isn't going to work out too well. And he might be able to give a check and take, but I don't know when that's going to happen. This is a dynamic nature of the queen that sometimes comes out, where you can basically just, if you take, I take, you can check. You're going to be able to check and take from somewhere, I bet. I'm too lazy to try to figure. Man, this is sad, dude. This one shouldn't cost me that much, but because it's provisional, it might still. He's 100 almost rating above me, though. Like, what is with these matchups? Just shows you how underplayed the thing can be, to where you basically are able to have these shitty matchups. You could do some cheeky thing here where you won't be able to take necessarily, or you could like check and take. I'd probably still lose even in that scenario. That's so sad, dude. Like, this is what I mean, though. This is how a lot of people play chess, or this is how I've typically played it throughout most of my experience in my life doing it. Like, it's just low effort thing. Like, you don't really care. You're playing it like it's a game, you see? As it, like, that's unacceptable. You should play it like it's a career, a job, or something like that. And you're also playing it like a speed level higher than what it is. Like, it's classical, so you play it like it's rapid. It's rapid, so you play it like it's blitz. It's blitz, so you play it like it's bullet. It's bullet, so you play it like hyper bullet. It's hyper bullet, so you just don't even play at all. You just unplug your computer. Which for me, technically, that's cheating, because I would still win, because if I unplug it, it's a laptop, so it's still fine. Nice game, dude. Nice game. And you can still make this as annoying as possible. Like, if you can equalize the rook's impact, basically for the queen, but you just simply cannot do it, and so I don't care, man. This is what I mean. Like, do you really enjoy chess, or don't you? Because it's hard to say. All these kind of, I don't know, there's something positionally about it that can be so boring sometimes. And I know that seems like an excuse to say, well, the reason why you lost or do bad is because you're bored, but there is an innate sort of choice you have to make. Like, there are certain things you don't enjoy about it. That's why you're not fully committed. Once you're fully committed, then you can see, okay, how far can you go? But a big part of it is, like, you can just see it. The drawish nature, how many draws you get is not fun. There's so many elements that are just not interesting. And all he has to do is basically go to, oh my god, this guy, dude. Interesting maneuver. It's always possible he could make some crazy mistake, but who knows? See, it wasn't like a very one-sided match either, given the scenario, because of the simple fact that you're able to it wasn't that big of a deal. Like, wow, this guy's so good that he just like took a piece that I effectively hung, that I'm not remotely paying attention. I just try for a stalemate, just save myself some time, like just get it over with. Absolutely, like, see, I can be objective in that moment too. I'm praising classical as a format, but that doesn't mean that I am living up to it necessarily. Like the old expression I would say, like, so it is bad for you. I can say that even though or at least I used to drink it. I thankfully not as much nowadays, but so I can say it's bad, but I still drink it. Or I could say something like, well, it won't even be a stalemate here. That's the problem. Just go there, you moron, clown, dumbass, fucking. Okay, I only lost 18 for that, which isn't too bad. It makes me question whether I want to do a classical game right now, though, because clearly I don't. I mean, that's just like a sad, low effort thing. Like, I'm gonna do it more anally here this time. Like, I'll do my old scanning technique. Like, just go piece by piece and just look at it.
that literally just look at the board, or my 30-second rule or something, because that was just not. See, I just went into it with that mindset. Like, what am I doing? Let's see, how bad was that position minus the thing? As the blunder to take there, I kind of hate some of these. Like, what are you supposed to do then? Like, trap his bishop in there, and if I do that, then do I get an advantage out of it, or what? Not really. So this gives him, like, a good attacking position, but so what would be my thing. Like, it's not that big of a deal, right? You're only -1. And see, I wouldn't even let that happen. I wouldn't even do that. I would never. I'd probably go there, and that's bad. Like, I would do that now to try to trap the bishop. But the thing here is, like, why do I even have to do that? What does it even have to do with anything? So if I don't do it, then what happens? Take, attack, and you just give up the queen because you're losing so badly you don't even give a shit. Let's see if we can actually take one of these seriously, but that shows you that, again, the psychological undertone that you have to test yourself at anything, sort of the absolutist measure, commitment to a measure, understand the nature of a process, and then commit to the process, and then see what you can do with it. But here you're constantly seeing that you're not really fully committed. So you have to make that decision, and it's almost like I'm forcing myself to do this. And again, I'm not blaming the time format. That's actually a good thing. Or rather, that forces you to look at it more head on, like, this is what it's going to be like. It's going to be longer than this. It's going to be, tournament setting. You got to rack your brain over every little position. And that's the kind of thing I would think I'd be good at. It's just more like an effort thing. You have to actually try to do it. And even here, so often I'll get away with not doing it. That's kind of the bad message that it sends. Like, I either don't feel like it's worth my time, or I don't feel like I have to. I underestimate my opponent. Like, you gotta train yourself somehow in chess to, like, not take the path of least resistance, or not do sort of what I call the lazy gambit. Like, oh, you can get away with it, so you just do it. And that can be true for a while, but it teaches you sort of bad habits then. Those are the two biggest things. It's like, one is just effort, and two is just theory. You just have to learn, study, memorize, which anybody can do. And then you have to put forth a lot of effort, which also anybody can do, right? So there's nothing about it that there's some sort of cheat code, snake oil salesman, learn this course, buy Levy's book, like all these kind of, nothing is going to help you. You have to do it yourself. That's the biggest lesson you can teach anybody, honestly, just in life, too. Like, don't always look for an outlet or an excuse or some sort of other resource. Like, oh, it's always something else that's going to do it for you. No, it's you. You just have to do it. And if it was easy, then everybody would do it. If there was some shortcut, then everybody would use it. So apparently that chess base program is a shortcut because everybody does use it, but all the top players always say that. Look at me. I've only used 6 seconds. Look at my confidence level. But to be fair, this opening is pretty safe, and this guy ought to be pretty intimidated by me. But no, I'm trying to speed run to 1700, which, again, I'm not saying I would have won that last game. Maybe we would have drawn it. Maybe we would have. I don't know. Maybe I would have lost anyway. But at least you should give yourself the chance to see what would have naturally happened, because I don't know. I just didn't even... I guess I put myself in a remotely bad position just with him attacking me too much, but it wasn't that bad. And I wouldn't have played it right necessarily because, see, there's a certain philosophical element to some of these moves. Like, whatever that knight move was, why don't you go here, right? I wouldn't do stuff like that because it just seems weird. And then he's just supposed to take it, and, like, I don't know what that is. Anything that causes me to fuck up the king pawns, I don't like it, which might have been guaranteed to happen anyway, but, like, your position is so weak that it's worth it for him to sack the rook for a knight, apparently. According to the engine. See, now it's going to come down to flagging capabilities, which can be still true even in this because you play so safe and so solid. Those are the next level things that we're going to have to learn, though, like some sort of pawn nuances and stuff. That's why you can't judge. Not only is chess not a measure of innate intelligence, it's actually kind of the opposite in a way. Like, where it's a measure of how you can learn and apply things over time. So it's not innate, it's reactive, and it's like, very much based on borrowed knowledge to the extent
that you're going to be able to, over a long period of time, see how much you can learn and study, and I don't know. It's just you could be and there are examples like that. Look at Albert Einstein's game against Oppenheimer or anybody or any smart person's game or whatever, right? And they're all going to play, again, maybe he played at a better level than the average person would, or maybe he could improve at a better rate than the average person could. But that still has nothing to do with the innate state of the game, which is it's still going to take you a very long time and study and this and that. So nobody is just like, oh, I'm automatically good no matter what I do. And just in my first game ever, I played at 2,000 FIDE level or something. That just doesn't happen. Nobody does that. Right? Even for the best players, it's going to take them potentially years. It's just that those years might be age 5 to age 7. So therefore it seems more impressive because of that. I feel like when I don't take here, it's worse. And so he'll take with the queen. I just always greed for something more. Like taking here should be perfectly fine. I don't care. Right, there should be no problem with that. We got kind of an ugly closed position scenario going on. You got this little raised idea. You got the knight covers knight. Should be a nice stale position. That's the whole irony of it. As much as I hate horses / knights in chess, of course, I'm going to turn into somebody who, or even I already am, I play very defensive sort of closed positions. So it ends up being a scenario where you're basically able to, favor those positions or play those positions that favor the knight. So I like close positions, and I like playing defensively, and I like playing slow-winded and minded like that. And so long-winded and slow-minded. Slow-minded because I'm just slow and stupid. But you know what I mean? Like, it's not... So it's more conducive. So my style of play is conducive to knights being better, but my preference is that I like bishops because they're just more intuitive and they make more sense. But I guess this is you sort of taking the piss and embracing the nature of the game. Like, oh, it's slow and stale and repetitive and dry, so let's just embrace the shittiest piece for that reason. Like, that's going to be very slow and tedious in that way. So now I have 2 knights and he has 2 bishops, which is obviously going to favor him. But maybe the way we muck up the board is going to, like, this is the way that you can tell it's going to be stale like that, is that it's already going to be moved 15 and there's not going to be a single pawn trade that goes on. So ideally he would want to go here, but that would allow me to double take. So he's going to have to work. Maybe he'll put the bishop there or something. You could do this, right? And he could take, I could take, but then it just splits the pawn and lets him potentially take that with the bishop. Or maybe I should use the arrows because I'm so... So if he takes that, this is a beautiful move. Because if he takes it, if he doesn't take, he gets forked. If he does take, he gets forked, but he gets forked in a different way. And that different way is the idea that he gets to basically guarantee the take on the bishop, assuming I want that, which in my mind, I do want that. But that could be the wrong play to still make in this sort of position. I just can't bring myself to play the way that... See, it's an ideal situation. I have to play my preferred format. I have to play my best possible game. I have to really be in the right mood. I have to take my time. I have to be patient. All these kind of things. I just can't bring myself to do it. But this is what it becomes later on, too. This is the hardest thing about chess. It's not about your innate ability. It's about your will. Like, how much are you committing to it? You're going to be at a 2,000 FIDE tournament, and you think you're going to get away with it. You have to put the extra effort above and beyond. You have to ask yourself, do you really want this? Is this really what you want? And I love that. Like, GMs are so smart or something. Okay, now this is interesting. Because again, I can't say that this wouldn't be a good position to do. There's nothing about this that doesn't favor me as far as the pawns. If you really want to let me muck up the board that much. And this knight's going to stay there to stop his knight from coming in. So we're going to just move the king back and forth for 20 moves now until he does something. Or these are the kind of positions that I create. There's nothing that I really want to do. So let's see how he breaks through this ace defensive structure. I'll even be satisfied to go somewhere here with the pawns, maybe. But this is where I sometimes fuck up, where I try to do too much, even. We'll open this. So now look at this beautiful V-shaped structure where the only odd one out is on A6, but that's actually necessary because there's no other way to do a better structure than that as far as the V shape, or in this case the pyramid shape, because this is where the last pawn would have to be, right? There's no other way to do it unless it's like that maybe, like a little further elevated, which is hard to do. So now I'm still not going to take, or I could, but let him take, I take. It sort of splits the two structures, but maybe now you come back with this, and then this is the trade-off. If you take there, I get an octopus knight, and then if you take the octopus knight, I get a passed pawn. Or wait, no, I don't. But whatever, this is fine. This no, not that one. So there's certainly fundamentally sound things maybe that you're doing here. This is legitimately an octopus knight, and if you take it, it's pretty well covered and everything too. So look at these fundamental principles that I'm going for. You can easily take it. You have multiple options to take it with, right? So it doesn't mean it's a guaranteed octopus knight, but then I can almost try to guarantee it. Oh, look at this dude. He can sit his here, which isn't even as threatening as you might think. So now you'd have to wonder. That's interesting. It's very interesting. At some point, I don't know. I want the knight there, but I wouldn't mind if he comes in and trades it either. But maybe it would have been better to take with a pawn at some point there. But I can't really argue with the structure either. He's really going for exactly what I was talking about. Huh. You would think you should get... This is where it raises the question. What makes an octopus knight even good? Because if you went through all this trouble, it's like... Now this pawn could expose itself as being very weak. It almost makes me want to take, because then just target this pawn. Target it all day long. Right? Why would that not... Because if I take, then I'll be blocking my own ability to do that. I'm going to take. Because now you have some attacking potential for this square. And I don't see why that wouldn't be potentially good. If he raises it, I take the bishop, and then I can still take. So raising this pawn becomes impossible because it doesn't have any other pawn covers. So just by the pure attrition of pieces that you attack it with, you should be able to do something. Or at least you beat him to the ability to like double stack and cover it that way. So whether you move or not, I don't care, but that at least seems like it opened up a vulnerability. But no, that shows you even in the best case scenario, the knight is still annoying. Because yes, it's an octopus knight, but you can still take it. And the act of taking it should at least give you a passed pawn. But it didn't, right? It wouldn't have. He's covering with the queen. Feels like he'll be too slow to get to it. So unironically, factually, objectively, I should win the... I should win the pawn, but I'm going to fuck something up, aren't I? You can cover the bishop even with the king. Just don't give him any sneaky, cheeky checks here. You really shouldn't be able to stop this. Because again, even the act of you raising it would allow me to take and get a passed pawn. And that will clearly be the difference in this very high level 1600 rated game. Look at how confidently I played this game though. Like with the time out, like I don't like it, but he's just not on my level, I guess. If you attack this, I cover this. If not, I go here. If you cover it with this, then what happens? The problem with this is that the fucking queen is up in front first. Right? You almost have to do it the other way. You go here, but then you give him time to go there, there, but then you have to go there, there, there. Who do you think you're playing against? Dude, psych him out. Just psych his bitch ass out with your speed. Even though it doesn't matter or have any impact on the game. That's what you gotta do. Just pre-move everything, or almost. I'll write it down on a piece of paper like that clown from Queen's Gambit who ends up... But no, I could legitimately triple stack this shit. Like, I don't even care. He'll take there, then I can't take. Okay, dude? Okay, we get the point. And so therefore you get to basically... do what, I wonder? I would take, he would take, I would take, he would still take. So that's not going to be enough for now. We'll go here for now, I guess. And we'll just let it be. So if he takes, I still take. And so therefore that's fine. You got to watch some potential diagonal cheeky thing that happens here later on. We can double stack with the rooks, and I'll even double stack them with this one here. And the reason why I'll do that is because I'm a fucking moron who always blunders my rooks of all things. So you can't do that. You got to keep an eye out. He might even sit here. And the reason why is because you would be able to attack the pawn then, which wouldn't be that hard to cover, but we got to do this in such a long-winded way that we'll end up not being able to take the stupid fucking pawn. Because look, just go here, just go here, just go here, just go here. So count the moves. 1, 2, 3, 4 versus like 1, 2, 3. Right? And then he'll just bring his king in, and this most shocking move of all that I won't be able to do necessarily anything about. So it's almost like putting it here has a certain validity to it, because he won't necessarily even be able to stop it at that point. I would take. You got to get me in the right mood, and when I am, I can be very good. That's why I'm so disappointed. I'm too cynical and jaded. That's why kids are better. Not just because they're naive and they think that playing a fucking board game is actually worth their time, whether it be financially, which is not at all. Grandmasters spent 20 years studying the game only to make like literally fucking minimum wage by today's standards, or they are good because they believe, because they have a lot of free time in general, which adults don't have. So there's a lot of elements to that. This would, of course, be a check too, but that doesn't really matter right now. But no, it gives you that little cushion too. Now this should be, even if he goes back with the queen, I can already take. I can already take because the rooks are not engaged. So it has no substance to you whatsoever. There's nothing you can do. You fucked yourself. Because now you go back and I just take. There's nothing. You go here, I take, wait. I take, oh fuck, but he can just not even do it then. Like, I would take, he would take, like if he just moves the rook and, but then he has to address the queen. If he takes, I should be able to take. If he goes there, I can just take. So he has to move the queen and cover this, which he's not going to have adequate number of covers to do it. If he takes there, it's setting up perfectly for the double stack, which is going to be perfectly fine. Because now you shouldn't be able to catch up in the sheer number of moves. 1, 2, and so therefore the king would be the defining factor here actually. Right? If the king just comes in, that can be tough. I would take, he would take, I would take, he would still take. So unfortunately, the king is what saves you here. It's not the other rook. Fucking bro. Look at that, man. What do I do now? I've run out of pieces. There's nothing I can do. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Like, what the fuck, man? I honestly am out of ideas now. I can try to go here to here. You block it. I'm gonna have to go ring around the rosy and do some other whole fucking shit. If he takes with that, it doesn't benefit me really. You give a check. If you, again, try to do it without any sort of visual aid, but then I guess I'm doing it for the viewer's benefit. So I go like f4 with the pawn, but no, I'm very much against the arrows fundamentally. I don't want to be in a point where, oh, I got carried by the arrows or I was cheating all those years with the arrows. If I raise the pawn, he takes it with the pawn, then I take it with the bishop, then he takes it with the bishop. So I don't see how any of that helps me. It's almost like you'd have to reorient it because I just don't understand what happened there. Like, how the fuck do you recover from that so easily? So dumb, bro. This clown face guy. So stupid, man. This is why I just hate the fucking game. Now, even if you do this, it'll be by itself because you'll do this and he'll do this and I'll do this. Like, it won't be connected. But then I guess you could connect it there later. The goal now is to move this one. And so now what does he do? He'll go there with the thing. If you go here, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. But then he would still take too. He would take on F. Let me try to learn notation at the same point too. This is where the effort levels got to kick in. I got away with not putting forth effort early on. I raised the pawn. You almost got to go like G5 and then do it, which I'm not a fan of at all. But I'm just out of ideas. So now he'll raise the pawn, maybe there. I don't know what that pawn move even did in that context. So now I raise to F4. So now at that point, you finally maybe have to move that other pawn, but if not, it's still not going to be adequately covered because you'll take it there. You can't really take that one no matter what. So if you take here, you raise it to F4, then you take, then I take, then you take, but then I still take. But then, of course, the king is in the way. It's hard to say which way to really go with it. I think if we just move the king, we should be in a good shape. So now either we can raise the pawn or he'll raise the pawn. I don't see how you can really change this position. That arguably even hurt it because raising the pawn to G3 might have been better because then whatever pawn raise I did, it's sort of reactive, right? Like now he could take, I could take, he could take, I could take, he could take, and then he's got way too much cover. I could take, he could still take with the rook. Right, so he blocked his own thing there. So now, thanks to the king cover, he's made it a little more difficult. But now he's given up the king cover. So now this is factually, objectively a good move. There's no way that you can dispute that. I don't want to hear any sort of dissent to this move. And so now you go here, which is still not a passed pawn. So maybe that didn't help me as much as what I would have thought. Right? It didn't actually accomplish what I thought it would accomplish. This would... No. Boy, he certainly made good use of that bishop by not even using it, like... You know, just by fucking... Okay, maybe we've tried to open it up. You know, you can't get stuck on one idea because then I get frustrated when it doesn't work. That one is adequately covered as it stands, right? It is. So now you're targeting this. If he goes there, we can take, and therefore he loses the cover on there, but it doesn't even really matter. I have this like nervous tick where I do this or whatever. It's just a form of boredom. So I had a chance once again to try to inch my way to 17, but I'm not putting forth the adequate effort with that last game. That was kind of a pathetic effort, and so now this one's under attack. You could just raise it. You could do a number of things. He's going to let me actually take it, which is interesting. Now, I can't take it, and the reason why I can't take it is because if I took it, he would take the bishop. If he takes it, I take it. He takes it, I take it. He takes it. I could go here, or I could just ignore it and do this. Is there something I could do that's really better? I don't know. This is like a very passive move because it still wouldn't allow me to take. That's the problem. It punishes his take, but it doesn't allow me to take. This would have been such a good move, but I just can't even do it. If I go like this, right, it doesn't change anything either. I'll do this for now, but I'm not happy about it. Because now I'll have to make another move to acquiesce to the bishop. What is the bishop role-playing as a knight or something, where I have to go out of my way all the fucking time? But no, how did this not result in a passed pawn? Like, I don't even understand. After all that effort, like, what even happened? He's taking his time. That again, that was not a very good move, but there's nothing I can do about it. Like, he could double stack the rook now. He's not moved the bishop the whole game. And again, mine was in a good spot for a while, but then it started to... So now you almost want to do this. Or an interesting move could be like that, because what it does is now he can't take... And so the cover, forget about the bishop then. But he'll take with this, I guess. Then I'll take, then he'll take, then I'll take. then he can't take. And it's a one-sided exchange if he goes here, because then we do get a pass pawn despite how difficult it might be to actually convert that. So I was almost thinking I was going to cover it, but then I thought about the pin idea. So that might have been better actually the last turn if you think about it. Instead of going back to here, you can just do this. Because then if he takes, I take, he takes, I take, I don't know. Those are kind of weird engine lines. Like this pawn structure is probably the kind of one that the engine likes because it can deal with it, even as awkward and weird as it does seem. Now what you have here is he cannot take it, but... Oh, but I can't take it for the same reason either. What the fuck? I wasn't even thinking that. Boy, this is annoying. Here, let's go ahead and cover this one, because I just don't know what I'm even doing at this point. But now he can actually move that, can he? Why can't I just do that? I don't get it. Oh no, well, because then I'll lose that. I would take, he would take, I would take, and then he would take. He's gonna take, then I'll take, then he'll take, then I'll take, then he'll take. So let's go back to here again. He takes, I take, he takes, I take, he takes, I take, jack. I'm not up by even a single pawn, so even though despite my bravado and thinking I'm better than this guy, whatever, underestimating him because of his rating, it's really not anything special. He's pretty bad and rapid, apparently. Okay, let's go to here, and then maybe I can finally take, because it's going to take basically the rest of my natural life to do this otherwise. But I still, man, chess in a nutshell, eh? It's like dominoes, where one thing goes, then affects everything else. Like, now I have to go here to cover this, because... I just fucking forget it, dude. I can't do this right now. If I take now, you can take the thing. Like, fuck off, man. I give up. I mean, I give up. I can't do this format anymore. Or I have to be in a very precise mood for it. I cannot believe it. This is ridiculous. Like, it's my effort level that's really the problem. Like, and to be fair, I put forth a somewhat amount of effort in this game, but like, it just drags on for so long. Like, you're sick of it by the end, I swear. You take, I take, you take, I take, you take, I can't take because this one's gone. You should just trade and then you just win the pawn that I worked so hard for the whole fucking game. That bishop is actually A tier. This is like S++ bishop that didn't even have to move to be that level. Like, this is the best bishop ever. There's nothing you can do. You couldn't even take. You're fucked. You're just fucked by it. Best bishop ever in the history of chess. Amazing. So now at this stage, you can't even really go in with your own rook. So you just got to wait it out a little bit. Now the difference of the one pawn or the two pawns isn't even that big of a deal. The real problem with it is the actual presence of it being a passed pawn could be difficult. So as long as you stop his rook from like coming in, let's say, to one of these open files, like to one of these squares here, then you should be in good shape. So I can attack the shit out of his own stuff here. Like, this could be good, maybe. You know, how's he going to cover this one? He just can't do it. He just can't do it. Or I guess he can. So it's almost like my king should just bully him here. And then, you know, how does he come and do anything? Let's just see what he does. I don't know, man. Or yeah, you try to let them do the calculation for you in the sense like, oh, I want to think about what he's doing. I don't want to... This is covered by the rook, so it's okay. It's just a question of all this sort of back and forth movement that just gets so monotonous. Like, is this really fun? Is this really what chess is like? But it becomes even more like this in extremes. So if he goes there, then I go here. Then at some point you would think there'd be this like crazy, unthinkable scenario where like he can't actually cover something, but it just doesn't happen. Now it'll be worth it for him somehow to go under there. But I just don't know what to tell you, man. Like you're conceding a lot to him in the hope that you might actually accomplish something in your life, but you just won't. If he takes, I take, so that's no good. Now I could go like here. Is actually not bad if he was to try to do something else. Right, so it at least closes off the seam a little bit. It's very confusing to think though, like what is he gonna do with this position? His rook is there, like the king almost is perfect here because it stops him from coming in, right, to any of these key squares. So I don't even know what I want to do. He has the passed pawn, but my king is at least active in that regard, right? So there's something to that. So now this one would be difficult to cover, but it's also difficult for him to attack. His king is coming in now, so it's a curious proposition to be sure. You could make a move like this, and that's good because then if he takes, then I take. And if not, then I'm not sure, but it's at least sort of forcing him out a little bit. Because now, if you don't take, then I can take and check as well. So that's kind of a strong move. He is sort of trying to bully me here, but unless he activated the rook in some other meaningful way. Okay. But now that one's simply too far, isn't it? Okay, I would go there, he would go there, I would go there, he would go there, I would go there. I mean, I don't see why. If I took, then he goes there, I go there, he goes there, I go there. So I'm beating him to it now. Otherwise, then I won't be beating him to it. So that one extra move that we get it, or whatever, not even extra, but we get it. And so now we just do whatever we gotta do. I can't do that. I mean, just keep giving checks. There's gotta be a point where you can do that. So, I mean, obviously the position doesn't favor me at all. Like, if we trade queens, it's just over. So you don't want him to block, you don't want him to trade. If he goes there, I can check. If he goes anywhere, I can check. We just have to maybe do these checks in a strategic way that could somehow be beneficial to me. For example, if you go, I don't know. There's no way you can get it like in line to be able to take it. That's the danger of both checking when there's a rook on the board. Like if it's here, then obviously you could take, or like again in that same diagonal. So I'm just gonna spam the shit out of checks here. He can't block with the queen. Isn't this just like a mate? Like of all the moves he had to think of, this is almost like a fucking mate. Because now he can't come back out, so he goes in. And then I can't actually give a checker. I mean, again, I can do a threefold repetition scenario here a little bit. The pawns just don't line up for this to really be favorable, or I feel more secure just giving a check. Like, I'll take a threefold repetition gladly, which I'll probably lose a certain amount of rating for it. Or actually, what was that? What the fuck? Okay, I wasn't expecting him to do that. Whatever checks he gives could possibly lead to him taking the queen, but look how much. Yeah, I'm not gonna play this anymore. I'm done. I don't care. I really don't care. I'll wait till I'm like literally 3,000 and that. I don't know. Just the effort level is just not there. And actually, if I lost another one, I could just lose my whole account on here, which I probably should at this point. Like, at some point, you just give up, man. It's just not an high effort thing. I'm not trying at all. I was in a decent spot. There is a monotony to it. And again, you'll blame classical for it, but you just won't see the true nature of the game then. Like, it's not classical. It's just the way the game works. The reason why so many games are draws is not because, oh, it's high level players, the best players in the world. No, it's just how the game works. They just reveal how the game works, right? But the same way the time format just reveals how it works, but it doesn't mean that I just don't care. Like that is pretty sad. This is where rapid, I guess, can kind of be a. I feel like, why is this so good though? If he takes, check. If he doesn't take, I don't even know why. You're not really winning here, but you're not losing. That's just, again, it's like no nuance to it. Just blunder a piece that's clearly readily available. I wonder if he lets me back in it here maybe a little bit, which like it's not completely unsalvageable. You do take, you are in a good spot. Why the fuck is that a blunder though? Like letting the king just come in. You go here, but then shouldn't you be able to like exploit that a little bit? You come there. This just doesn't feel safe because the rook can so easily come into here, or it's just like such an active piece, right? So like, why not? Why not just come behind? What the fuck? Like you're gonna give this up guaranteed. Isn't that worth it? How is it even so even when he has two passed pawns over here? I guess he'll just keep giving checks. Do I dare do another one? Because we're at 16. No, I don't think I'll do another. Well, you know what I'll do? I'll play tomorrow. I'll play unrated games. I'm not in this mindset anymore. I'll play classical, but I'll play unrated because I just can't do it anymore. It has nothing to do with like your ability at the game, like, and this is the best way to actually see it in a more raw sense because if you just take your time, then you don't need to rely on this borrowed knowledge kind of nonsense that people go for. That's pretty sad. And this whole provisional thing is a fuck you in both senses. Like, you can cheese it, like, oh yeah, I win a couple in a row and I get like 100 rating that would take me like 10 games or 20 games otherwise to do. Just, you know, you're getting this unfair advantage almost. To get from 16, like 17 to 18 would take me like, you know, 10, 20 games, just even if you win all of them. But instead now it'll only take me like 5. So if you go on a good streak, it's still the same amount of effort. So you might say, oh, well, if you lose, it costs you more too. But it's just like high risk, high reward. It's still good. That was very sad. Like, I don't even know what to say. Let's translate a little. We can get away with playing a little more low effort here, I guess. So that's more suited to me. But no, I'm just not going to play a rated game in there ever again. I'll wait till I'm literally like a 3,000 FIDE player. Not because, again, it's hard. It's just, it takes a level of effort. That actually shows you everything right there that you need to know about why people study and stuff. It shows you they don't really like the game and they want to cheat the game and they want to just do it that way because it's just not the way that the game. It's like denying its true nature almost, where I don't care, I'm gonna do it. I know it's probably not good, but I'm not good, so I don't really give a shit, so fuck it. If you do this, you take the rook, so it's totally worth it. If you don't do it, you're at least fucked as far as the queen is concerned. You gotta at least move the queen, I mean. Which even if you do move the queen, it still doesn't matter because you have. You can give a check, which might open up some other possibility. Like he gives a check and then it leads to him being able to actually, you know, like this. Well, actually, he can't even do that. See, I didn't even think to that extent, but no, he could have given a check theoretically, and then even if I block or something, he takes. So is that really worth it to him? Now he wins the knight. But he doesn't, because, okay. Because the act of doing that then allows me to at least save the bishop. Right, you would have thought that was his whole rationale for doing that, is that, right? I don't even know what happened. If you go here, I can develop the bishop. If you go here, I can still take. It's fine. You could unleash or something, but it's fine too. Yeah, I mean, I'm a glutton for trades. I'll take them all if you want. If you take here, I can take. Like, it's going to be fine no matter what happens. I don't see the problem. You just develop. He's not getting anything out of it, seemingly. What did that accomplish for you? So we're +4. If we trade, it's good. If we don't trade, it's fine. See, like, with great power comes great responsibility. That's what the classical format is. It's like watching like an avant-garde art film or something. It's like sometimes people don't like it because, oh, it's exhaustive. It's mentally exhausting to watch it, and you have to concentrate and really focus, and it almost feels like hard work, or it's just so mentally exhausting. That doesn't mean it's not good, but it just takes a certain mood or a certain appreciation or a certain effort even to appreciate it. And of course, there's a cop out like, oh, if you don't appreciate it, then like it's somehow your fault or something. Like, oh, you're just not smart enough to get it or something. Which is not necessarily the case. Now, we shouldn't get too overly confident here. However, even if he does the 6 for 6 take, it doesn't bother me at all. So I guess I'll wait. I could even just like raise the pawn here and just leave it here, even if that doesn't seem like the best idea. So you can go ahead, do the 6 for 6. It doesn't bother me at all. The 6 for 6 never bothered me anyway. He's got his little frozen fucking snowflake there. 3-3-3 games, amazing. Okay, so at this stage, you just gotta figure out something here that you want to do, which is primarily that you can't move this. I don't know that I would even want to do this trade, but I'll be quite honest with you. I would do like literally any trade at this point, because that could apply to any time too. I'll do any trade at any time because I just like doing trades, and it just simplifies everything, and I hate the game of chess, and I just want it to be over with as quickly as possible. So you can play unrated games of classical, or I'm trying to think what, maybe there's some other site I could use or some other thing. Like, I want to use the board and just like take my time, or I could do like correspondence or something. Oh, I know what I could do. I had that fun little, that's actually a fun idea. I had this fun little permanent gauntlet thing idea that I had that was like here it comes, dude. I'll do that actually. I'll do a permanent gauntlet of every bot, like on chess.com or on anywhere, and it's like I'll play them until I lose to one. So we'll get as far as we possibly can with that, and that always makes it more fun than simply saying, well, we get to see this. I don't like though, because it ends up restricting its movement a little bit. The best he's going to get is a double attack at this stage, so this should be okay. What I would like to do though is this into this, so then he's forced to take. Otherwise, I take the fucking whatever it is, the rook. Oh man, I don't even mind if he does that. Like, this becomes my whole style of play at a certain point, right? It becomes just trade, 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 everything. My moves are informed only by my desire to trade. You gotta watch that. Potentially, if he takes. Again, it's not a good pawn structure. I don't care even if I lose that pawn. I don't care even if I lose all 3 of these pawns. Like, just get it moving, dude. So if he doesn't take, he can still cover with that, so it's okay. I always say that expression, like, you can't beat me if I'm really trying, but that's my biggest weakness. I'm just not. Most of the time, I'm just not. So that's why it gets productive. You have to put forward less effort at a higher. Or wait, I should have just took the rook anyway. Fuck it, because we would have gotten both trades unguaranteed. Now at least he has the chance to deny it to me. This is a very bad pawn structure, but again, who cares? I certainly do not. So just do that. I mean, now you just lose because the rook is just too strong. No matter how well you use the bishop pair, I don't care if it's like the greatest bishop pair in existence. This is even kind of cute too, because now you cover both of these pawns guaranteed, and so now the only thing you have to worry about is arguably this one. You just have to not like blunder the rook to a pawn or I mean to a bishop. But no, that sort of just kills my enthusiasm of that format. Because now I'd be afraid to even play it. So I just won't even worry about it. See, when you're calculating at this level, you're just thinking about the most immediate thing. You're not really thinking about, oh, whatever. We could have just taken that even. But then he does like the little trap bait thing, so maybe you don't want to do it. Like, oh no, we better watch to see that we don't get back ranked, except we can't because there's no fucking rook on the board. We can do this, and then if we take there, then I don't know. You could even afford to do this and you'd still be in a good spot. Or you should just sort of activate the king, I guess. So that's part of why he's doing that, is to prevent me from being able to activate the king. So it's this one would be hard to even if you raise it like this, like, sure, he has the darks for bishop, but he wouldn't even be able to do it because imagine, like, how is he going to attack that? I'd be almost willing to do that shit at this point, but here, I'll like win a pawn or something out of it, and then I'll figure it out. He can raise the pawn, it doesn't even bother me. Because yeah, really, how's he gonna attack it? He can't get in there to attack it with the fucking thing, with the king anymore. A little bit of a brazen ballsy thing, but I mean, at this point, I could just sack the thing, and now it'll be 2 bishops, 1 rook. Okay, dude. Okay. So you go here, everything's fine. You almost want to double attack this, but it's gonna take me a while to actually do it. Or if he goes here, then he will actually be able to get into the point of being able to attack it. So that was the worst possible move, because now you can't even give a check there. Or even if you could, he could use that check to then escape into there. So at some point, you just wear on my patience here. So look, dude, you gotta just do something here. Can't do that. All these ones are strategically on dark squares, but it doesn't even really matter because... So now you'll be -3 or something. You can still wait, because you can dictate like really which pawn you're going to take. He's going to have to keep chasing my dumbass. If he moves it, obviously I can just escape. Even if he goes there, I can just attack his own. Right, I don't know if this is entirely worth it, but... Let's see what happens, because if he took, I took. So now he has to move his own, but then I still can't cover it. But no, I can, because I can go there, but then it's going to sit there for a while. It's almost okay if you let it go, but I mean, you shouldn't have let it necessarily get to this point. If you go here... You can't really even cover that, so we're in a bit of a pickle for sure. So we're gonna have to really decide which ones are worth keeping. And this is gonna be actually a very hard position to play, I think. Because the bishops can dominate here for sure. right? Like you would have to know exactly how to play this position, and I've never really done it before. The point is just commit to one pawn and just push it like crazy, and if you can deal with it, fine. Because the one thing the bishops can't do together, obviously, is double attack. So he's gonna have to single attack it the whole way. So he's only gonna get one more. Well, whatever. Let's see what he does. Right, oh no, he'll attack it there, but he's only ever single attacking, so it's not going to matter as much because, you know, you'll still have to sack it. You'd be more better off just like, oh, I'm gonna put pressure on the other pawn, or I'm gonna put pressure on the rook. Those might be better moves than even trying to do this. But you see how I sometimes sack stuff just out of pure impatience or out of pure lack of time, like, I just want to advance the position along either for either reason, not because I actually really have to or I think it's the best move. So it's not 1,000 games yet there. I don't know what to tell you about that one. Because yeah, now because of the provisional consequence, if I lose a game, I could lose the 20, so I'm just not going to do it. So he can't actually move the bishop to attack this, so it's okay with me. He should move here and try to attack that. That would be a good thing to do, I guess. But again, his bishop is not going to be really in the greatest spot to try to stop this. Again, a rook is obviously good here, but it's just not quite good enough. So you can attack the rook, but it doesn't matter because you can always just do this and like raise it, right? So it's already covering it from a side angle here. So like you go here, I go there, and then either you take it or I keep going or I can't, but let me guess, it's going to somehow end in a draw because we don't know the exact way to really play this position. This is like the cheeky threat paradise, though, like where you would basically just be able to give an infinite number of cheeky threats no matter where I go. And so the ideal thing is you just go here, and then he either has to take or not. The problem is then we can't really push it because we'd have to, displace the dark square bishop, which I really can't do, or maybe I can try to. It's just not going to matter, though. Like this, like this. That could be a variant, like the pawn connection one. Wherever the pawn can connect to, the next pawn can go to. So this one can go here, not because of the double push that you could normally do. So once this is here, you could just go here. Then this could just go there. It's like a grappling hook pawn mentality. This is cute because there's nothing you can really do about it still. Or he'll go like this. The thing with that is he's not even threatening it, so it almost didn't even matter what he did there. You can go there. It's just annoying, but I don't want to move like both at the same time because then something bad could happen there too. Could just be choking on time. He's not even threatening it at this point. So let's try to stay on this threat, but the king is going to be very irritating for sure. But the whole beauty with that is you can't even do anything because it's not even, yeah, good game, well played. And that's like an auto message I think that you have there, but I feel like I don't have that active, or I'm the quiet gamer, so I don't say anything. Or there's this whole principle of absolutist non-pro anti thing that I was just uploading in my court of reason thing, where it's like, by simply not saying anything, you're not doing anything negative, but some outward undue emphasis process might, average 1600 rated game, by the way. Nice game, dude. Nice game. That is one way to game the system. I'll just not play those things because, yeah, I'd be genuinely scared. And we just went through that where, like, I was worried that, oh, the next one might cost me it. So what if I just don't do it for a while? But it's kind of no fun to do that. I really don't want to lose this account though. But I mean, if you saw the way I played there, it's just not. It's just not what it's about. And I can say that even it's my fault. But like what I mean is, it's not. Like if you're gonna do it, then you got to do it all the way. Is the point? So I should probably just develop this. Or yeah, I guess the one difference here isn't even that like, oh, I'm not listening to music, or I'm not distracted by a preset, or I'm not using the cursor, or whatever you want to use as an excuse, which I don't really use. The one thing I guess that is different, even though my chat's not like super active or anything at this stage, is the fact that my chat, I'm not reading chat. So at least that would be maybe like one thing that, oh, normally that would distract me, but here it doesn't because, that's why I play better or whatever. But, none of these things matter. Like, just if you're going to do it, just do it. Like, I would never use anything like that as an excuse. You go here, and that's kind of awkward because it forces me to take as many of the, problems with the knight positions do force you to do that. Especially because it's covering the pawn. That would be the real loss of it. If you take, it doesn't really matter. In fact, it's good because I could take and then take. So I don't really care. If you take, I take. And then whatever you do, I could take and then take. Well, like if you don't cover it. So actually it could be good. It could be good because don't see it. Don't see it. Please give me an easy win because I'm a fucking moron clown. What you can do here is you can actually, when you have a threat like that, you can start to really be like a bitch about it. Like you go here, and then if he lets me take, then it's still worth it. Like you gotta like, this is what good players, no, but I don't know. You gotta like take a threat and then really stay on it. So it's not that you're tunnel visioning on it. It's more so that you're just like, you're really milking it and committing to it and really making them pay for it. You don't just like, oh, I'll just settle for a trade or I'll just take a trade, right? You do something a little more above and beyond. He's attacking through there, which doesn't really matter for the time being. Which again, even my shit is covered, so it's not like it matters what he's doing. This one's a little bit awkward though, to be sure, which he does promptly target it, and there is no good way to even cover it. But yeah, this is sitting here not really doing anything. That almost bails me out a little bit. I don't know why he would do that. You can take here regardless of what he does. Or maybe not. It's still not like it's a passed pawn or anything though. Just the awkwardness of any position. You can just bully the knight because it's a very easy piece to bully around. Can't fight back. So we're not in a bad spot at all, really, but just that was an unexpected move. Sometimes that's like the pulling the rug out, like pulling the chair in basketball or something. You expect them, oh, if they trade, it's bad. If they don't trade, it's bad. But what if they just move it, right? Then you're kind of fucked. This is not, oh, you know what I'm not. What I'm not thinking about is that the rook is basically trapped in there in such a way that I'm not giving it the proper credit here. So I ought to just move the fucking rook. But for the time being, at least that's pinned, so you really can't do that. But I could like double take, or I could at least take and then move it somewhere. Which is going to be another one of those awkward rook positionings. But no, I wasn't paying attention to this diagonal nearly enough that maybe he could have taken advantage of earlier. Or maybe, again, the pin was a good thing to do. But he can sort of stop the pin from being effective too. So you move that, so now the pin is no longer a factor, so now he could move the knight pretty much wherever he wants to be able to do this, but he doesn't also really have to do that. So now you save it from that threat. Why has the rook always been a target, man? Bro thinks I think I'm Levy. I want to literally, fucking just make a random move like this because if you, I don't know, if you took it, but again, you could just raise it again, but not really. Like this would be objectively a good move, but that brings it back to where you don't want it to be. Could reorient it to there, so then if you were to take this, you wouldn't be able to take, right? But obviously you would just take with that. But if I do it like here, then let's say, then I would take, he can't take, because then I still take. And you're also being attacked, and you're also double attacking that. That is like a weird move. You take here, and then you can't take still. And so, I don't know what the fuck that is. If you raise it, I can't take, or I could take. Sometimes I'm in too much of a hurry, not even in terms of time, but just like, oh yeah, nice game, bro, nice game. Like just to, I don't want to wait too many moves to get to a point where something's actually good. I just want it to be good right away. This is the futility of it. Your effort level isn't there because you don't really care enough. So again, you're not understanding the half-assed nature of a process or the absolutist tendency associated. You wouldn't do it like this if you actually cared or if you actually valued something. I mean, I'll just trade everything because that's just my only definable style of play ever. I don't know. We can play in this format forever. Then we have nothing to lose. What other gimmick things could I do with that board, though? That's what I wanted to do, but since I can't do it, then it's fine. If he raises, I take. If he takes, I can take. Should be fine either way. If you take, I take. If you raise, I take. If you take, take. So we're only -2. We should be actually... we should be fine here, right? So that's the problem. Even as a result of doing that, I didn't get anything out of it. And you might be able to win like the fucking thing. Like the knight. And the reason why is because the queen will have to move and then you won't be able to cover it. These games haven't been giving me very much rating either. Like, I'm playing at level appropriate people. Look at these people. 11,000 games and he's as bad as me, basically. It's like... people just don't get it, I guess. See, at least I'm aware. To be aware of it is not to be above it. My, court of reason expression. You understand what the game is. So what you're missing here is the full commitment. Do you really enjoy it or care about it enough? And I'll even explicitly say, no, I don't. And the reason why I don't is because, again, it's far from perfect. I'll say that much at least. I don't know what this position even is. He ends up with a passed pawn. You could raise it, and then I'm under threat, and I can't even take that, so I don't know what the point of it was. This can't really take anything, though, so if you were to take, I could take. That's maybe one good instance of a cheeky sort of move. And I could have actually done that before. I could do it here. That was a fork, because you could just do it. You can't do it now, because I'm a moron clown, but, that's the way it goes, I guess. You could go there, then I could just take that. You could always take the knight, though, that's the thing. Or no, now you could... no, I could take, but then he takes with that, right? Because if he took with that, I could take with that. So this move was good before, it's still good now. That's what I always liked in the stream sniping point of view. Like, you could tell them you could tell them exactly what to do, and they would do it, and it's like... whatever. You could try to do the yo-yo thing and bring the queen, but not really worth it either. So we had a fork there a couple times, and I didn't take advantage of it at all. And so now I'll just get that one out of the way, play very passive with it. This pawn is a little bit scary, but it's not really as big of a deal as you might think. It's just my overall position, my overall material, a lot of things are not good. A simple move like this could be very scary for him, but I'm sure he would deal with it with relative ease, and it's just not really that interesting to me right now. He would take, I would take, he would still take. Like, sure, fuck it, go ahead and do it. Or rather, it still would cause the same problem. Or wait a second, that was still a winning move by him because it's like he would be giving up a queen and a he'd be giving up a queen and a bishop for a rook and a queen, so that was still a good move. So you have the oh my god, dude, come on. Why am I even surprised? It's just too easy to deal with some of these threats sometimes. It's just annoying. So the knight's there is fine. Everything's fine. I just can't fucking do anything. There's just nothing you can fucking ever do, man. So we missed a fork. They could have possibly gotten us back in the game a little bit. Other than that, I'm not really too sure. Always got to go back to the same core principle that you always got to occupy or, I mean, sort of pick on the knight. It is always the weakest link that way. This doesn't change my immediate position, I don't think. I just don't know what's even happening either. Like, he can't really do anything. You can take there and give a check, which could hopefully lead to something with this, but who knows? Why would that have even happened? So you can keep giving checks, presumably enough to mate me already, as it is. You would want to just set up for this, but this is why mating sequence seems so disingenuous, because it's like, oh, is this just mate? And there's nothing you can do about it, but it somehow won't be. I don't know how it won't be, but somehow it just won't be. It just never, it's never as clear as what you think. You might say, oh, that's because the game is so complicated, but I don't know. It just, there's something else to it too that's kind of annoying. So you can take the knight. I just don't know, man. I just don't know. It makes no sense. Like, just nothing. There's just nothing. It's not like I really am in a material disadvantage for that reason. They're like, oh, I'm gonna try to, I'm doing it to try to. You can't even do anything here because if you give him any opening, he'll just keep giving checks. You would take there, you just can't open it for the queen. It's just not the right position for it. He'd be covering that anyway. So this was one of my lowest effort days ever, and I don't really know why. And yeah, like I said, I quit classical just because I don't feel like I can really handle the format. Just go ahead and mate me. I don't care. I really don't. Let's do whatever you want. You can just take that one. You just have to be in a certain mood. Maybe this is the problem with playing so often. Not even necessarily so long all the time, although this was at least reasonably long. It's just more like sometimes you're doing it in such a way that okay. At least you won't be giving a check, so maybe you can still do something, but you really just can't do anything ever. You can go here, but I can still take. Okay, now you could go there. Now, if he somehow misses a move or he can't mate, we do have something cute there, but it's obviously just not going to happen with this much shit in the way. Or he already had a mate too, didn't he? Maybe not. Or his time is actually getting down there too, so that'd be, of all the troll ways that you could potentially lose, you could actually just do this too. I mean, rather than just lose it all outright. Maybe you can do that. Like we're just trying to stall out. We'll get like a rare diagonal checkmate somehow. Like just this and this, but you could still end up dancing around there or something. He gives a check. Like, how is it this hard for you to mate in this situation? I don't understand. Why is this taking you so long? Yeah, I hope you just flag, but I'm even lower off than you in time. Those 11,000 games really sure paid off for you, I guess, huh? Oh, you just do that, you do that. It's just not really gonna do anything for me. I would take, he would take, I would take. You just give a check there, dance me all around the fucking board. The queen can't really do anything though, surprisingly. Almost like you could have double took there, but it wouldn't be worth it at all either. And the bishop versus a queen. You've had like the ability to basically do that too. You can go there with the thing. But yeah, that effort thing is at least a self-awareness element that maybe a lot of people don't have. The reason why a lot of people aren't good at certain things in life in general, like it could be your job, it could be other elements like social contrivance especially, or again, something even as simple as chess, it could be because, well, simple like whatever, not like high stakes or very important is what I mean. The point being that part of the reason isn't just innate ability or even potential ability, it is the idea that you have this it's the idea that you have, why does it always say rematch offer sent? Why? Because like I'm so bad that they're trying to farm me, or because if I lose or if I win, they're salty and they want to get revenge. Like we'll just stay at 16 forever then, or whatever, work our way up. But some days you just don't have the effort level to do it, or at least when you do bad in the first one, you shouldn't keep going. So what did I end up doing? Did I lose like 2 or 3 of those? It must have been 2, because you're losing such a significant amount. Not in this format, in the other one, but the only 2 that I ever really do. But no, what you got to look for is, or at least that's a fun escape. Like whenever you get bored of the core game, go play variants or something. But no, it's like part of the reason why people aren't good at things isn't just, oh, they're not good enough at it. It's that their effort level isn't there and their measure and commitment isn't there. So it's like if you realize that, maybe you should just go do something else then, right? You're not fully invested. Otherwise, you would be good, right? It wouldn't be that difficult to be good at something. It's like, oh wow, it's the most important thing in the world to you, and you really care about it. So then, of course, you're gonna put forth effort, and you're at least gonna be better than the average person, or whatever. Like you won't struggle in at least a simple ways. It'll be something much more complicated and nuanced. So that's what I don't get. How people don't understand. The reason why someone's not good at something is because they don't care. Is because they don't have the will. They don't have the measure, the value, all of that. If it's not just innate ability that you look at, right? So once you commit to doing something, then you should hold that a little more accountable in that way. Even this is a little deceptive because obviously a lot of those are not rated, or a lot of those are this is even pretty high considering how low I've been for the majority of the time. Like a 1600's average opponent is 1470, but this dude, the average opponent is actually not even that high. Not that I'm like poking holes in his rating. So he's only played an average opponent of 200 points higher. Again, some of those might be against friends like me and random stuff, but the point is that what rating was he when he went on that streak then? He went on a streak of, oh, that was even the game to get into 2000. Maybe not for the first time though, but who knows? Like some of these people vacillate back and forth by 100 rating or something. How could that ever happen? But you go on these bad tilt streaks or something of the sort. Why does this look so empty? Isn't there normally like news like Wormius or somebody did something? Yeah, let's look at my little stretch here, which is pretty embarrassing, but 33 hours, that's obviously not today. So you got loss, loss, win, loss. So, and even that one wasn't very impressive in any way. And this one maybe we could try to learn from, but I don't really care right now either. So these two were not very interesting, or just, yeah, not very high effort kind of games. So what was I even trying to do here? I don't even know what happened. I started to try to attack maybe too aggressively. So that's apparently a bad move, which I don't really even see why. What did he make the right move in response? He was supposed to take here, which doesn't really make sense. Oh, yeah, that was the thing that we were talking about later on, but I just didn't notice it, or I wasn't paying attention. But see, people often won't punish you for your, or you know, so often back-to-back blunders happen because it's obviously a confusing position that neither of us know about, and so because of that, because it's a confusing position neither of us know about, it means that you're more likely to make blunders there, obviously. You know, I'm gonna have an urge to try to play classical, but I guess I just shouldn't bother. I don't know, like, it's just scary because the next time I do ever, right, if I play a classical rated game, I'm fucked. Because what if I just, you know what I mean? And I don't play viewers, and I'm not gonna like win trade or whatever, like stage it in such a way like that. This is the ultimate psychological effect. How do you explain that every time I get to a threshold like that, as soon as you get to 17, you magically stop? You just tank it, now you go to 16. Same thing here. Like, I haven't really tanked it, but you get to 16 and then you just get stuck there. You're not facing vastly different opponents there, right? When you were 1580, you were still facing around the same, you know, up or down by a little bit. You know what I mean? It doesn't change anything aside from your psychological thing. So now all of a sudden you want to take a break, or you want to celebrate, or you get burnt out, or you get overconfident or whatever. So it happens to me so much, and I'm aware of it the whole time, and I keep saying it, but I still can't stop it from happening. Okay, so we've been in one of those familiar spots of sort of struggling and stagnating as soon as we get to this checkpoint, like I've been saying, and you can't say it's a coincidence. So there is something psychological with that. So we'll try to just play rapid now. I'm afraid to play classical because I'm one loss away. There's nothing that says I have to do it. At least once I get to 17 here, then I'll feel like I should. But basically our overall goal is we're trying to get to 2,000 in both of these. And once we do that, then we can finally go back to chess.com. So that'll be a while. But it doesn't matter if I play rapid. So there's like two permanent formats I want to do for my whatever, like stream or even the sessions in the future. One of them is the one where I play through every bot on chess.com, even though I just said, oh, I can't return there. But for the purposes of playing viewers, playing variants, or playing bots and things like that, I can play on there, not actually like a main account where I can get rating and try to make progress and things like that. So that much is okay. So I'll do that where like I play every bot in order, or every bot somehow, and I'll play until one finally beats me. So I'll do that with the classical board setup, since I can't do it with this. Or I could just play like unrated classical games, because otherwise then I can't use the board. Like, for what? So I'll try to come up with some other fun challenges and interesting things. But and I can't do it in rapid because it takes me too long. Even in classical, I was struggling to keep up with it. Or at some point, I just stopped caring. So then it seems like you're cheating because the position is different, but it's actually a position from the past. so it doesn't help you, right? Like, oh, let's see what that move would have looked like. It's already past that point, so it doesn't matter. But no, we're not going to worry about classical. But like I said, the permanent formats, I'll do that bot one, which seems pretty fun. You go through every bot on the site. You know, I just come up with these things on the spot, not to pat myself on the back, but I'm something of a format, enthusiast where I come up with so many unique formats, like in multiplayer games, play every character in Overwatch until you lose, and then you have to go to the next one. So each one only gets one life in terms of the matches you play. And so that's one permadeath format. Go against every bot or something similar to that we could also expand upon. And then the other one is the piece set one, which I've done before, like where you go through each of these piece sets on the chess and even just the base ones and maybe even the ones on, I guess chess.com doesn't matter because I'm not really officially playing there. You go through every piece set and you play with it until you lose. So then it's like you're actually playing for something. Let's see how many games I can win with this, whatever it's called, Burnett and whatever. What's the main one that they say? Staunton. That's like in real life though. So yeah, you play as each piece set or each board or whatever cosmetic. You keep it as long as you keep winning, and then when you lose. But I won't do that now. But just to show, I finally got this thing working again, or I went through and got every single one. A lot of them don't work though, so we'll have to, we can make an exception if one of the pieces like missing. It's just like somehow the file for it doesn't work. So like you'll see the whole board with whatever custom pieces, but then like the king won't be there, or one or two pieces won't be there. It's like a little semi-blindfold challenge. I like how I am just this one opening Andy, though, as white. This is the only thing I do as white, which I guess, at least in that case, you can kind of guarantee it from the perspective of, like, since you're white, you can guarantee what the first move is going to be, whereas you couldn't do that with black, so then you have to kind of react to their pawn push. Like if they go here as I hate my own opening basically as white. If they do this, now I have to do this because I can't just do the king's Indian because then I'll push it out with the pawn. So whatever. As black, you have to be a little more reactive, but as white, you can really just do whatever you want. So now the darks for bishop becomes very confusing because I don't understand. Like I always think like, oh, I want the optimal bishop pair, but it just doesn't work. So that's actually not bad because you both have a center pawn. Maybe his main concern there is just the ability to... He missed the pin opportunity. If you know me, you would do that in a heartbeat because, it's just scary, right? I don't like the pin. I don't like doing that with the pawns. Like I like very comfortable positions, and that might sound obvious. Well, of course you like comfortable positions, but what it means is more specifically like you like positions that are... like just easy to figure out. You don't want to have to like do some crazy thing that just doesn't feel natural or intuitive. So I have no idea what to do with these pawns. I'm kind of still playing too fast and too casually almost. He snapped the pin immediately, but he had no interest in taking the pin himself. See, you'll miss even good things here. Not even the, oh, you'll blunder something. You'll miss something that you had the opportunity to do, right? Like that you didn't even have to worry about. So I really couldn't tell you where this is trying to go. It's almost like you want it to go on the other side of the board, but I never play like this and I don't even know how it's going to work. No, but I posted that one chess clip that triggered me, and it's funny the way that people characterize me now. I guess this shows you the extent to which I've changed in some way. Like, if you go here, he attacks it with that. They're saying, oh, bro is yapping, or, he's from Yapper Town, all these things, like implying I'm talking too much. But isn't that the point? It's a reaction video. So what am I supposed to do? I'm supposed to just sit there and watch the video and not talk? Like, and it's a short video. It's like a 30-second thing. So the whole point is my long-form thing, long-form prognostication. So it's ironic that the quiet gamer is accused of being loudmouth or yapper. But if you're going to do it, then what else is the point? I'm just supposed to sit there in silence and just let the video speak for itself, even though the point is I'm reacting to it and criticizing it. So I just find that funny that people think of it that way. But obviously I've become louder both in terms of how much I talk and in terms of how my voice even sounds is definitely very different. Instead of the more ASMR pseudo style that we sort of went for. That sort of happened inadvertently and on its own. That's just kind of how I sounded, but I guess over time I've learn to put a little emphasis or try to change that, or it just sort of happened naturally, whatever. But no, the whole point with that is, it harkens back to my long form postulate that you would want to discuss something thoroughly and in full. But see, that's what I don't like either. People will say something like that, but it doesn't have substance. So it doesn't bother me on that level, like, oh, that offends me. Oh, how could you say that? It's more just like there's no substance to it. I could just say that about anybody. Oh, this guy's just talking. Yes, he is talking, but like you're not addressing the point that they're saying. So it doesn't make a point one way or the other. Like, is it a good point? Is it a bad point? It's just some random thing. Oh, this guy is just such and such label. So you don't actually address the point. You attack you attack the speaker, the observer, whatever. So if I take, it's really hard to say what to do in situations like this. This is bizarre. Like, I don't know. How am I'll assume it's good because even though this pawn is going to be fucked, at some point I just, like, don't care and I do stupid things, but this is going to be an awkward pawn for sure. My desire to trade never ceases to do me in, huh? So you could take this, you could still take this. You're going to fuck up that, or actually you're not. The bigger concern is this pawn is always going to be weak. At least if it was a pass pawn somehow, right, there's nothing threatening it, then you could understand. If he raises take, this could actually be interesting. No, but he can just double take. He could still guarantee to fuck up my pawns, because if you take here... No, I could take with this. If I took with this, then... Like, he could take, I could take, he could take, then I would have to take. So if he does this first... No, none of it really matters. We just have to get to a certain comfort zone in this again, like where I was clearly putting forth more effort to get here. It's not an accident. But no, the better point with that was just that it's not pay to win chess, it's pay to play. Then, like, oh, you need the ideal conditions to study and stuff like that. Even if that's not necessarily true, right? At least theoretically, let me see, hang on. At least theoretically, you would need, okay, you need the ideal conditions to succeed. And if you have those, then I just keep doing the same shit over and over where I do some kind of dinky thread that's not even good. Nothing's really going to change what is happening here. Like, it's the same shit. And just take everything. My preferred style of play. Although it is interesting that he chose to even take with the king. And so, again, this will put me in a bad spot because he'll take, then I'll take, then he'll take, then I'll... No, it doesn't matter. But, again, that doesn't mean these are good moves. It just means they're not bad, or maybe they still are, because this is how you give them openings, when you like lay it on a silver platter. Sure, it seems like a trade, but what if something about it is wrong? So now if you do this, if he raises, I could no, I can't do it now. So you're on dark squares. This one is just really the awkward one. If he takes, I take, and that resolves it. If he raises it, that could be problematic maybe later, so I just don't know. You should almost just try to convert these to, no. Or no, I could do that, but it could turn into a problem later. He takes. So it's pay to play. Like, everybody needs the financial stability, they need money, they need tutors, they need parents who are good chess players, they need all of these things. That's actually kind of doing me a favor. And if you do that, I'll certainly take. Right, so you need the money, you need financial stability, you need tutors, you need all the ideal conditions to get to 2,000 plus and to be a competitive player. But then at that point, the real game begins, and now it's like, okay, you have to do it in such a way that that's still okay. Like, I mainly just wanted to get rid of that one irritating pawn. Now, here's where I should put a certain amount of thought into it. Because, for example, this one, he can't really cover it, and he also can't move it up, otherwise I just take. So that's a killer knight move. That is actually incredible because you can't do anything, right? You can do nothing. Even if you try to target that, You just got to put that little extra second of effort sometimes. That doesn't even work. Now, it still doesn't give me a passed pawn necessarily, but look at how you can turn it on, though. It's like some things people say in sports or whatever, where like, oh, can you turn it on like right before the playoffs and like become, really focused or something? That's what you have to do. The problem is his king's going to be pretty close to that, so let me think. But no, it's pay to play is my only point then. Like, okay, you need all these ideal conditions to even have a chance to be successful, but then once you do that, then it turns into something else. Right, then the real game begins. So it's not going to define. Pay to win would imply you can just buy a title, or you can just buy rating, or whatever, something almost to that level. So you got to worry about this other side too, which is going to be problematic, but I think we can deal with it because we can at least take here. We are slowly chipping away at his pawns, but you have to be a little bit careful. You're never going to like just trap the knight in necessarily, although I'm putting maybe too much faith in it by saying that. So it's all about the king's movement. See, I almost don't even want to leave this side. So at some point, the hardest thing in positions like this is to know when to push. Like, maybe I'm just supposed to push and just go for it. Because he only has one dinky pawn on that side. But see, if I go here, now he's going to bring the knight in, and it's going to be too difficult to deal with. So you shouldn't make these sort of meandering king moves at times. Now that's a good move because I thought he might try to do it with that, but my king is just going to be too out of position by this. Right, but then again, maybe my knight can equalize what his knight is doing on the other side, but it could be difficult. Or like I kind of already knew that was going to happen. Damn it, I was playing well in that endgame up until that point, I guess. So he would take. If he doesn't take, I could double take. But you can always try to sack it that way too. So if you were to effectively sack for it, you're effectively sack the knight for even the pawn, then the king can carry the side by himself because his king is too far away. So even that would be good, or even the trade would be good. I can't really figure out. Maybe you don't even need the knight either. Just go all the way, and he's going to have to make a decision. Like, just do it. Now, it's possible he could have done pretty well in the process of doing that. And knight can't do jack shit. You can't even reach it. Fucking useless piece. So easy, dude. Not the game itself, which I didn't play particularly well, but I mean, I guess I'm becoming an endgame master, even though it's, you just have to put that little bit of effort that almost feels like, most people feel like, oh, they're too good to do it in the opening because, oh, they've studied opening, so they know everything. I love how that it would be that reputation you get, though. You start talking more and playing into the modern React content. You should see other streamers. At least I embrace it. I'm self-aware. Like, oh, the React content, that sort of thing. Like, what else are people doing? They're just talking and talking about random shit. It may be short form, lowest common denominator. That's the real criticism. Not that, oh, this guy's reacting and talking too much. It's that he's actually thinking too much and actually putting something into what he's saying instead of just mindlessly repeating the same shit over and over, like emote style, lowest common denominator, Marco Polo style, Twitch type shit. So that's what I don't approve of. You can rebut the point, or you can just say nothing. There's no in between, like, oh, ha, you're just whatever. It's not good enough to just say that. Right, some just go, oh, this guy's whatever. It's just weird to me. But that's the majority of what you see criticism. They'll just say some label and just discredit something, like, oh, this person is just blank, insert label here. But that has nothing to do with what they said. They said a particular claim. So on one hand, what you're saying about them could be true. Your label is correct, but that doesn't mean that their point is incorrect. Or even if the label is not true, their point could still be correct or incorrect on its own. Your label could be true, but their point could be valid. Or your label could be false, but their point could be invalid. Right? So has no connection to it necessarily, unless it's like, okay, shoot the messenger, and it's a credibility issue, like, oh, this guy's talking about the subject that he's never done anything in before, or something like that. But even that doesn't entirely work. It has some merit to it, like, oh, this person's never played a sport, but they're talking about, they say this in about athletes all the time, like, this person's never played the sport, but he's criticizing some athlete, so he doesn't know what it takes. But even then, I would say that can be an equalizing element. Like, you know what I mean? He'll praise one person, but criticize another, like Stephen A. Smith or Skip Bayless or whoever, right? He'll criticize one and praise another. So his opinion is discredited then in both senses or neither, because it's like, oh, he doesn't know what it takes to play a sport. That's why he's saying that. But also, then he says something positive about somebody else. So it's not like he's just saying negative things about all of them because he doesn't get it, or it doesn't equalize to everybody. So you know what I mean? So somebody will take the praise, but they'll get mad and say, "Oh, you've never played," when you criticize them. Okay, so here let's try to. You just got to build a little momentum and just take every game equally seriously, which you saw in classical yesterday. I really wasn't capable of doing that. But at least if I have some logical razor to what I'm doing. But no, I like how I sort of turned it up in the end game. Clearly, you noticed that. I thought about that first move for like a few seconds, which you might not think is a big deal, but it's like, wow, that really. This confuses me just because it's like, you want to try to take that, but you just won't be able to. It's almost like you just ignore what he's doing and just castle and don't even worry about it. Right, so at least I'm ahead on the development game. So now as soon as you castle, now go super Zerg mode and just try to attack them. And if you can do that, then you're in a position where, okay, that's fine. You're setting yourself up for fucking Scholars Mate. Is the 1600 going to get Scholars Mated? Now, I don't have to do that, or I kind of do have to do it, because I mean, it's in my nature to trade, but that gives them sort of free development in a sense that you don't necessarily want to do. So you cover it there, just don't allow any pins. So we got to watch this move. Okay, dude. He takes, and this fucks up potentially the position of the knight, or I mean the other bishop going forward. So it's not even pinned, but let's see if he just addresses it even. He doesn't. He fucks up his king pawn structure, which is good because it seemed like he was going to kingside castle, so I'm not too upset about that. So my light square bishop is fine. This pawn is the one that's going to be weak, but the one boon of that is he might not be able to target it very easily. And the reason why is because he has no dark square bishop or no knight. Now this would triple stack my pawns, or it would move this pawn in. So I have a strong urge not to take, though, because that allows him to undouble. Right, but you also can't leave it there. He would undouble. That's a really hard decision to make. I mean, my trading mentality would make you think that. So now I can undouble, or I could have let him undouble, assuming those principles are really that important, which they could be. I mean, with this little on the board. But see, when there is this little on the board, that's what it turns into instead, where people just start to do random stuff. Well, he at least sidestepped that whole issue. But see, I would still do it. That's the thing. I would still normally just fucking do the thing. Now we immediately are attacking into this, even though I didn't undouble. Fuck you, dude. Now we'll keep pushing. Nice little diamond pawn structure. And now we go here to here. If you could just, maybe I could double stack on something here. Now he would take, I would take, I would take, he would take, I would take. That is kind of a tricky one. If I take, he takes, I take, he's going to take again. If I let him take, it's not the end of the world, but also it would sort of split the structure to the extent that you're not able to really do anything with that, right? Like I would take, he would take. Oh no, if he took, see, now I have no choice but to take with that. I can't take with the rook or anything. So for some weird reason, I'm going to do that instead, and it still fucks up the structure actually. It's very hard to know what to, because sometimes you are like you'll look at these engine lines or how it's playing here, and it will be just like completely. It'll be okay with that. It'll be okay with just doing random pushes and weird things. Like I don't know what that does. That's not even really good. Now we're switching to a dark square structure. He probably should just take because these pawns are going to be very awkward. It's almost like he's listening to me. Yeah. I even said that too. The big thing you're trying to get to is the ability to you're trying to get to the ability to actually I forgot. You can double stack. You're still covering this. You could even do like this, but something bad is going to happen here. Cover here. There was something specifically I was going to say, what I was trying to do, but I forgot. You should still be able to stop the passed pawn, though. No matter how good this guy maybe thinks he is, because you're going to... It's just one, and the king is, like, right here, so it should be okay. Like, what could he possibly do? He's going to try to take this one. The other rook is okay where it is. Or even you could... No, you can't do that. Everything becomes, like, very forced in these kind of situations where there's, like, only one right or wrong thing to do. So I got a little bit lazy in this endgame. So again, it's just an effort level, reactionary sort of thing where you have plenty of time to think through it. But that's clearly a problem that I don't even have myself. It's like everybody seems to do that where they don't feel like it's worth their time, or they don't feel like they have to put forth their time. So the only advantage here is the one pawn, but it is a passed pawn. It doesn't have any sort of connections to it, though. He's going to, like, double attack that one. And then he can't really attack that one at the same time, though. Right, so that becomes at least okay. It's very confusing, but I don't know what I'm doing. The only thing I can think of that he would do is he might go here, but you still can't really do it because I could go there, and then you can't really go there either. So I shouldn't really make a move like that. This way stops the rook from coming in. That's interesting, but I don't really see it. Like, what more do you do now? There's nothing you can do. Or at least theoretically, there would be nothing you can do, but I'm also not exactly playing right now, so it's too bad when this is the reason. I mean, it's obviously entirely my fault, but it shows you something else that, like, you're not really... If you're not going to try at something, then why even do it? But sometimes that's just my style, I guess. I'm just down by too much now to recover from it. Even with whatever double stack kind of shenanigans he would have had to work with. Although there is an interesting idea here that you could just try to take it all the way. The good thing here is you could almost... well, you're going to have to try to sack for it now. I almost should have just done that sooner. Now, if you do that, you won't be able to get back to this is the problem. You should be satisfied with doing this, but the problem is he'll push it. You have to probably do some crazy shit like this. Right, because it would allow you to go around the other side. Even if you think that you were going to get something there. That actually doesn't look so bad for me now. Right, if I could just... Oh, wow. That's actually good, though. This is actually a good position. Now we actually have to think about it a little more than what I'm doing, which is sometimes pretty hard for me to do. But because my king is in such an active spot, it should be difficult for him to stop. Right, so you keep sort of hiding the king in there as you push. And if you can do that, then... Is he going to go there or something, maybe? That might have actually been better. Whatever he does, I should be able to just use the king to do it. The problem is that rook's just getting pushed around too much effectively, but or now we sort of come to a standstill with this. So now it becomes a question, do you put the king there to try to stop it because it's too late to stop it? Or do you go all the way? So I kind of fucked it up despite everything else. At least here, if he raises it, I can take the other one. Now, between these two and how far they are, right, only your checks are going to necessarily save you here. There is probably still a way to play this correctly, but just because it's so close to promoting that you might have a chance. His king is very far away, so the goal would be to give checks and to rope the king in, basically, to try to do this. It should be very hard to stop. My mistake here is that my king is not engaged, but how would you even come in to be able to challenge this? You attack this one, it's over. If you move from there, it's over. So you go here, and then you can't even come in to attack them. So the mistake was his own king's positioning. If you get attacked there, then it might stop me a little bit, but not really even. So you might just give some desperate checks, and maybe something good could come of that, but it might only just allow me to crawl up the board. So I might actually win here now instead of losing. Or whatever, drawing that you might have thought would have happened. So you have to be careful not to go too far up the board where it might fuck you over, but it shouldn't really matter because... Oh my god. You would think this would only help me because you can't even give a check exactly as planned, am I right? Now, which one would even be better? Here, I don't even know. This one you could theoretically check from behind, but you can't even do that because I could just take the rook too. Or I'm going to somehow get mated or something dumb, but you can't even give a check, I don't think. You have a check here. The fact that you have another one is what really makes this so valuable. So that even if you had to sack, you'd be fine. Or that makes it easier for me too, I guess. And that one wasn't too bad either. But I mean, again, it's coming down to some sort of these end games where maybe I'm playing better in the end game, or I actually didn't play very well there at all, I'll admit. But at least we're getting to some of these end games comfortably, to the extent that I can like say, well, you know, we're trading stuff off. But again, the good opponents, why can't I scroll down? The good opponent, what the fuck? The good opponents won't let you do that as easily as, huh? My thing is actually broken. It must have been one of those stupid add-ons or something that I put on. But I feel like the last game wasn't like that. Oh, wow. So I broke it with one of my... You gotta be kidding me. And now how am I even supposed to find that thing? Hide scroll bar, this fucking stupid thing. Because I went through and I installed all of these again so that I just have them, but it can lead to little confusions like that. So let me look at the situation where this was the one before that, though, wasn't it? So the point is I'm playing a little bit sloppy in the opening, very sloppy in the middle game, but apparently solid at the end because somehow we're getting out of this. Like, he was winning by a considerable amount in the end game, which again, even in the best case, should lead to a draw. It shouldn't lead to you winning that game. So this was very confusing. Yeah, see, like, how am I supposed to know to do that? What the fuck? See, this is what I mean, where it does weird shit. Why is it doing that? I don't understand. And rather than try to figure it out, I'll just let it be. Or is this even the position that we were still playing? Sometimes it'll change it because you made one variation, so it's not the same. That's a blunder. You're supposed to just give the check and probably reorient to there. But somehow, my way works, so how can you possibly question it? Right, you end up picking up as many pawns as possible, and the mistake he keeps making is that he keeps letting me do it. He should have just tried to push or do something else. Like when you're up pawn, this could be a basic principle that I'll just come up with myself here. When you're up pawns or when you have an aggressive pawn like this, you shouldn't be trying to take their pawns. You should be trying to push. Now, technically, I do have this one there, but he shouldn't be trying to say, oh, I'll exchange pawns and give mine up. He should just be like, I'll commit to this one and I won't necessarily be able to stop it. Right? I am losing, and that's what the engine's kind of saying is just like, okay, I have to defend. He doesn't have to defend. Or whatever. Like it's easier for him to do it. He doesn't have to commit the rook to doing it. He can still do that. So ultimately, black did kind of fuck up there. But yeah, that's funny. You put in like a super, not even that video is a good example, but like you'll put in a super high amount of effort and research and go on this super detailed thesis. And then the response will be, it'll be like an hour video if you go into some deep psychological concepts and you've interviewed people and you've researched it and you go into these studies that you're citing. And then all of a sudden the response will be, bros just talking, bros just yapping, bro sure talks a lot. Like, that's it. So the reason why that's discredited is because like this old expression I would use, like don't put in or something a claim only deserves as much credit as was put into it or as much thought was put into it. So at least if you address it and say, oh no, this is false because of this study or this piece of information, that's one thing. But you'll just say, you won't say anything of substance. You'll just say something like, oh, that's silly, that's stupid, bullshit. There's some meme like that where it's like it'll be somebody puts out a thesis and then the response is just bullshit. So they don't believe you, but they won't qualify why they don't believe you. Okay, we'll go here, do the little King's Indian, ignore what he's doing, let him have the pawns. If they do this one still even after that, then that scares me, but he's playing more passively with the e-pawn. Yeah, chess is kind of a funny community to deal with because it's very he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. It's very like overly defensive and fallacious and all these kind of things. But the one thing I'll never do is make an excuse in that regard to say like, well, I'm going to, like I'm going to fucking whatever. So if I go here and then take, then he can't take. He has to move the queen, but then he could cover, and then even if I take, it doesn't matter. Like I'll never say, oh, the reason why I'm not good at chess is because I didn't have certain advantages. The only reason is because I haven't played as much or enough or, when I was younger and things like that. And so that's what I'm almost even trying to challenge that and see like, okay, what if I did? But whatever, we'll see when it comes to the amount of time that I actually have. So you could cover this here. He could force me to move it, which is not that big of a deal, honestly. Like where else is this pawn going to go? It's got to go on a light square. Just because of the nature of the structure, there's nothing you're really going to be pushing out. So he started off playing aggressively with the pawns like that, but then this move seems so passive, the e3. Although, I mean, it is just the fucking opening. So whatever you have enough cover there, so you don't have to worry about him potentially going there. He'll take, I'll take, he'll take, I'll take, so you can do this as well. The only question becomes the knight, because the knight will either block the bishop or block the queen. So you see how fun of a piece it can really be for you. This would be worth it. And the reason why this is worth it is, guess what? Because you get to open his king, which is one of my favorite things to sometimes do. Right? You shouldn't be able to stop this. It double stacks the pawns. It lets you take towards the center, which is technically a bad thing. But it lets you effectively force this, which is very awkward for him. So let's just do it. That's the only scenario where you should justify trading the bishop for the knight. Now, you definitely have to move this because of the fact that you have the ability to basically, although this sets up for that cute little double attack as well. So what you can do is you can set up for the fact that this can actually move and escape from a potential impending bishop strike. So I like this kind of move because it forces a trade of some kind. My whole strategy is trading, but again, the good ones keep it out of arm's reach. The bad ones go for every trade they can get. The good ones go for every advantage they can get. So sometimes that's a trade, but a lot of the time it's not. And so now it gets more comfortable. So what I should do now in these sort of positions religiously is I should be very calm and slow right, we blitzed through the opening, but at least now you can focus. Now you should be on top of it. But I'm still not really doing that. The attacks there doesn't really seem to matter a whole lot. As much as I would like to trade the queen, I'm not necessarily going to force it either. What I should try to do is I should try to basically, okay, this can cover here. They're both on light squares, so nothing really matters with that. The main thing I want to do is get my queen into this vicinity, but it's not going to really do anything even if I do. He would take, I would take, he would still take, but he can't even take. Let me try to trade this one as well, I guess. He has no cover, so he at least has to address it. You know what I thought he might actually do there? I thought he might actually push the pawn to block it. And I don't know whether that would have been good or not. So even if he takes, it's fine. So he's going to like double stack or something on there. Right? To the extent that he would double attack it, so then if he takes, I take, and then he still takes. So it's possible that this could be the best move, and I no longer have to worry about the presence of the bishop, so you can go on any square that you want here. So that still doesn't matter. What is he going to do, like double stack on it now? Like on there? He would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would still, wait. He would take, but then I would still take. So at some point, this might become more problematic than it's worth. But there's no way to really do anything about it. Because if you move this, you're losing a cover potentially there. Like, this is a pretty good idea by him, but it's also kind of annoying. He would take, I would take. He would take, I would take. He would take, I would still take. But again, you would have to get, because now he's going to raise, whatever. And so it's not going to work anymore. It's almost like I should just take, or just make a random move, but I'll do it if I have to, maybe next. Yeah, it's all too predictable, I guess. It's almost like I wanted to go like this, but it's too late to do that. I feel like I don't have a choice, really, so it's not the end of the world. Ah, fuck. But see, this is what happens when you fuck up your pawn structure. You immediately pay the price for it. Now, I'd still be satisfied with the trading situation, which you shouldn't be at all in this position, but this would at least allow them to connect, so maybe that makes them think twice about doing it. Fuck it. So now the only weakness is, well, the fact that I'm already... No, I'm not even down a pawn, but you end up... This is where you have to learn the nuance of trades, right? This one's not as important because there is no passed pawn capability there. So what you have is this one, right? And then you just have to move the king as much as possible. So now at this stage, you got to figure out a pawn structure for this that would be easy enough to deal with, to the extent that you could go maybe here. Even, oh! All right. I mean, again, this is what it comes down to. It is entirely my fault, but I just don't. I don't know, sometimes. Now, you're not probably going to want to leave that one either, but... or he does, interesting. He would let me take this and try to promote, and again, simple math would tell you that this is probably not a good idea, but I'll still do it. It's really this move that fucks you over. Like, you maybe could still get the promotion, but it's still gonna be, he'll give like a million checks. I'll go right into the fucking teeth of his pawns to avoid it, I guess. That's still fine, I suppose. Or he could have took there. That was a dangerous play by me. Like, he could have checked and took... So you can double attack it right there. Take. But no, he had to check into take on that one. So he's not going to let me do anything with that. At least this would be like, okay, take. But then he could still sack for it. It almost seems like we're at the stage where I should just study endgames, if anything, because I somehow cheated really having to study openings. The fact of the matter is that you basically feel like, okay, there could be a stalemate, which you shouldn't expect there to be at this stage. Somehow every game is coming out of the end game, or at least these last couple, because people are so incredibly trade happy that they somehow just are letting me fiend for trades the way that I do. And the ending never looks correct. Like, yes, he was winning a little bit, but I mean, this is what it turns into, where now he'll promote 4 queens, right, when he's really only up like 1 piece or 1 pawn. Right, the major advantage was just like very minor that he had. So it's a little bit deceptive that way. Also indicating sort of the drawish nature of the game, that it wouldn't be like nothing is ever like really decisive is the point. So yeah, these are very low effort games, but I'm at least sometimes getting away with it. But it also reinforces your bad habits. Like, I haven't really learned or improved anything, or at least I don't really put forth that effort to try to do that. Right? Everything is just very surface level. Like, I'm just doing what I maybe sort of feel comfortable with a little bit. So let's see what was the turning point. It always makes this seem like a lot earlier than what it is or something, but there's so many moves in the end game that it kind of drags out and extends that way more. End games are for padding your accuracy, as people always say, but see, this was actually okay to do. I'm not actually losing. That was potentially bad, but you can see so obviously why it's bad. So do you really think, oh, I totally didn't see that he'd be double attacking these? It's more like I just don't give a shit. But no, he still gives me a chance to equalize, so this was the obviously wrong move. You're supposed to just not even worry about it. And then move your king back, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but like if you were to explain to me how to play this position, at the very least you would say it's very boring and just like these kind of things I don't like, right? The openings aren't fun because they're borrowed knowledge, so it's just a pure memory thing. There's a right and wrong answer, and you just have to know what the right answer is, period, end of story, and everybody's capable of doing that, right? Just study openings for a long period of time, and I should do it too. But the other point is with endgames, it's sort of like an attrition thing. Like, it's not even that, oh, you can memorize all the moves. See, in the middle game, you can't memorize anything because it's just too much. So in the end game, it's like a lot of these repetitious back and forth, squeeze the water from the stone, attrition moves that are not really fun to do, even if they are difficult to do at times, right? It can be a little bit tricky still. At some point, you're going to learn the most important lesson ever in chess, which is that most of it is just effort, although all the other elements do contradict with that, of time and all these things. But assuming everyone puts in that amount of time and studies that relatively same amount, then it will be the defining factor of how hard you try and how well you calculate during the course of a game. So here you're going to have to do this to at least free it up, or arguably you should have taken. Oh, see, I didn't think that opening through. Oh me, oh my, what a mistake, I guess. Oh, here we go, dude. It's gonna bust it in the opening, but actually it's not that bad. But that trade doesn't really suit me as well, so. But no, when people play the same way, I feel like maybe a lot of people do think that way. Just trade everything because you don't know what you're doing anyway, so it's okay. Or it's just like this almost desire for bloodshed. Sometimes you just kind of, you just want to see some action actually happen. If you go here, take, whatever, everything should be fine. Although the pin could be a little bit nasty, even though it's not like a true pin. Just take everything, dude. Fuck it. Yeah, take it, you clown shit. You could take this first and then take, but then you still would be in the same position. Because if you took, then I took, then you took, then I took. Yeah, just do it. Give me an easy win like this one time. So again, it's my brilliance that led to that. I'm not even doing anything, right? They'll do it to themselves. I had no impact over that. And who are these random people that would just spectate a fucking game anyway? So you can afford to lose the pawn if it's going to mean that. So that is an interesting dynamic to be sure. There's no reason to do anything crazy there, I don't think. So you shouldn't try to push the advantage too much. Just because like he gave you a free piece, so now just deal with it. This will also allow me to cover castle comfortably. So he's not even taking it though. I kind of want to castle, but I also don't want to lose that if I can prevent it. Like, I wonder where this guy came from or why he's doing that. So now I can afford to do it because no matter what he does, this is covered, covered. Everything's fine. So, I mean, this guy took it a step further. Not just, oh, he's trading and playing into my hands because I love to trade, but he's also trading so suboptimally that I fuck up too. Or, I mean, that he fucks up his own position. So this is good, but he can still attack the thing. So if the bishop was still attacking there, that would have a certain merit to it, but that's actually still covered too, so it doesn't matter. But if, oh, I would take, he would take, I would take, and then he would take, and then I can't take, or he would take, I would take, and then he could take, something like that. Could indeed occur, but I guess in this case I would just take. Or I'm just fucking stupid. It's still fine, actually, but like, you know, I gave up a rook there. Wait, I don't even know what happened. Let's just pretend like we know what I'm doing. Okay, we'll leave this here. This pawn seems very weak. This is okay. You can try to trade that. You almost don't want to do it at this point, but let me think. Now it becomes a little bit difficult to figure this out. You go here. He can't take it because the knight covers. That guy got bored of the game. My play is too high of a level, so it still feels like I'm winning on some sort of technicality, though, because now if I go here and then I took, or if I simply move the bishop, then it's like I could back rank mate, but he would just take first then. Right, so it almost doesn't even matter that way. So now, like, we're double attacking this. If you go here, I could still take. So you can't really push the bishop out very easily. Why does my effort level just plummet like that? I guess I just feel like I can get away with certain things. Well, that's beautiful. Why the fuck would you even do that? Now you gotta create some Octopus Knight-esque thing, where even if you try to end Pesant, but that is bad. I mean, you're still giving him a passed pawn, but now you get like an Octopus Knight little outpost, potentially. So look how I acquiesce to the knight. And arguably, you should never do that. But I better focus and not fuck this up, because the knights can be a nightmare to deal with. Either they'll get themselves trapped and killed, or they'll... How could you look at it that long and then still make a mistake like that? Are you just giving up like me in most of these games? That could be mildly interesting, but I think at the very least... Now you have two knights in striking distance, but this is the spectacular nature that they pose to you. That it makes no fucking sense how useless they are. If you do this, I can take. If you go there, I can take. Holy shit, dude. They're gonna fuck it up somehow. So every move is covered for, basically. Right, like if you raise to there, I could take. If you raise to there, I could take. If you raise to there, I could take. Even if you go there, I can just sit there. Right, so it's not really that big of a deal. At some point, I'm going to be able to do something here, you would think. But the knight is not such a piece that is actually capable of doing anything. Maybe I had a back rank this whole fucking time, too. I should just trolling him. I should have done puzzles, because that's what I always complained puzzles were. All the puzzles are just back rank mates all the time. if you go here, I simply take it. Holy shit, dude, just get this over with, man, please. I mean, he did make it easy for me to the extent that, like, just how he blundered the piece right there out of the beginning. Right, and I almost didn't even understand what was happening, but it's like he thought he was doing something, or he didn't study his openings well enough, which I guess I really don't either, but sometimes I can always see through them, or you see some of the same ones over and over so much. So I mismate how many times there exactly. It's just every move I can back rank his dumb ass. Which was the threat that I was thinking about earlier in the course of the game, but it just shows you're still not at that stage that good players have to be at, which is called actually looking at the board and actually thinking about what you're doing. Very difficult concepts, I know.